located in the Stafford area, 231 FM 1092, Stafford, Texas, 77477. Same bat time, same bat schedule. Y'all are currently here in the Shabbat morning class. That goes from 10 to about 2. We do have another location out in Virginia. Kazak holding down 2610 Granby Street, Norfolk, Virginia 23517. Their class times and days are Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, 7 to 9, and their Shabbat class is the same as ours. Remember for the classes in Rochester and in Virginia, they're Eastern Standard Time. So here we're Central. We've got another school in Rochester, 1600 Lau Ave, Suite 1A, Rochester, New York, 14606, with Zion holding it down out there. Their class times and dates are the same as Virginia's. San Antonio. If you're here in Texas, you know Texas is a big state. You gotta have more than one location out here. In San Antonio, we got another location. They're at 4444 Walton Road, Suite 201. Their class times and dates are the same as ours. They start a little later and they end a little later though. They start at 7:30, they end at 10. And their Shabbat class is going right now as well. So if you're in the area, stop by, visit the brothers, congregate with brothers, do what the scriptures say, gather together. You know, don't be a YouTuber-lite. Come and gather with the rest of the Israelites. All right. We got other forms of receiving the word through the Blog Talk Radio, blogtalkradio.com/Mashaba. That's every Tuesday and Thursday at 10. Got other YouTube channels you can check out, go over, rewatch. Of course, the channel that you're on right now, the Virginia, the Rochester channel is still new. What we're trying to do with the Rochester channel is get more subscribers. More subscribers. So get your friends, your families, your loved ones, your co-workers, you know, the person you run into at the grocery store, the gas station, you know, get them subscribed. So we can get Rochester up to 1,000 subscribers so they can do classes live as well. All right. We do have kids class here in Houston. Kids class is every Sunday at 2 p.m. All right. There is for the Passover garment, for the 2023 Passover garment, the order form is in the link in the description. Final payment is due November 30th. So the final payment for your Passover garment, brothers, is due November 30th. So make sure that you're on top of your payments and you're getting that ready and you get that in by November 30th so that, you know, the garments can get started to begin to work on, and, you know, we're ahead of schedule versus everyone's like crunch time right at Passover and like the last stitch is being stitched right before you walk into the door. So make sure that's in. We're going to be celebrating the memorial blowing of the trumpets the 26th, which is Monday. So that's this Monday. We don't go live here, but you know,
nobody goes live.
No one goes live on this.
No.
So if you're in the area and you want to get class, you'll show up. You'll be showing up on the feast day. So yeah, come through, show up, hang out, rub elbows with brothers and sisters, get to know people. Day of Atonement is also coming up. Day of Atonement is October 4th. So mark that on the calendar. Day of Atonement, October 4th. That's right around the corner as well.
Real quick, after Day of Atonement, we got we got Feast of Tabernacles. On the last day, we're going to be meeting up with San Antonio. They rented out a venue, but they can only get it for one day. They paid $1,100 for the venue for one day. So what we want to try to do is get at least half that money. All right, so if you want to participate, let's see if we can get half that money back to help pay some of that. $1,100 for one night is a lot, but that's the price of unity and brotherhood and sisterhood, right? There is no price, but I don't want that burden to be just solely on San Antonio. Everybody's going to show up, everybody's going to eat, everybody's going to have a good time, right? So everybody should be able to pitch in. Another thing, I know we were talking about the summit was supposed to be in Virginia in November. That's canceled. We're going to be doing the summit here in January. So if you were getting some money together for travel for the summit, you ain't got to worry about that. We can put that money towards Tabernacles. See how it works out?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Works out nice and smooth. Right? So January, like it's like the weekend of the 8th, 6th, 7th, 8th, I believe, is when we're going to be doing the summit here in Houston. So we've been looking for a location to get that rolling. So there's no summit in Virginia. It's canceled. You know, we got a lot going on in these next couple of months with all the feast days and the travels and things like that. So they decided to move it back because of that. You know, this is the time where, you know, the feast days are consolidated. You know, we got after Tabernacles, we got Hanukkah, we got Purim, Hanukkah and Purim, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right, in December. So it's a lot. It's a lot of traveling that brothers got to do. So they decided to move it back. So January here in Houston, Tabernacles. We're doing Tabernacles. It's like 45 minutes away. I got to get the location, but it's not that far away for us. San Antonio got to do the driving, 2 hours, whatever it is. But they already paid for that location, so I definitely don't want to have them have to pay for all of that if we all gonna be there, right? There got to be an equality. It got to be fair. All right. So, go ahead.
Yep. Well said, well said. Looking out for each other, not letting one person or one camp just bear the burden. You know, we're family, we're together.
Yep. Now let me say one thing. If you ain't got it, that don't mean you don't show up.
Con.
All right. We're predisposed to making excuses. If you ain't got it, it's fine. But if you got something, give something. All right. Listen, $40 a person or a family, right? $40 a family, I think that's reasonable and doable. I'm just trying to get at least half the money back so they don't got to bear that whole burden. But if you ain't got it, it's fine. That's not a pass to not show up. Still show up. All right? Don't let that be your excuse, like, oh, I ain't got it, so I ain't going to show up. No, still show up. The scriptures say the strong must bear the infirmities of the weak. And there's going to be a time when somebody else ain't got it and you do. So that person should show up. Why? Because if we got each other's back, then again, it's about the equality. You may have it for the moment and somebody else don't. 6 months later, you might not have it and somebody else does. So that's the whole point. So all right, so don't let Satan put demons in your head and all of a sudden, oh, I can't show up because I ain't got it and brother's gonna look at me funny, and nobody gives a damn about all that. Just show the hell up. Let's have fun.
You know, also one thing too, just on the unity aspect, you know, if you think about it, the only time that you really get to see, you know,
San
all the
Antonio.
other brothers is Passover.
Thank you.
And when you look at Passover, because the venue a lot of the times closes at a certain time, you don't really get to mingle like that. So it's like you don't really get to talk and just kind of chill. And
Passover is
relax.
like a damn job.
It's like you just get there and it's like very quickly, and then as soon as it's over, everybody's like packing up because they got to hurry up and get back to their cities or their states so that they can get ready for work the next day. So, you know, Tabernacles is dope. I definitely recommend everybody coming to Tabernacles. Why? Because, like he said, it won't feel like a job unless you know you're him, or Tazapa around the barbecue pit like last year, and Derek around the barbecue pit. But you know, but not for real though. Like you'll be able to be there and just kind of like just relax. You know what I mean? Just relax, chill, and talk with brothers, talk with sisters. You know.
I'll be honest. Can I be honest? I didn't even, and I'm a, just pardon me for my lack of words. I didn't enjoy Passover this last year for the fact that I wasn't able to sit down and rap with brothers. It was like ceremony, go home.
Yeah.
Show up, ceremony, go home. I'm like, what the hell? You know, hey, shalom. It was like I'm running through the spot, shalom and everybody, and not able to sit back and just rap with the bros.
Mm-hmm.
So. Yeah, I didn't enjoy it because it was so quick. We did all that preparation, right? We did all that prep just to do the ceremony and then get ran up out the building. So that's why we do these other little get-togethers, so we can have that time, man. Have that time, rap to brothers. I mean, when's the last time anyone of y'all sat back and actually rapped to a war or any of the brothers in San Antonio, other than seeing them in class? You know, so. Take the opportunity, like we're saying.
Yeah.
Don't forsake the assembling of us to gathering together, as some of us do.
So it's a refreshing of your spirit, man. We was just talking about that last night, me and Shaddai, about refreshing your spirit. So, yeah.
Yep. Go ahead.
Got it. So, back to the announcements. Hebrew Academy. Those of you who attend know the days and times. Those who want to attend in Virginia, we do it. Virginia and Rochester, we do it on Mondays. Here in Houston, we do it on Tuesdays. You need to reach a priest or teacher. You can reach Priest Kazakia. His number is there on the screen, or you can reach Priest Quatazab. Quatazab is here in Houston. Kazak is in Virginia. A little clarity.
I'm everywhere.
Sweet Ambiance is a business that we have. Get your aromatherapeutic oils, check it out. Get you smelling good, get your house smelling good, get your loved ones smelling good. We also have Chosen Creation. You can find that on Etsy. Our shop is on Etsy. It says shop on our Etsy, chosencreation.com. So I guess it's a website.
Yeah, it's
Oh, it's okay.
But they give you your own little domain.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I ain't gonna front. Like he did these armbands. He made these Judah armbands. Kazak did. I wanted to almost become a Judite. Them armbands were fire. I don't like all the Judah stuff, but I was ready to convert over to Judaism.
You was gonna trace your lineage.
I was ready to be part of David's house.
God.
You know what I'm saying? I was ready. Them armbands are sickening. They're real nice. So he gotta get a pair for Benjamin and Issachar.
You know what I'm saying?
You know what I mean? Right? We gotta represent, but there's some real good things that he's creating. Reuben, all that. Right? All the tribes. But he's doing some real good work. So just check it out. You know, check it out. If you see it on social media, just share it so we can get the word out. You know.
Yeah, and Chosen Creation.
It's all for the school. At the end of the day, we're trying to make it where we can handle all the bills in all the schools and not have to rely on the congregation. You know, even things like Tabernacles and having to ask y'all to contribute to that. If you want to, that's always a good thing. But we're trying to get it to where we don't have to ask. The money is just there, and we can just handle what we got to handle. There's a lot of things to handle. And we're just trying to be self-sufficient as much as the Most High can allow us. You know, so if you see it, just share it. You know, share the posts. I share the posts to share them. If you want something, hit up Kazak and he'll get you at a discount. You know how we do. Take care of the brothers and sisters. So, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep. And if you make any donations, well, Wells Fargo, Zelle, Cash App, Gmail, or Google Wallet, I mean. So those are different ways you can donate or give alms or tithes. And that's it for the announcements. That's it for the announcements.
All right. Everybody, Yahawashi, let's rise and face
Canada, Jerusalem smacked. Oh, brother. You can meet. Obviously. All right, facts out the jokes.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahawashi.
Bahashem Yahawashi.
Bahawa'ah.
Bahawa'ah.
Lathalanawa.
Lathalanawa.
Award. Zayawam.
Zayawam.
Tawada.
Tawada.
Aman.
Amen.
Let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahawashi, that gives to us the light this day. Thanks, so be it.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahawashi.
Bahashem Yahawashi.
Bahawa'ah.
Bahawa'ah.
Lathalanawa.
Lathalanawa.
Rayah.
Rayah.
Nayathikah.
Nayathikah.
Tawada.
Tawada.
Aman.
Amen.
And let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahawashi, that gives to us a sweet savor. Thanks, so be it.
Bahashem Yahawashi.
Bahashem Yahawashi.
Bahawa'ah.
Bahawa'ah.
Lathalanawa.
Lathalanawa.
Hashabbat.
Hashabbat.
Bashalom.
Bashalom.
Tawada. Aman.
Amen.
Let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahawashi, that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thanks, so be it.
Psalms chapter 121. Anashah.
Anashah.
Ayyenyam Yah.
Ayyenyam Yah.
Al-Hahoryim.
Al-Hahoryim.
Na'ayah.
Na'ayah.
Yabawa'ah.
Yabawa'ah.
Aizorya.
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 Yabawa'ah.
Yabawa'ah.
Ma Yahweh.
Ma Yahweh.
Sha'aisha.
Sha'aisha.
Shemayim.
Shemayim.
Wa'aratazah.
Wa'aratazah.
La'ah.
La'ah.
Yanathan.
Yanathan.
La Mawat.
La Mawat.
Regalia.
Regalia.
Yala'ah.
Yala'ah.
Nawum.
Nawum.
Shasha Wamar.
Shasha Wamar.
Yashar Allah.
Yashar Allah.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Shemoria.
Shemoria.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Tazolia.
Tazolia.
Ayil.
Ayil.
Yum Yah. Yad.
Yad.
Hashamash.
Hashamash.
Yala'ah.
Yala'ah.
Hakaya.
Hakaya.
Bayawum.
Bayawum.
Wala'ah.
Wala'ah.
Halabana.
Halabana.
Balayala.
Balayala.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Yashamoria.
Yashamoria.
Korai.
Korai.
Yashamor.
Yashamor.
Yapashya.
Yapashya.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Yashamor.
Yashamor.
Awalakya.
Awalakya.
Wabawa'aya.
Wabawa'aya.
Ma'itan.
Ma'itan.
Wa'ay.
Wa'ay.
Aywalam.
Aywalam.
Aman.
Amen.
Psalms 121. I will lift up my eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, the Lord is, behold, he that keepeth thee, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even from evermore.
Bahashem Yahawashi.
Bahashem Yahawashi.
We at
Shemaya
Shemaya
Shalala.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Achai.
Yahweh Achai.
Shemaya Shalala.
Shemaya Shalala.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Achai.
Yahweh Achai.
Shemaya Shalala.
Shemaya Shalala.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Allah Hayanawa.
Yahweh Achai.
Yahweh Achai.
And let's hear, O Israel, Yahweh our power. Yahweh is one.
Matthew chapter 6 and verse 9. Abanawa,
Abanawa,
Shabbat Shemayim,
Shabbat Shemayim,
Quadash,
Quadash,
Hayah,
Hayah,
Shemka,
Shemka,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Malak Wathka,
Malak Wathka,
Taba'ah,
Taba'ah,
Ratazaka,
Ratazaka,
Hayah,
Hayah,
Aisha,
Aisha,
Ba'arataza,
Ba'arataza,
Kawa,
Kawa,
Hayah,
Hayah,
Bashamayim,
Bashamayim,
Batalanawa,
Batalanawa,
Bacham,
Bacham,
Kol,
Kol,
Yawum,
Yawum,
Wasalach Noah,
Wasalach Noah,
Chabawat Noah,
Chabawat Noah,
Kasalach Noah,
Kasalach Noah,
Chabawat Yenoah,
Chabawat Yenoah,
Wala'ah,
Wala'ah,
Kabayanoah,
Kabayanoah,
Manasaya Wood,
Manasaya Wood,
Abo,
Abo,
Hoshaya Noah,
Hoshaya Noah,
Mayan,
Mayan,
Rai,
Rai,
Kaya,
Kaya,
Laka,
Laka,
Malakwat,
Amalakwa,
Wa'ala,
Wa'ala,
Wa'ataparat,
Wa'ataparat,
La'ai
La'ai
Aman.
Amen.
The Lord's Prayer, which can be found in Matthew chapter 6 and verse 9. After this manner, therefore, pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us of our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Amen.
Ha'ishra,
Asherah,
Matazawat,
Matazawa,
The Ten Commandments.
La'ah,
La'ah,
Yahaya,
Yahaya,
Laka,
Laka,
Alahayim,
Alahayim,
Achorim,
Ahorim,
Ail Panya,
Al Panya,
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
La'ah,
La'ah,
Da'isha,
Da'isha,
Laka,
Laka,
Pasol,
Pasol,
Wala'ah,
Wala'ah,
Da'ibadam,
Da'ibadam,
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
La'ah,
La'ah,
Talakwak'at,
Talakwak'at,
Shum,
Shum,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Bashawah,
Bashawah,
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Zakar,
Zakar,
Hayawam,
Hayawam,
Hashabat,
Hashabat,
Lakwadashwa,
Lakwadashwa,
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Kabad,
Kabad,
Abaka,
Abaka,
Wa'amaka,
Wa'amaka,
Honor thy father and thy mother.
La'ah,
La'ah,
Karatazak,
Karatazak,
Thou shalt not murder.
La'ah,
La'ah,
Tana'ah,
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
La'ah,
La'ah,
Daganah,
Daganah,
Thou shalt not steal.
La'ah,
La'ah,
Da'inah,
Da'inah,
Shakur,
Shakur,
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
La'ah,
La'ah,
Takamad,
Takamad,
Kol,
Kol,
Asherah,
Asherah,
Lara'aika,
Lara'aika,
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Bahashem Yahushai,
Bahashem Yahushai,
Wada,
Wada,
Yad,
Tamyad,
Aman.
Aman.
Yeshavium, which means to be seated.
Sis, can I see the reading? Oh, yeah. Alrighty, y'all. Let's just look at the first reading. Let's do it. We shouldn't be here too long. All right.
Michael, Shabbat Shah, Yahawah, Banya Sharala.
Michael, Shabbat.
Oh,
Go ahead.
Michael, Shabbat Tashal, Yahawah, Banya Sharala. Men of Israel, Amadi. Barak,
Yahawah Hashem, Yahweh Shai Barakatam.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushai Barakatam.
Let's get it.
All right, y'all. So we're going to be doing. We're going to start Deuteronomy chapter 29 and verse 9, and we're going to read to Deuteronomy chapter 30 and verse 20. And I think the next week is the last.
Yeah.
We finish the Torah next week. So next week we will finish the Torah next Shabbat. Shalom to everyone online. Shalom Romero. Shalom Romero. So yeah, we'll start Deuteronomy 29 and verse 9. We're going to run to Deuteronomy chapter 30, verse 20. Then we're going to start at Isaiah 61 and 10, run to Isaiah 63 and 9, and then John 12 and 41 to John 12 and 50, and then we'll do Ecclesiasticus chapter 2, all right? So,
Yeah, if you wanna donate to that Tabernacles, you can Zelle me or Cash App. She'll put it in the chat. You can tell my number, or you can Cash App, just $ Quatazop. Whoever wants to give to that. And then the dates for Tabernacles and Hanukkah. Is it on the announcements already or not?
No, sir.
Real quick, let me get this real fast. Dates for, what is that, September? So Feast of Tabernacles starts on the 10th of October. Ends on the 17th. Wait, hold on, is that right? Right. Do me a favor. Hold on real quick. Hold on real fast. Just noticed something. What's that? He said he was getting it for the last day. The last day is the 17th. First day is the 10th. Yeah, we got here on the calendar, the first day of the Tabernacles is the 10th to the 17th. I'll confirm the date that we're going to be meeting up with San Antonio. I'll confirm that by Wednesday, just to make sure. But yeah, Tabernacles 10th to the 17th. What was the other one she asked? Hanukkah. Hanukkah is going to be the 18th of December to 26th of December. All right, so we'll announce. I mean, we always do it. We'll announce it. Let's get through Monday, then we'll start announcing the other ones. But yeah, if you try to plan for those dates, the 18th to the 26th for Hanukkah, 10th to the 17th for Tabernacles. But we're only meeting up with San Antonio one of the days because the venue is only available for that time. But I'll get more details. We just spoke about it a few days ago, so yesterday I believe. So I'll get more details. But go ahead.
It's the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 29 and verse 9. Keep therefore the words of this covenant and do them, that ye may prosper in all that ye do. Ye stand this day, all of you, before the Lord your God, your captains of your tribes, your elders, and your officers, with all the men of Israel, your little ones, your wives, and thy stranger that is in thy camp, for the hewer of thy wood unto the drawer of thy water, that thou shouldest enter into covenant with the Lord thy God, and into his oath, which the Lord thy God maketh with thee this day, that he may establish thee today for a people unto himself, and that he may be unto thee a God, as he hath said unto thee, and as he hath sworn unto thy fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob.
All right, so right here, we're at the end of Deuteronomy. So Moses is about to pass. He's about to pass the baton over to Joshua. We're about to finally go and enter into our land. So, as he said when we were reading earlier, we were standing here with all of our families, all our wives, our little ones, like literally everybody that was there with us, that was joined to us, was there, even the strangers, right? So, you know what I like? It says, verse 11. It says, your little ones. Read verse 11 again.
Hewers of wood.
Verse 11. your little ones, your wives, and thy stranger that is in thy camp, from the hewer of the wood unto the drawer of thy water.
Y'all know what the hewer of wood and the drawing of water is? The people that do that?
Those are our servants.
Those are our servants. So literally everybody was there. Everybody from our servants up to our princes, our rulers, our elders, all of them, right? So verse 12 says we're about to enter into this covenant, into this oath. And we're going to read down, but there's a part in here that I really like. Verse 12 was us entering into the same covenant, into the same oath that Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob was entered into. You see what I'm saying? So now we as a nation was about to enter into the same promise. This is the same oath, this is the same covenant, the same promise that Esau sold way back in Genesis chapter 25. So right here in Deuteronomy chapter 29 and verse 12 on down that we're reading, this is that oath, this is that covenant that we're about to join ourselves to. Same one. Pick up where you left off.
Verse 14. Neither with you only do I make this covenant and this oath.
So you see that this wasn't just going to be an oath. The covenant and the oath wasn't just going to be for everybody that was right there at the time. Read verse 15.
But with him that standeth here with us this day before the Lord our God.
So the ones that were there, go ahead.
And also with him that is not here with us this day.
So who do you think wasn't with us at this time in this day that is talking about with this oath? You got the ones that are standing there and the ones that ain't there. Who y'all think is the ones that ain't there? Us today. Perfect. Us today. So if you ever, what's up?
No, future generations, yeah.
Exactly. So once you come out that bloodline, once you come out that seed, you were a part of that oath. Because obviously we weren't there. Like Pastor Zab said, it was the future generations. So this oath, this covenant that we signed into, it's beautiful. Y'all see it. We ain't even deserve it. You know? I wish a lot of y'all were here for yesterday's class. But yesterday's class was perfect. Ivy asked a very good question. And we're going to go there because everybody needs to hear it. Let's go to 2 Corinthians real quick. Because there's something that comes with this oath. And there's something that comes with this covenant. Right?
You trying to turn up in here?
Nah, but it's real.
Turn up.
Let's go to 2 Corinthians. Magun, where you at? You know where to go.
2 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 8.
All right, so real quick before you do read it, so Moses blessed us. We all entered into this covenant, into this oath, right? It's beautiful. Now, who's Judah in here and online? Raise your hand. Who's Benjamin here and online? We got Levi. We got a couple Simeons. We got Gad. We got Reuben in our camp. We got Issachar, of course.
You said who's Benjamin?
Yeah.
I'm Judah because I want the armband.
We got Ephraim. Ain't it beautiful to know your tribe? Ain't it beautiful to know, like, damn, like, I'm a part of something special. I'm a part of this. Like this whole thing, you've been reading it your whole life. The whole world is based off of this. It don't matter. Even Muslims, it's based off of this. Because the Quran was taken from this. You see what I'm saying? The first book of the Quran, when I was reading, when I had downloaded the app, because I didn't have the Quran, but the first book was the cow. And I remember reading that, and it was the same thing that I was reading in here when Moses went up to the mountain and Aaron made the calf. I read about that in the Quran way back before I learned about the truth. And I was like, it's the same, it's the same thing. And you know what it reaffirmed to me? That dang, the Most High Israel. Because the two major religions at the time, the Bible and the Quran, both was saying the same thing. But I had chose the Bible because the Bible went more in depth. The Bible seemed more real to me. Now, I'm just bringing that up because this is Israel. And it was all about y'all. This is all about us. The covenant that we just read, it's all about us and the oath. But there's things that come with that covenant and that oath that we got sworn into, especially in these times for the generation then and for the generation to come in these times. Y'all see what's going on in the world and in the news. Now, we touched on this yesterday, but I'm going to touch on it for everybody that isn't here. Right? So, 2 Corinthians chapter 6 and verse 3. We're going to read down. Go ahead.
2 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 3.
Y'all can thank Ivy for this. Go ahead.
Giving no offense in anything,
Uh-huh.
that the ministry be not blamed.
Got the what?
Ministry be not blamed.
So, check this out. It says, don't give any offense. Don't offend. Try your best not to offend nobody. Try your best not to make somebody talk crap or have something negative to say about the ministry that you've been called into. We had looked up ministry, or to be a minister. You know what a minister is? A servant.
Chief servant.
Chief servant, head servant, right? Stewards. So it says, don't give any offense, that way the ministry be not blamed, right? You got the other scripture, I think it's in Ecclesiasticus, where it says, don't ever talk against the truth. Don't ever talk against the ministry. You see what I'm saying? If somebody can find that for me.
What
But
is
it's like in Ecclesiasticus. It says, blame not the truth. Is it Timothy's? Okay, then it's 1 Timothy 3:1 then, I guess. Because I haven't linked. I can go to it. Let me see.
Oh, no, you're right.
Come on.
Oh, no.
Hold on.
No, it's blank.
I think
It's
we're talking about Ecclesiasticus 11:7.
How does it go?
No. The Ecclesiastes 11:7 is blame not before you examine.
Right.
Damn it. Yeah, I couldn't find it yesterday. I still can't find it today. Anyways, it says, don't let the ministry be blamed. So this verse 3 is important. You know why? Me and Mike was having a talk today while we was driving up. And I was talking about how the first time I ever saw an Israelite street speaking, he was telling white people that we was going to rape their women, that he was out there fighting white people. It was just one man. He was out there cussing white people out. And I was telling him, if it wasn't for my mind being in a decent space, I would have looked at him and looked at all Israelites and been like, y'all are trash. But luckily my mind was in the right place to know that this man's mind was messed up. But think about all the Israelites that go out and they don't roll in a standard and they cause the ministry to be blamed. They totally mess up this 2 Corinthians chapter 6 and verse 3. So what I'm showing y'all is this. When it comes with you part of the covenant, you part of the oath, please understand that you have to roll now with a standard. It ain't just another good example. Those crackers out there in England, right? The Queen Elizabeth just died. Now you got her son coming up, King Charles, right? He's naturally in that bloodline of rulership and all the other princes and stuff, right?
Right.
Understand that even though he is the king, if he messes up in a certain type of way, then the people's gonna come against him, and he may have to step down and give it to somebody else. You see what I'm saying? Same thing with the princes. They'll disqualify themselves if they was first in line. If they move a certain type of way, they can disqualify themselves, and it can pass over them because of the way that they dealt, because of the way that they're dealing. So, with that, they do have to carry themselves with a certain type of standard. We was talking about it yesterday, that Celtics coach that committed adultery. Now he's suspended for the whole year, and he may just lose his job as a head coach. Why? Because when you're in certain positions, you got to roll and carry yourself a certain type of way. Now, please understand that just you being born an Israelite and you knowing you have to roll with a certain type of standard. You have to roll a certain type of way, because you can't be one of the reasons why somebody wants to blame anything on you. You see what I'm saying? But let's go to verse 4.
But in all things,
Uh-huh.
approving ourselves.
Doing what?
Approving ourselves.
So again, what comes with this covenant and this oath that we just read about in Deuteronomy, You have to approve yourself. You have to approve yourself. Israelites do not want to approve themselves. You have to approve yourself. And like I was saying yesterday, Zion says it all the time. The brothers, the sisters, the elders that you see that have certain positions in this school, in San Antonio, in Virginia, and in New York, they've approved themselves. But what is it that you're approving yourself in? I can sit here and study this all day. All day. All day. If I'm not going through these things that we're about to read, then I'm not approving myself. I'm not approving myself. Pastors sit there and study this all day. What's the somebody that like researches a lot? Scholars, I'm sorry. Scholars sit here and read this all day. So that don't matter if you're not going through the proven ground. Brothers and sisters, understand. There is a proven ground that you have to go through in this truth to be found worthy of the Most High. Just like he put us through the wilderness. That was a proven ground for us to prove ourselves, to show to the Most High that we're worthy. Now, read on.
As the ministers of God.
So we're approving ourselves as ministers, as servants, as chief servants, chief stewards to the Most High. That's not it.
That's what you were thinking.
But that's pretty good.
That's what you were thinking. No, I'm serious.
Kind.
That's what you were thinking.
What is it,
James
James?
3:14.
See if I have it. But yeah, we're approving ourselves as chief ministers, right? Y'all got to see, it's very important to approve yourselves. Anybody want to buy a car that was never proven? You go or you go and buy a house that was never proven. You spend all that money on a car or on a house.
But how do they approve it? What's the best way to prove a car right now? If you went to go buy a car, what's the best way to prove that car? That it's reliable. What do they got? What do they got?
You have to drive it?
Forget about you driving it. What they got?
The history of it.
Okay, what is that called? Huh?
Stats.
No.
Carfax?
They got what?
Carfax?
Huh?
Carfax?
Carfax. Because it's factual that this is how we dealt with this vehicle, this is how it was maintained, this is how it runs. You go buy a house, what do you get? Who do you get to look at it?
Oh, inspector.
The what?
Inspector.
And what does he do?
Inspect the house.
Does he look at it from the outside? Oh, it's good, buy it.
Wow.
He walks through, what does he do? If he's a good inspector or a good appraiser, what is he gonna do? He's gonna walk through.
There was piping,
What else? Piping,
electricity,
electric, right? What else? 3 major things.
the roof,
The roof, there's one more. What's under that roof?
foundation.
Foundation. Right? He's gonna, but what does he have to do to see these things? Could he see the electricity from outside the doors? Like, oh no, the electric looks bad. Or it looks good. Or the roof, it looks good from here. Right? What does he gotta do? Gotta get up in there, right? He has to sit back and examine it. He has to examine it, and how do you know if a roof is a bad roof? Right, the shingles, right? But then, how do you really know that it's a bad roof?
The ceiling is cracked,
Right? But how do you really know?
See waves in it.
foundation.
Y'all are missing it. It's real easy.
Foot go through?
Huh?
If your foot go through?
No, we talking about the roof. How do you know the roof?
It's leaking.
Thank you. Thank you. You'll know a roof is bad if it's leaking before you can see it. Right? So the functionality, what it's doing. Oh, this roof is no longer approved as a roof. Why? Because it's not doing what a roof is meant to do, protect you from the water. Right? So it goes back to like a car. What the hell is a car if it don't drive? If you hit the brakes and it don't stop, then those are not brakes, right? If you're trying to turn left but the car is pulling right, then okay, we got a steering issue. You can go through all the different things and say, okay, this car is not worth it. Why? Because it's not going to function as a vehicle that I need to be able to get back and forth reliably. Right? So what is the Most High looking at when he says approving us as ministers? Well, I don't know why you weren't here. Well, he gives us these lists of things, right? To say, this is how you're approved as a minister. So, is it my list?
No.
Did I write down this list? Like, hey, Paul, I got this list for you. I need you to talk to the Corinthians. Did I get, is this Quadazat, Lakarab, Kazak? Whose list is this?
Most High.
So who's approving you?
The Most High.
So what is he holding next to you to see if you're a minister?
Scriptures.
What scriptures? Well, this list, right? He's saying, look, this is how you approve yourself as what I want you to be. This is how I approve a car. Let's go through the Carfax. This is how I approve a house, right? This is how I approve this or approve that or approve this. There's a standard, and then you hold the thing next to the standard. Now, what if the thing don't live up to the standard? What do? Do you buy the house? Well, no, let's not jump out the window. You may look and say, I can fix that, right? That thing we could get the contractors in and we could fix that. Foundation, that's a little tough. You may have to get under there, lift the house up, level it out, right? You might have to, but before you just buy the house, you look at the things and say, okay, let me count the costs. These things can be fixed. These things can be worked on. Oh, a roof? Oh, that's easy. We just go up there and throw some shingles, patch that up. Or it's bad, let's replace the whole roof to make the house livable, right? Oh, the foundation's cracked. Let's figure that out. We got to pour up some cement or we got to level them out. Oh, the front yard looks terrible. Curb appeal. Oh, that's easy. We throw some sod down, throw some bushes in, a few roses, a couple of marigolds, and we in there, right? We can work with it. Now, how many of us walked in and when you look at this list in Corinthians 6, how many of us is just perfect in this list?
Nobody.
None of us.
Oh, sorry.
None of us, right?
Con.
So what's the whole point? The whole point is to do what?
Repair yourself.
Do what?
Repair.
Do what?
Repair.
There got to be some repairs needed. But before you can repair anything, what has to happen? What?
Examine thyself.
Right. Well,
You have to look at
the house can't examine itself.
You have to find the problem.
But the house can't do it. The house ain't gonna examine itself. The car ain't gonna examine itself. We're the car. We're the house. So somebody got to step in. There got to be an appraiser that comes in and says, "Oh, wait a minute. This is what you need. That's what you need. This is what you got to work on. This is what you got to work on." Now, obviously, we're not houses and cars, right? The scriptures do say to examine yourself. But what if you're examining and you're overlooking certain things in you? What if you overlook certain things in you? Then isn't there somebody there to say, wait a minute, you're overlooking this little thing that's going to help you get to the next stage. Let's work on that. Pause real quick. We know you want to teach all the godly things. We know you want to break down all the breakdowns. We know you want to street speak all the street speaking. But before you can do that, okay, you can't be a drunkard. You can't be high. You can't be double-minded. You can't be unfaithful. Let's work on those things.
Yep.
Right? Ain't nothing wrong with wanting to teach and wanting to be an example, but how? If you haven't worked on the example things.
That's why I mentioned the dude. The first dude I ever saw street speak.
Right, he's yelling and screaming, cussing people out, calling women bitchs.
Fighting, he was doing all that.
Fighting people, high, on coke, on crack.
Treating his own person that was reading with him, treating him like
Probably
crap.
smacking him, calling him a nigga, all that, right? Who knows? I've seen some weird things. He's seen some weird things.
So you need to check them.
Well, here it
That's
is.
what I'm saying.
Yeah, here it is. But what if I'm not able to? What if I don't know how to go through the checklist and accomplish? What if the arena is not set? Well, that's where, don't the scriptures say iron sharpeneth iron? Don't the scriptures say 2 is better than 1? Don't the scriptures say where 2 and 3 is scattered, so is Christ? So what is this saying? That we got to stop running from the iron. Stop running from the appraisers. Stop running from the Carfax. It's like, you can't run from the Carfax, right? Because think about it. If I pull up a car, I was telling the brother yesterday, he was asking about a car. I said, bro, check the Carfax. And if that Carfax ain't looking good, don't buy that car. If it don't got one, don't buy that car. Right? Because you're going to know about that vehicle, its track record, its history. Right? But our history, our track record is what? Well, daily matching ourselves to what the Most High wants us to be. This ain't what I want from y'all. As far as me just creating something. I didn't create this. This ain't my standard. This ain't my what I'm trying to hold y'all. We are trying to hold each other accountable, but this is not what I invented, is what I'm saying. The Most High invented this and gave us these standards. Why? To better ourselves. So you could be a better car, a better house, a better husband, wife, child, brother, sister, a better teacher, if that's what you want to be, a counselor. All those great spiritual things that we all want to be, right? But think about it. Isn't a doctor held to a standard? Isn't a lawyer? They take the bar exam, they take their tests, they go through all the schooling to be held to a standard. I don't give a damn what you're doing. I don't care what job you have. You could be ringing up at a cash register. There's a standard. There's a standard for a cash register. They got to at least know how to count and get a right change and say, have a nice day, right? There's a standard. No matter what it is, there's a checklist, and this is what you got to live up to meet the requirements. Because you can go in somebody's job and say, man, that's a terrible employee. And what you looking at? The standard they keep, according to all the other situations you've been in. Right? So he said it, perfect. We got to repair ourselves. And there's many levels to the repair that we have to go through.
Yep.
But you can't fix I've been saying this for almost a year now. You can't fix a problem until you acknowledge it. You can't just, you don't just walk in and say, oh, you know what? Let me knock down some walls. Nah, who does? Like, nobody does that. You walk in and you assess, you look around, you examine. What? Go ahead.
So I found the scripture. And
Oh, you found it?
Yeah.
So it wasn't James.
Go to Ecclesiasticus 4:25. And to just off of what he just said, which is to fix a problem, you have to be able to acknowledge a problem, right? The scripture says, lie not one to another. We gotta stop lying to ourselves, right? And be real and straight up with our own selves. And check this out. Read Ecclesiastes 4:25.
This is the book of Ecclesiasticus 4:25. In no
Wise speak
against the truth.
You see that?
Oh, okay.
Read that again. And clear and loud.
In no
Wise
speak against the truth.
And this is why I say we got to stop lying to ourselves. Because a lot of the times when something happens, something don't go our way, or depending on how we feel, we like to blame other people. We like to blame whatever method, whatever structure is laid down, whatever it is that we do. We like to blame. And you want to know what's cold? We could have been having class just one day a week, Saturday. If that spirit is on you, it doesn't matter. You're going to blame, it's going to be a problem with that. We could have been just gathering just to street speak. It'll be a problem with that.
All y'all do is street speak.
It'll always be.
You only have class once a week. See, that's why I'm falling in the negative.
It'll always be a problem. It'll always be an issue. It doesn't matter. Why? Because that spirit is on you. And you're not being real with your own self. You see what I'm saying? You can always blame somebody else for whatever fault it is that you have, whatever shortcomings it is that you have. But what sucks is, I'm not going to say it sucks, but a big problem with Israelites, and it's not just with this school that I've seen, it's Israelites that I see online. Like you see a lot of Israelites online that like to blame One West for this and that, for why they're like this or why they're like that. Well, I see there's a lot of Israelites that yes do blame One West, and I'm not even online, but I see that. But I still see a lot of brothers that came from One West that's doing phenomenal, that got their own schools, got their own camps, been still stuck in the word and still doing their own thing. So when I look at the people that's blaming One West or blaming a camp for this and that, I'm like, weren't you in another camp, Mike? You was in another camp and you left the other camp and came and you was like, this one suits me better, right?
Okay.
Well, you want to know what's cold about Mike? I've never heard Mike say anything bad about that camp that he was a part of before he came here. Not once. A lot of y'all probably wouldn't even have known that the brother was part of another camp. Just never said anything. You see what I'm saying? Never blamed anything. You see what I'm saying? But a lot of Israelites, they like to blame other people and point the finger at why they are the way they are. Instead of just taking responsibility and saying, nah, I'm like this because of me. This is your life. You see what I'm saying? This is your life. And one thing that we do try to do here is give brothers the opportunity to reach their goals, reach what it is, get up here, be street speakers.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
Be able to do the things that's necessary. So you cannot blame anybody for why you aren't where you're supposed to be at. Like the finger got to be started. You got to start pointing the finger at yourself, because that's the only way that you're going to be able to grow. Like he was just saying, like you got to be able to look at yourself and say, you know what, it's on me. But read that again, Noah. Verse 25 from the top.
In no wise speak against the truth.
You know why? Because a lot of times this is the first knee-jerk reaction whenever something goes the way that you don't want it to go. Or whenever you're asked to do something you don't feel like doing. It's always like, damn.
Or whenever you don't have enough faith to understand that, just move in faith and the rest will be revealed to you, right? What did he say? Proverbs 16:3, he said, commit thy works to the Lord, and thy thoughts will be established. Sometimes you just got to do the good that you see others do, and he'll give you the thought behind it. But too many times the thought is, well, I don't see that. I don't have enough faith. You're not saying you don't have enough faith, but you just do. You don't have enough faith to do that, put your hand to that work. And sometimes it has to be the opposite. Yeah, you ain't got enough faith, but just do it. Just do it.
Think about this. When have you ever read in the scripture somebody said, man, I don't have no faith, or I don't have enough faith? Like, you never see that. They show that they don't have enough faith by their actions.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? By the way they go about things. Like, we showed as a nation that we didn't have no faith in the Most High because we just went ahead and went to Egypt for help. When you read Isaiah chapter 30. We showed that we didn't have enough faith whenever we murmured and complained whenever we was in the wilderness. We wasn't necessarily saying it that we didn't have enough faith, but what it is that the things that we talked about, what proceeded out of our mouth showed that we didn't have any faith. You see what I'm saying? Our actions. Moses showed, Moses was just disobedient. Just one little aspect, and it showed where he was at in his action. You see what I'm saying? So, remember this, you could think it all you want, but it's the actions behind it that show what's really going on. You see what I'm saying? But again, on this, it says, speak not against the truth, right? Read on, Noah.
But be
Abashed.
abashed the error of thine
Ignorance.
ignorance.
So be abashed, right? In the error of your ignorance. Somebody look up the word abashed. Let's fully understand what abashed is. Because you could read it and be like, I have an idea what it's talking about, but let's see what abashed is. What's abashed?
1828 says confused with shame.
Go ahead. So it says be confused with shame.
It's confounded.
Confounded. Go ahead.
Put to silence.
Be put to silence.
Yeah, that's it. That's all it has on that.
So instead of blaming the truth or blaming this, speaking out, you should be in silence. It's better to be in silence. Because at the end of the day, guess what? It's your error. It's your ignorance.
Oh, was Webster's
Uh-huh.
made to feel uncomfortable.
It's
This
feel uncomfortable with your own error and your own ignorance.
right.
Can't blame nobody else. But you know what's cold? This is why a lot of brothers, this is why a lot of sisters do not grow in the truth. And if I don't know if I did that class online Wednesday or if I did it in class, but I did a class on growing. It's a constant. This is a constant growing thing that we're supposed to be doing here. When you're a part of this covenant that we agreed to, this oath that we agreed to in Deuteronomy, everybody is happy to be an Israelite. Everybody is happy to wear their fringes, but there's things that come with it. Wearing a beard,
That's true.
being modest, like, yeah, those are the little things, but guess what? There's things that come with it. There's a way that you have to roll. You see what I'm saying? And a big part of that is in these times, guess what? Most High requires us to grow until we're dead. You're like a snake. Y'all know a snake doesn't like ever stop growing until it's dead. They just grow at different paces. So like a python and anaconda, they be long as hell. But some snakes, the ones that are like really small but venomous, they don't stop growing until they're dead. That's, yeah, that's how we are. We're supposed to keep growing spiritually until we're dead. A lot of the times, brothers and sisters, we feel the things that we feel. We feel a certain type of way simply because we stopped growing. We stopped pushing ourselves. We stopped caring the way that we should have cared. What's up?
I was gonna say, you know, that's a perfect way of saying things. But you also, when you look at it in the carnal side, you know, when people retire, they just stop and do it. A lot of them just pass away and just die.
That's what happened to my grandfather. My grandfather, he retired. He retired, man, and just he slipped into drinking a lot, and the dementia hit him, and then he passed. But he like literally died a year or two. A year after he retired, he was like done. The second year afterwards, he died. But before that, Grandpa will get up early, water his grass, go and drive the bus, come home, do some yard work, and then go and drive the bus to pick the kids up back from school and take them home, and then come home. Like, once he retired, he stopped doing that, man. He slipped into drinking, smoking, and just deteriorated. So what do you think happens with us? It's the same thing. We're not meant to just be in cruise control. In neutral. We have to have the mindset of always growing and always enduring. The scripture says, he that endureth till the end. If you're enduring something, that means that it's hard. When's the last time you had to endure eating your favorite food? Man, this ice cream is just so hard to eat it. Like, nah. When's the last time you had to endure drinking water when you were thirsty? That's easy, it's natural, but endurance comes from endurance taps in when you want to stop. You see what I'm saying? But let's go back to this. 2 Corinthians 6:4. Go ahead.
2 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 4.
Uh-huh.
But in all things, approving ourselves as the ministers of God.
And you know why we're going over this? Because it's expedient for you. It's expedient for you. You know how the scripture says, all things is lawful, but all things ain't expedient? The other scripture says, it's expedient. I hear and I give my advice, because it's expedient for you to be forward a year ago. So that means just be forward thinking in your actions and your movements and your decision making and everything. It's expedient. It's good for you. Like, everybody here knows it's good for you to like not drink soda, right? That's expedient for you. Everybody knows it's good for you to not eat ice cream all day, right? It's good for you. So this that we're going over, it's good for you. It's good for you in this truth. Why? Because everything that we're about to touch, once you put them fringes on, once you put that beard on, you put that dress on,
That Hebrew name.
this is going to hit you. It has to hit you. Read on.
And much patience.
And guess what? It says much patience. Why? Because you gave your life over to Jesus. Jesus, take the wheel. Right? then understand that you ain't in control no more. So things ain't gonna happen when you want it to happen. You're gonna have some patience, because the Most High is the one that's gonna do everything. He's gonna be in control of you can put in all the work, but if he sees you lacking in a certain area, then ain't no growth gonna come. Not necessarily until you fits what he wants you to fix. You can have all your plans. One thing I kind of learned in the truth is to make a plan, but go with the plan. But if I see something change, then I understand. Okay, the Most High ain't. That's why he said, "Lord, will I see you?" Because if it's the Lord's will, then yeah, it'll happen. But it's patience. Why? Because you ain't in control no more. You ain't in control no more. But guess what, man? That's dope. It's good to not be in control. Why is a dog on a leash and being controlled by the owner? Not saying that we're dogs. But why? Because that dog will get itself in trouble, get ran over by a car. The dogs that are off the leash, they still in control, because when the owner calls, they come. But they're at least a little bit more trusted to be off the leash, that they ain't gonna bite nobody, run into a car. They're a little bit better off. So the Most High controls our aspect. He literally drives the car, because we don't know where the hell we're going sometimes. We can't see in front of us. So patience is necessary. But patience is also necessary to go through what we're about to read. Read.
And afflictions.
Because you're going to need patience to go through your afflictions. Afflictions is hardships. Who here going through hardships? We did this yesterday. Who's going through some hardship? Who's going through misery? Who's going through misfortune, suffering, adversity, tribulation, calamity?
We all, in some form, we all are.
We all are in some form. And read on.
And necessities.
Yeah, who needs things? Who has a need for things, basic necessary things, and they don't got it?
But still staying patient enough and faithful enough to wait for those things to be added to you. Think about it. You're going to go through all these things, but the thing you need is patience. You can't let your patience wear out, because then you won't be approved in the rest of the other things. Mm-hmm. Patience is that one thing, faith, that one element that is going to help you carry yourself through to be able to get through all these other different situations. Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
And distresses.
All right, so distresses. I love distresses. You know why? Because this is a thing that Israelites never want to talk about. You know, when you look up distresses, woe, wretchedness. Check this out. It says unhappiness. We was talking about this yesterday. Is there such a thing to be unhappy in the truth? Yes, it is. You can definitely be unhappy in the truth, right? But you want to know what's cold? I'm gonna let y'all into a little secret. There's gonna be times, yes, when unhappy moments is gonna hit you, when afflictions is gonna hit you, when you gonna need necessity is perfect. When you need something, right, but you don't got it. What ends up happening when you need something but you don't have it, and you're a part of the truth? You want me to tell you? Well, more than likely somebody in the camp got it. More than likely somebody in the camp got what you need. So you're able to now have that necessity fixed. Why? Because somebody got it for you. You see what I'm saying? Just like in your afflictions. Who wants to go through hardships by themselves? That's why the scripture says, woe unto him that is left alone. Right? But guess what? It's the same thing with distress. If you're unhappy in the truth, my question is this: where does your happiness lie? What makes you happy? Does the work make you happy? Does the growth? Does seeing brothers and sisters grow around you? Does that make you happy, or does football season just started, right? So for all the, I'm a Cowboy hater, so do the Cowboys make you happy when they win? You know what I'm saying? Do food make you happy? What makes you happy? I like it. You know why? Because now we did it yesterday. You got to do like some real self-evaluating and really sit down and ask yourself, like, damn, why am I unhappy in the truth? What makes me unhappy? Another one, sadness. This is under distress too. If you're always sad in the truth, you got to evaluate it. Damn, why am I sad? Why am I always sad? There's two different things. Are you sad because of the work? Or are you sad? You know why I'm sad in the truth a lot of the times? Majority of the times, I'm sad in the truth because just the state of the world. But I'm not necessarily sad because I gotta, like, I don't know, come to class or something. That don't make me sad. It don't make me sad to be around brothers and sisters. It don't make me sad to do the work. It don't make me unhappy to do the work. What makes me unhappy in the truth is just the world. It's seeing what goes on in the world. Depressed. Depression is another one for distress, y'all. If you're feeling, you know, the only time I feel depressed or unhappy or sad in the truth, if I'm being totally honest, is when I know that I'm not doing what I'm supposed to be doing. Is when I know that I'm not pushing forward no more, but I kind of like fell into neutral. You ever been driving and your car you accidentally hit the thing and it goes into neutral? Yep. You ain't even realize it. You sitting there hitting the gas, engine revving, and they ain't going nowhere. You feel like you messed up your transmission. That's the only time that I actually legitimately feel this: sadness, depression, unhappiness, because I took my eye off the ball. I'm no longer focused in doing the work and being better. The longer I'm like that, the more sad, the more depressed, the more unhappy I'll feel, the more heartache I'll have, the more difficulty, the more trouble I have. These are all synonyms for distress. You know? But again, you're gonna go through these things in the truth. You gotta approve yourselves through it. You gotta approve yourselves in going through the unhappiness, the heartache, the depression, the sadness. Yahawashi was a man of sorrow, y'all. He called you to walk and to pick up his cross. What you think the cross was? All this is the cross that you're picking up. He that don't pick up his cross and follow me, he ain't worthy of me. You got to approve yourself in this. But let's read down.
Verse 5.
And
stripes.
Ain't nobody in here getting whipped, but we getting hit. We get hit with something. When it rains, it pours. If it ain't one thing, it's another, right? Read on.
And imprisonments.
We in prison to our job. We in prison to the rent, the mortgage, the bills. Like, you gotta pay that. In prison to man, we just in prison to certain things. Go ahead.
And tumults. And labors.
Go ahead.
And watchings. And fasting.
Go ahead.
By pureness. By knowledge. By long suffering. By kindness. By the Holy Spirit. By love unfeigned.
I mean, we can break all this down, but I mean, y'all are seeing it's giving you a whole list of things that you're gonna have to approve yourself with and going through this truth. So when you join this covenant with the Most High, understand that He's gonna test you. It's a must. It's a must. You want to be called a child of Abraham? You think Abraham didn't go through things? You want to be called a child of Isaac? But you think he didn't go through things? You want to be called a child of Jacob? It's funny, we read about these men. You read about Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. You don't really necessarily read too many happy things that they was going through on this earth. You read about Abraham having to tell his Sarah twice, listen, tell them you're my sister or they gonna kill me. You read about Abraham having to being told, go sacrifice your son. You read about Abraham having to take 300 trained servants to go save Lot against five cities? That's what you read about. You read about Abraham praying to the Most High, don't go and destroy Sodom and Gomorrah. That's what you're reading about. You ain't reading about Abraham running. You ain't reading about, what are you reading about when you read it? You read about Jacob, right? Esau trying to kill me. Laban messing me up. Serving 7 years for one wife and getting tricked and getting another. Then having to serve 7 years for another. Then having to serve another 6 years, 20 years total. And then this dude don't even want me to leave and go home. Like, you're not reading about nothing happy. You read about Joseph going to Egypt, being sold by his own brothers to go to Egypt. That ain't happiness, man. So, but they approved themselves. They approved themselves in everything that it was that they had to go through. So, I just wanted to touch this to remind brothers and sisters that this covenant back in Deuteronomy, we can go back to Deuteronomy. I just wanted to remind brothers and sisters, read Deuteronomy chapter 29 and verse 12.
This book of Deuteronomy, chapter 29 and verse 12.
Go ahead.
That thou shouldest enter into a covenant with the Lord thy God, and into his oath.
Understand what it is that you entered into. And understand what it is that you were born into. Understand. Go ahead.
Which the Lord thy God maketh with thee this day.
Go ahead.
That he may establish thee today for a people unto himself. And that he may be unto thee a God, as he hath said unto thee, and as he hath sworn unto thy fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob.
Go ahead.
Neither with you only do I make this covenant and this oath, but with him that standeth here with us this day before the Lord our God, and also with him that is not here with us this day. For ye know how we have dwelt in the land of Egypt, and how we came through the nations which ye passed by. And ye have seen their abominations, and their idols, wood and stone, silver and gold, which were among them. Lest there should be among you man, or woman, or family, or tribe, whose heart turneth away this day from the Lord our God, to go and serve the gods of these nations, lest there should be among you a root that beareth gall and wormwood. And it come to pass, when he heareth the words of this curse, that he bless himself in his heart, saying, I shall have peace, though I walk in the imagination of my heart, to add drunkenness to thirst.
So the Most High gave us a warning. He gave us a warning to take heed to what it is that he's saying, lest we go astray, and then we start, our minds go left, man, pretty much. You go astray and then thinking that you're blessed in your cursed estate. And isn't that a big problem now? That's a stupid big problem now with Israelites.
I ain't in slavery. I got a car.
We think we blessed in our cursed estate, man.
I ain't in slavery. I can read now.
You want to know what's one of the coldest things that I hate hearing is like how you'll always have Israelites. They swear that you got blacks and Latinos and Native Americans. They'll swear that Esau made their life better. And why do I say that? You always hear it like before we came over here on slave ships, like you act like we was living a better life in Africa. Like, what the hell are you talking about? Of course we was. Of course we was. Like, what do you mean? You ain't see the atrocities they did?
Half of Africa was named after us, Judah land.
Well, before they came, like like the Native Americans, before they came, we was running around killing buffaloes, and it's better than what do you think?
They gotta put y'all phones on silent for class.
You would rather be in the reservation? You see what I'm saying? Like, that's how our people be thinking, like that curse is a blessed estate. We sit back and we're comfortable in our cursed estate. Like, understand, man, this life was not even close to being normal or like how the Most High intended it to be when he created the earth.
It's like, yeah, in slavery they gave us chitterlings, right? And they gave you that whole slave diet, the scraps of the scrap yard. And what did we do? We added hot sauce, right? We add hot sauce, and like, how you add hot sauce to intestines and make it taste good?
That's true.
Or make it a delicacy all of a sudden, or the thing that now that you have the option to not eat that, it's like, no, I gotta go eat these chitterlings. Because, you know, in slavery, this is what got us by. I gotta eat this pig-eared sandwich, the pickled pig feet, right? All my shrimps. It's like, wait a minute. Now that you have the option to do better, you still gonna do garbage? You still gonna eat trash? But it's the same thing. You went through all the religion. White man gave you every religion in the world, stole your whole identity, and then gave you a watered-down version of yourself. And you're like, yeah, I'd rather just deal with that. You know, Islam, all praises to Allah. Right? Or whatever it is, Christianity, whatever it is, you'd rather take the watered down version. We do it as a people. And then we'll sit back and say, well, there's nothing wrong with it. But there's things wrong with all the things that we've just been force fed.
Yeah.
There's something wrong with all of it. You could poke holes into all of it. The one thing you can't poke holes in. I was watching, oh my God. I was watching yesterday this debate between the Kemet community, their own people debating whether or not the Exodus was real. And I'm just sitting back and I'm like, they all got their opinion, and this scholar and that scholar and this and this. And one of them says something very intelligible.
What's that?
Says something very intelligent. It's actually your guy, was it Shaka Amos? I think he's the one that said it. The dude with
guy?
That's your guy, man. You always talk about it. But he said something. He said, to believe in that story, you got to have faith. And that's the one thing that a lot of people don't want to have, is like, you do have to have, to even approach the scriptures in the right mind, you got to have faith first. It's not about what you know, because the Most High wants you to erase all the crap you know anyway.
Yeah.
Right? He said that you got to come to me in faith before you can come to me in knowledge and facts and all that stuff. At least have some faith to hear me out, and then we can breach up all the holes, right? But Christianity got holes. How are they being breached up? With more Christianity? Now they trying to, we gotta have faith, brothers and sisters. We gotta pray, brothers and sisters. They trying to come back to the essence of what already was. They trying to come back to the essence, but as the scriptures prove themselves, and men try to disprove through their ignorance. That's all we got to do, is sit back and let the Bible just do what the Bible does. As the world moves around, as they say, as the world turns, right? The Bible is unfolding itself. The world is helping it. The world is doing what the world does. And the prophecies are just opening it up left and right. So we don't have to do anything but continue to have that faith. Because what's the point of debating if if the Exodus was real or not, or plagiarized, or what's the point of that? We could debate that through the whole Bible. We could debate every story, if that's the case, right? Right? Can't we debate everything?
You can.
Jonah, Christ, David. David wasn't real, but now they pulling out artifacts out the damn out of Jerusalem. They pulling out artifacts showing, oh, wait a minute, his kingdom was real. Oh wait, Solomon's kingdom was real. Oop, got to retract our statements. This king, they coming up with this king and that king, and saying, oh yeah, you know what, we made a mistake. The Bible was real. The Bible is real. Oh, we got to sit back and just keep having that faith. Y'all get that? Not pushing to the side and letting people water down what it is we have. Don't let nobody water down your faith and your belief. You may not see it right now, but it will be revealed if you hold fast. The Most High will reveal it in time, and that's how it usually goes.
You're talking about faith, man. I was a guy at the job. On Saturdays, there's jobs out there in Dallas where you can go make triple the money what you actually make in a week. You know, and one of the things is that I never go on Saturdays, and he knows he's Israel. This guy knows, and he told me, you never go. I said, that's not me. That's not what I do. I choose to go to school. So he deals with Sakari, and one of the things he started telling me, he goes, I go every Saturday now. I'm like 2 times deep in the hole, and I'm making twice the money that I'm making. So I told him, I said, well,
He goes where every Saturday?
to go make extra money in Dallas. But now he's like deep in the hole with money. I said, well, how do you make so much money and you're deep in the hole? I said, because it's not a physical thing, it's a spiritual thing. If you know the truth of the Most High and he's telling you not to do certain things, he's telling you to go to school and you're not doing it, you're not getting your edification, you're getting hit on the spiritual side. You see what I'm saying?
That's Deuteronomy 28.
Right.
We just read it.
Right.
Your curse will be thy basket and thy store. He said you'll bring out much seed, but you'll reap little.
Yeah,
You go work and make double the money, but then guess what? Most High make sure you bleed that money out somewhere else.
I just told him, I said, where's your faith at? You know, so that was it. You know.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about, having that faith. Where we at?
Okay.
I have to preach that. John chapter 20, verse 29. Yahawashi saith unto him, Thomas, because thou hast seen me, thou hast believed. Blessed are they that have not seen and yet have believed.
Yep.
So we didn't see none. We weren't there for the kingdoms of Solomon, of David, right? But we believe these things. We know that these things happen through history. We weren't there for the Exodus, but we believe the Exodus happened. Right? So blessed are those that have the faith.
Yep.
Blessed are those that have faith in the word, the scriptures, Yahawashi, Yahweh.
God, very good point. Perfect.
Yeah, because even if you don't see the things of the Exodus, you still see little things in your life.
Huh?
He'll make the Most High make that plain and clear first. Then he'll start to reveal and open up all these other greater things. But let's be real, the Exodus is not helping us right now. Right? We're trying to complete our own Exodus. So it's not an immediate thing that you need to know or deal with. But at the same time, it's something that you do have to know as part of our history.
Yeah.
Right? But he may not reveal certain things on that front, certain things in that history right away to us.
It's like one reason why you see us like always go into these spiritual classes, and like even what we was just touching on with that 2 Corinthians, right? Like when you look at the Exodus and we left, what happened when we were leaving? Like what was the end result? Like Egypt got destroyed, we started leaving, and what started happening? Israelites started dying, right? Started dying, going through the wilderness, and we started dying, dropping like flies. We started dying in ways like no man wants to die of. That's how cold the Most High was. It wasn't like you just got sick and died. We was getting bit by snakes. Ground would open up and swallow us. Our own brothers would kill us. If you weren't on the side during the time of Aaron, Most High would have other nations kill us. Long story short, man, we was dying. But why were we dying? Because our spirits was messed up. That's why we was dying. So now, we're trying to complete our Exodus, right? Imagine you complete your Exodus, but you still die. Imagine you get to see America destroyed, but you don't even get to like really experience the kingdom. Why? Because yeah, you got to see America destroyed, but you still ain't make it. Why? Because the things that we was able to work with, that we should have been working on now, we didn't work on it. So now you end up being put in the real, like sometimes we feel like situations that we're in right now is real hardship situations. But just think about like the situations that you're probably going to be put in the wilderness back after all this is done. Because he says the rebels will be cast out in the valley of Jehoshaphat. So imagine if you can't, if you're rebellious now, if you can't listen now, if you can't take orders now, if everything is a problem now, if you complain and murmur about everything now, then what's going to happen when you're in the wilderness? And all the comforts is stripped from you. Like, what y'all think? Like we wasn't comfortable in Egypt? It's just like today. You know what I'm saying? What's going to happen when you do got to go live in a tent in the wilderness? and ain't no running water. No AC. Like all the things that irritate you. You know when it's hot as hell in your house? Your AC is out, what tends to happen? You get a little irritated. Like you get a little snappy. When things ain't in order or in place, you tend to get a little snappy really quick. A little itchy. I remove the B. You know what I'm saying? What you think is going to happen when everything is now being tested when you back in that wilderness? Like, just think about it. For them to complain about water, how hot was that sun? How dry was the area? Where it's like, yeah, you do see the chariot, but you're like, golly, like your mind still goes there. Like, just imagine the trial that they were going through. So let's go here real quick. 1 Peter 1:7. 1 Peter 1:7.
1 Peter chapter 1, verse 7.
Uh-huh.
The trial of your faith,
Uh-huh.
being much more precious than of gold that perisheth.
Man, your faith is one of the most valuable things that you could ever have in this life.
It's the most valuable thing. It's the one thing that leads you from one attribute to the next.
Yep.
Without faith, it's impossible to please him. So you can't have long suffering without faith. You can't have patience without faith. You can't have brotherhood without faith. Sisterhood. You ain't gonna communicate if you ain't got faith. Without faith, you ain't gonna do nothing godly. That's the one thing that every single person sitting here today, every single person that sat here and left, every single person that is gonna be here, they walked in on faith because you didn't know what to expect. Even if you watched online, even if you watched every single video, you still walked in not knowing what to expect. The ones that leave, why do they leave? Because what do they lack? The faith to go through whatever it is they're dealing with at the time, the affliction, the necessity. Brothers done left because they needed a car. Went and got the car. It's like, you didn't have to leave to get a car.
Went and got the car, just drive Uber.
Yeah, like you didn't have to leave to get the car or leave to get money. You didn't have to leave to get money. You didn't have to leave the word of the Most High, the body, the brothers, the sisters to go get a paycheck. You didn't have to leave that. I'm talking about literally you don't see them no more. Y'all know who I'm talking about. A lot of y'all were here when they were here and they're gone now. You wonder why they leave? Well, really it goes back to a lack of faith.
Yep.
Drawn away by your own lust, but because I lacked the faith to fight. I came in on faith, we all did. I don't care who you are. You're here on faith. The little bit. That's why he said the faith of a grain of a mustard seed. That's all you need, and you can move a mountain. But that's all you need to walk in, and then a little bit more faith added on to sit here. And then the patience to listen and hear things out, ask questions and get your questions answered. The patience and the long suffering to go through what you got to go through, Ecclesiasticus 2, but then the patience to let the word play out. And then enough faith to say, you know what, this ain't going to kill me. So every time you're adding faith to patience, patience to faith, faith to long suffering, faith to this, faith to that, faith to charity. Faith is just being increased while you increase these other attributes. But without faith, you ain't doing none of that.
Yep.
So that's the most precious natural resource on this earth is faith. Even the white man knows that. He'll go in something and not have all the facts, but we're going to do it. We're gonna launch this rocket in faith, right? They're supposed to launch a little whack rocket on Tuesday. They know damn well that rocket ain't going where they want it to go, but they got faith. They're going to line that rocket up, fill it up with rocket fuel, have all the television, have people sitting, camping out in Florida.
Knowing damn well it ain't going to work.
Damn well it ain't going to work, but they got faith that we're going to deceive these people. Even they moving in faith, man.
Got to deceive them.
Them people out there in Iran, they moving in faith. Oh, some woman dies because she didn't want to wear her head wrapped the right way. We gonna go protest, knowing damn well it don't matter how much they protest. They all about to get shot, killed, beheaded, and thrown in jail. It's Iran. All them white folks in Russia protesting Putin for what? They know damn well they all about to get arrested, and you ain't gonna hear nothing more from that. And they all gonna end up in jail, all under the Kremlin. They know damn well, but they got enough faith to say, you know what? Let's do it because it might get over to the right people, and the right people might see our struggle. Right? Oh, we ain't got no. They shut the whole internet down in Iran, but somebody got faith enough to take a video and sneak to where there's some connection, in hopes that they could shoot it out on a TikTok, shoot it out on the Instagram, just shoot it out to the airwaves so somebody can get a hold of their plight. They got enough of faith to stand there and get shot and beat and whooped and thrown in jail. Right? But ain't faith the thing that got everything started? If Moses didn't have the faith, if Abraham didn't have the faith, Isaac, Jacob, if they didn't have the faith to make their feet move towards something, bro, we'd still be in the Ur Chaldees to this day. Abraham will still be there. Isaac will still be, Jacob will still be stuck with damn Laban. If you have enough faith to say, you know what, let me start putting these things in place. Most High got me. I'm going to do this. Laban, he going to do his thing. Most High going to do his thing. But if Jacob didn't have faith, we'd still be in slavery with the damn Midianites. Don't y'all get it? We'd still be chilling with Laban and them. That would be our captivity. That's where the Bible would stop. And then we were in servitude to Laban for the last 2 to 4,000 years. But Jacob had to have faith. Or if he stopped having faith with that, then what about when he had to encounter Esau? Well, let me have enough faith to set this plan up, send these sheep, do this, the Most High got me. Nope. Esau, I see Esau. Yeah, you know what? Let me turn back. It's faith, man. Bro, go ahead, read it.
Though it be tried with fire, might be found unto praise and honor and glory at the appearing of Yahawashi Mashiach.
And y'all see that it's tried with fire. It has to be tried with fire. You know how like a good example. How you know how like when you do your dishes, you understand. Okay, I'm gonna have to do my dishes in water. It's just natural. I'm gonna have to wash it with some soap, wash it with some water to get it clean. It goes hand in hand, right? You know how like when you cook your food, nobody cooking their food in the refrigerator, right? You cook your food where? On the stove, over fire. Why? Because it goes hand in hand. So your faith, it's the same thing. It has to be tried with fire. It goes hand in hand. We don't. Well,
But no, read that again. Read that last what do you have? Peter's 1 and 7.
yeah, Peter's 1 and 7.
Read that last precept, that last part of that scripture. Where it says
Might be found with praise.
Right, go ahead.
Might be found unto praise and honor and glory at the appearing of Yahawashi Mashiach.
Wait, when is it going to happen? When will your faith be rewarded?
At the appearing.
Huh?
At the appearing.
How long do I have to have faith?
At the appearing.
No, I can only have faith until tomorrow.
At the appearing.
My faith only goes so far.
At the appearing.
When is Yahawashi appearing? No man knoweth the time, the hour, the day, the season. So what does that mean? That your faith got to just be faith. You just got to have it. You just got to just wake up knowing, I got to keep going. He that endureth unto the end. Right? He that overcame, I will reward. You can't overcome for a moment and then not overcome. That means you got overcame. So to overcome means I got to constantly endure. My faith is going to be rewarded when Yahawashi comes. Whenever he decides to come, that's when he's going to say, here goes your crown. But if you give up faith before the time, is there going to be a reward? No, your faith got burned. The fire got too hot. Think about it. If the trial of your faith is more precious than gold, and we know gold is going to burn in this place, does the Most High, does he set you up for your faith to be burned away? No, he doesn't. He said the trying of your faith. I want to try it. But how am I building it? See, that's the question. It's two things going on here. I'm supposed to be building, the Most High tries. But he's not trying you to burn you, because if you build, then you won't get burned. See how, but you know, I was thinking about it. I was thinking about something. The Most High said, cleave to me and I'll cleave to you. But then he said that whoever comes near him, he scourges and burns. But think about it. The same thing that hurts is the thing that builds. The thing that feels like, oh my God, I can't deal with this, is the one thing that's going to strengthen you. It's almost like, let me grab on, and it's so hot it hurts, but it's still powering me up.
It's like exercising.
I don't even know how to equate it. I was thinking about this morning. I was just like, man, the Most High is a consuming fire, but He wants you to step into that fire.
Yeah.
But the closer you get, the hotter it gets. But then the hotter it gets, the better you become. Just think about it.
Yeah.
What thing works like that? The closer I get, the hotter. I know if I touch this flame, the closer I get, the hotter it is. I get here, what is it going to do? If I put my hand over this, it's going to burn me. It's going to destroy me.
Consumes, yeah.
But the Most High, He said, no, come on. Keep coming. Keep coming, watch. Put your finger in. You're like, wait a minute. Now my finger is on fire, but my finger, I'm looking and I'm like, wait, but how's my finger not? Then keep coming. Keep coming. Now the whole body. And now you Johnny Blaze. You just standing here like the three holy sons. Yeah, you just standing there in the flames, and you just like, damn, I don't even smell myself burning. But you powering up at the same time, and He's just like, come closer to the fire. Come on. But what is He doing? The faith is being built up because you're not melting away, but the negative, the impurities is falling off. The more you get into that fire, the more you see, oh damn, my finger is gold. Damn, my whole hand turned to gold. This is dope. It's like all them superhero movies when they first get their little power, and they're like, that didn't do anything. You know what? They dive right in and they strengthen up. That's the Most High. But they have to have faith to do it. They have to have faith to make that first plunge. Your faith is the greatest resource that you have. That's all we have, to be honest.
The hotter it gets, easier it is to form.
Say it one more time.
The hotter it gets, the easier it is to form.
Yeah, the hotter it gets, the easier it is to what?
Very good point.
Form.
To form, right.
Very good point.
Because that's what gold, right? The hotter something is, the more you can mold it. The more malleable it becomes. That's why He equates us to gold, because gold is a very soft, malleable metal.
Nice.
Right? We went through a whole class on that. Why did the Most High equate a man to gold, or your faith? The hotter you get, the more I can mold you. But do you destroy the gold because you can mold it? Or do you fashion it to what you want it to be? See, it goes back to what we were talking about earlier. Approving ourselves as ministers, it might as well have just said, walk your ass in the fire. And stand there and deal with it. That's what it should have just said it in those words. Walk in the fire and stand. And that's going to be your ministry. Right? That's how you're going to be approved. When He gave us the more intricate details. But really, that's what it is, man. Step into the fire. Step in and see that. Guess what? You'll be flame retardant. You ain't going to burn. You're going to get strong, but the things that you don't need are going to fall off you. The things that are not necessary will burn away. Faith is necessary. So He didn't create your trial to destroy your faith. That's an outlook. To the pure, all things are pure. But to the defiled and unbelieving is nothing pure. So if you think like I'm going through this and the Most High is just trying to destroy me, wrong. When he brought Job through wasn't to destroy Job, to destroy his outlook and his faith. We destroy our own outlook. The trial is to really strengthen you. You just gotta sit back and just think about it. Think about the things you've been through. Isn't that the example to get through the next problem? Shouldn't it be? Shouldn't it be the step to the next thing? But it's how you look at it, right? When people go through things and they step off the ladder, like, I'm not going through that. I don't want to deal with that. Well, where's your faith? Finish it.
Verse 8.
Where were you at? Start out to change.
Verse Peter.
Yeah,
Right,
it's
1
First
and
Peter
7.
1 and 7.
Right. You see that at the appearing of Yahawashi, man.
Yeah, you could read verse 8.
Yeah.
Verse 8.
I was trying to see if that was my card. Go ahead.
Whom having not seen, ye love.
But how? How can you love Yahawashi? You ain't never seen them. What does that take? Faith. Faith. To love, like how, man? But you know it gotta be faith? Because we hate our brother that we see. You hate the nigga sitting right next to you. But you got faith enough to love Christ? Or I love Jesus. But what is the catalyst to that? To that charity, to that love is faith. Go ahead.
In whom, though now ye see him not.
Right?
Yet believing.
Right? Who's seen water turn to wine? Who ever seen that? Which one of us ever seen water turn to wine?
Never.
Who ever seen 5,000 people fed with 3 loaves and a few fish?
Never.
Who ever seen a man touch a person? Oh, pick up thy bed, you're healed. So how the hell do you believe in that? Why would you believe in that? Just ask yourself, why? Who ever seen a man swallowed by a fish? Who ever seen another man lay his body on a child and the baby come to life? Come on, man. Like, you've never seen these things, but why do you believe it? Well, it's faith. It's faith, but you know what's crazy? You have seen a multitude fed with a few fish and a few loaves. You have seen water turn to wine. You have seen people brought back to life. You're just not looking at it the right way.
Yep.
Read.
You rejoice with unspeakable and full of glory, receiving the end of your faith.
Huh?
Receiving the end of your
See,
faith.
because there is an end to your faith, but only when Yahawashi comes. He'll reward that faith when you see him. But until then, you gotta have that faith. That faith gotta keep increasing. Go ahead.
Even the salvation of your souls.
Even the what?
Even the salvation of your souls.
So your faith stops when your salvation happens. Got a lot of work to do. Got a lot of pushing to push. Got a lot of studying. Got a lot of work. Got a lot of hands to put plowing to plow, right? When you get that reward is when that faith can cease. And you live in that spirit, you're going to be doing something else, right?
Okay.
But here, while we're here, that faith got to abound and increase more and more daily. Right? Was that it?
Sir, if you want to go more.
That's it on that. We can go all day on that. That goes in.
Got it.
Right?
Let's go back.
Well, let's go back.
Book of Deuteronomy, chapter 29 and verse 20.
Like I'm trying to have y'all here till 8 o'clock.
The Lord will not spare him, but then the anger of the Lord and his jealousy shall smoke against that man. And all the curses that are written in this book shall lie upon him. And the Lord shall blot out his name from under heaven. And the Lord shall separate him unto evil out of all the tribes of Israel, according to all the curses of the covenant that are written in this book of the law.
So when the Most High separates you, you automatically fall into evils.
Yeah.
What does he separate you from? He separates you, he said, what did he say? He compasseth about his righteous with the angels. Right? So if he's compassing you about, if he separates you, you're going to be in them elements, man. You're going to have to fend for yourself. That's what he's saying there. Most High ain't going to tempt you with evil, but he's going to let you have to deal with whatever negatives you want. He just separates you out. Go ahead.
So that the generation to come of your children that shall rise up after you, and the stranger that shall come from a far land shall say, when they see the plagues of that land, and the sickness which the Lord have laid upon it.
All right. Next reader. Anybody.
Shabbat Shah, Yahawada, Banya Shirala.
Amon Izar, Shabbat Tashal, Yahawada, Banyashar Allah. Ben of Israel, Amadi, Barak,
Yahawah Shem Yahshah Brakatham.
Yahweh Hashem Yahawashi Barakatah.
Man, bro, if I tell y'all the things that Most High has been putting in my brain, this patience thing is so real because I can reflect back on my own life and just say, man, if when he says, "Woe to them that lost patience," woe to you that lost patience. That it's so real. It's so real. The Most High bring you through stuff for years, man. How you dealing with God, man. Just ignorant people for years. And right when you think like, man, I just had enough, Most High, he stepped right up. Man, it's hard. All I know is the Most High will step right in there, bro, and make it happen. He'll reveal everything. 18 years, 20 years, 10 years. But all he's asking is what? You know what you got to do. Just be there. Right? You know what you got to do every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday. You know what I'm requiring from you. Just do what you got to do. I'll handle the rest. Patience, faith, long suffering. It's cold. It's cold. And every time, like just even in my own life, when I go through things and I reflect back on things and current things and things that have been drawn out for years, and the Most High just steps in, I'm just like, how could you ever doubt? How could you ever get weary or faithless? He makes sure that he keeps refreshing. There's always these instances and situations to refresh your faith and to keep your belief in him just like renewed. You know what I mean? There's always this renewing. And that's how you got to look at these things that we go through, man. It's like, damn, this is another opportunity to renew my belief. If I felt like I was getting a little weary, or if I felt like situations was weighing me down, or if I felt like things were getting a little hard, well, here goes another situation. Here goes another season for the Most High to renew your strength, renew your faith, renew your belief. That's all you can really chalk it up to. The things that we got to deal with. Some of the things that are out of our control. Who got things that's out of their control that they're dealing with presently? Yeah, there's a lot of things that's out of our control that you're like, man, I wish this thing would go this way, or I wish this person would see my point of view, or they would act this way, or whatever the case may be. And all you can do is just hold you down, keep under your body, keep under your spirit, right? And when the Most High when he start breaking down things, man, when he starts breaking things. When he starts to break, you can sit back and say, damn, that was the Most High. When he starts to build, when he starts to mend, when he starts to wound, when he starts to heal, the things that you're like, damn, I wish this would go this way. Well, think about it. Why is it that you have no control? So you can't say that it was you. So you can't sit back and give yourself credit. So you can't sit back and try to go at the next situation I'm going to do this. I got this. It's me. No, it's for you to remind yourself to step back and let the Most High do his thing while you do your, there's requirements. Let me ask y'all a question. Do we not require of the Most High? Sounds ignorant, right? Sounds prideful a little bit. Like we require of the Lord. Hell yeah, we require of the Lord. What do we require? The ones that know better, what do we require? Well, really, the requirement is that, and the knowing is that if we do our part, he's going to do his part. But even when we don't do our part, the Most High is still going to do his part. His part changes according to what we do. He could be the disciplinary or he could be the nurturer, right? It all depends on you, but it's a guarantee that the Most High is going to do his part. So we do require. There is a requirement there, right? But I'm using this word because if you pray to the Most High, obviously it's in humility and in faith and in belief, right? But you're not doing it in a prideful way. Yeah. But are you not requiring of the Lord to at least hear me? Yeah. But he requires of us to what? To be humble and pray to him. Yeah. So there's a requirement on both ends. Right? There's a requirement on both ends. But if you're not doing your requirement, then why should the Most High be required? Is that even fair? If we don't do our part, why should he be required to give us the blessings?
That's true.
Or give us the good estate? Or make our lives easy? Or protect us? Why should he be required? It's like a rebellious child with a parent. Why should that parent be held required to take care of that child or appease that child if that child don't hold their requirements? My kids require of me, right? But I require of them. I'll hold up my requirement. I'll hold up my end of the bargain. But they got to do the things that are required also. Y'all see that? It's the same type of relationship. So we got to see, man, do your part. That's all I'm saying. Do what the Most High requires, and he'll fulfill his requirements. When you look at this whole Deuteronomy, when you look at everything we've been reading, we come into this end. Man, one of the coldest things, when we get to verse 30, it's the coldest thing. When we get to, chapter 30. Most High basically said, listen, so basically when I scatter you, bro, think about it. So basically, when I scatter you and curse you, you're like, wait, what? Oh, what did the Most High know about us?
Damn.
That's true.
We wasn't going to hold a requirement. We were going to require him, but we weren't going to hold our requirement that he required of us. Yeah. So basically, when I kick y'all's asses out the land and scatter you around and do this and do that, nobody even batted an eye to say, wait a minute, hold up, wait, so let's not let that happen. Most High prophesied on us, man. But we got to prophesy on ourselves and understand that, wait a minute. If these things is laid out for us to fall into, let's try not to fall into them. If these snares are there, we know that. Don't let the Most High be right in this aspect. Right?
No, very true.
Don't let the Most High be right. That he said he's going to drop all these curses on you and separate you to evil. Don't let him be right on that. Don't let that come to pass. What about the opposite? Let him be right on the opposite end. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Mike, can you get my thing out the fridge, please? Read on. Where you at?
Deuteronomy, chapter 29, and verse 23. And that the whole land thereof is brimstone and salt and burning, that it is not sown, nor beareth, nor any grass groweth therein, like the overthrow of Sodom and Gomorrah, Adamah and Zeboim, which the Lord overthrew in his anger and in his wrath. Verse 24, even all nations shall say, wherefore hath the Lord done thus unto this land? And meaneth the heat, what meaneth the heat of this great anger? Then men shall say, because they have forsaken the covenants of the Lord God of their fathers, which he had made with them when he brought them forth out of the land of Egypt. For they went and served other gods, and worshipped them, gods whom they knew not, and whom he had not given unto them. And the anger of the Lord was kindled against this land, to bring upon it all the curses that were written in this book. And the Lord rooted them out of their land in anger, and in wrath, and in great indignation, and cast them into another land, as it is this day. The secret thing belonged unto the Lord our power, because those things which are revealed belong unto us and to our children forever, that we may do all the words of this law. Chapter 30 and verse 1.
You know, Dane, you notice verse 29, it says the secret things belong unto the Most High, our power, right? But those things which are revealed belong unto us and to our children forever, that we may do all the words of this law. You know, this is a beautiful scripture because it shows you, like, you can tie this into the seek not out the things that are too hard for thee to understand.
Yep.
Because you're not going to find it.
Nope.
Because those things belong unto the Most High. But the things that was commanded unto us, as far as the law, the things that, you know, you can use now in your life, those, that belongs unto you, for you to do, so that you can make it. But like it says in that Ecclesiasticus scripture, it's not necessary, it's not needful for you to see those things that's too hard. Like, what good is it going to be for you, you know?
Yeah, because the only thing that's needful right now is follow me, hearken unto me. That's it. Follow my law, follow my commandments, hearken unto me, worship me. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. So why do you need some dark saying, some dark parable or some deep understanding to understand what the law says? That's why he said he made the law easy to understand. Right? He made it to where it wasn't grievous to get and hard to go through. That's why when people be online debating this and debating that, I'm like, y'all making it too hard. The Most High gave it to us plain. Why? So we could do it. That was the whole point. The whole point was that you can do it, that you can achieve it, that you can accomplish. Because if it's too hard, then you got what? Excuses. Well, why would I give people that's already laden with excuses more excuse?
Yeah.
I'm trying to take away the excuses. So he said, I like it. The secret things belong unto the Lord.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
Yeah. Don't worry about all the secret things. Worry about what's being shown unto you. That's why he said much more is shown unto us than we can see. Much more is shown unto us through what? Through the law. Through these words. Just through everyday life. There's more shown unto you than you realize.
Yep.
Go ahead, read on.
Deuteronomy chapter 30 and verse 1. And it shall come to pass, when all these things are come upon thee, the blessing and the curse which I have set before thee, and thou shalt call them to mind among all the nations, whither the Lord thy God hath driven thee, and shalt return unto the Lord thy God, and shalt obey his voice according to all that I command thee this day, and thou and thy children with all thine heart and with all thy soul, that then the Lord thy God will turn thy captivity and have compassion upon thee, and will return and gather thee from all the nations whither the Lord thy God has scattered thee.
You know, something here to point out in this verse 2, right? Read verse 2 again.
Verse 2.
Uh-huh.
And shalt return
Damn.
unto the Lord thy God,
Uh-huh.
and shalt obey his voice according to all that I command thee this day.
Uh-huh.
Thou and thy children
Uh-huh.
with all thine heart,
With all thy what?
with all thine heart,
Uh-huh.
and with all thy soul.
Go ahead.
That then the Lord thy God will turn thy captivity.
Why is our captivity not turned? Because our people, we're not doing it with all our heart, and we're not doing it with all our soul. Yeah, we might have turned to the Most High Khan, but it's not being done at like the effort isn't all the way there, unless the scripture is a lie. Because it says, with all thy heart and with all thy soul, after that the Most High will turn our captivity.
No, because Israel is still in, I'm going to get to it when I get to it mode.
Mm-hmm.
I got excuses mode, my baby mode, my husband mode, my this, my that. What you gonna do for me mode? Yeah. So I sacrifice a little bit. What do I get? Nigga, please.
Yeah.
You get to sacrifice more and have patience. Israel is still in what have you done for me lately mode. So yeah, we're not in the mode of all your heart, mind, soul, body, spirit sacrifice. We're not in that mode yet. That's why it's taking so long. That's why it's taking so long, man. Israel still wants to be in the truth and be a rap and be a gangbanger. You want to still be in the truth and sag your pants. Still be in the truth, beat your woman, be a drunkard. You still want to be in the truth but be double-minded.
Be rappers.
Yeah, it's like you still want to try to integrate the world. Once we stop trying to integrate the world, the worldly things, into the Bible, that's how you're showing that, okay, I'm trying to put my whole heart into this thing. But we still trying to put America into Israel. You're trying to be an American Israelite now. And I get it. It's a transition. American, and then the more you pull out of America, the less American you are, the more Israelite. Right? And then Israel's here, American is here, mind state. And the more you move over to one side, you still gonna have a little bit in you until you finally get to this side. It's just how it is. Some people transition faster than others. Right? Some people it's a slow progression. Some people it's leaps and bounds. And some people it's one step forward, 2 steps backwards. 1 step forward, 2 steps backwards. Up 5 steps forward. Oh damn, 10 steps back. And then and it's like, whoa, and then light bulb, let me start going forward. Like, it's different for everybody. But the Most High is looking for what? That single-mindedness, that joint mind in all of us towards Him, towards the same things. Remember, if you're influenced, if you have an influence, either which way it goes, like if you could sit back and contemplate the camp or other things, then that's the issue. Just think about it. You know what we got going on every single day. Our schedule is out there. Everybody knows what we do. Right? Unless something comes up, feast day, whatever the case may be. But let's just say Monday is the feast day, right? Mm-hmm. And if you can contemplate feast day, or barring sickness, take away sicknesses and some sickness that popped up or you got sick or whatever the case may be. But if you can contemplate in your head and wrestle in your head, feast day, family. Feast day, fishing. Feast day, kicking it. Feast day, alone time. Feast day, if that's your battle, then guess what? That's why the Most High ain't fulfilled his promise yet.
Yeah.
Because you're still wrestling with the worldly things.
So
think about it. Think about this. Let me just say it. You going to the feast?
Of course.
Now, was it ever a doubt in your mind that you weren't?
No.
Something catastrophic would have to happen, right? You'd have to be hospitalized. One of your kids hospitalized. Somebody had to be like deathly sick.
Yeah.
Right? See, the mind is already geared towards this is what it is.
But think about it. If it's not like that, then think about what you would do in the kingdom. You see what I'm saying? You're still gonna. A lot of us. The problem is a lot of the times we be thinking like, oh yeah, when I get into the kingdom, it's all gonna be different. It's all gonna.
No.
If you're not doing it now, then
Kazak was going over this yesterday in class.
yeah.
And he was saying the same things. Like, if you don't rehearse the righteous acts now, the righteous acts is not just showing up to a feast, but how is my mind prepared before the feast?
Yep.
Is there a wrestling of feast or family? Feast or alone time? Feast or the things that I want to get done and accomplish? See, that if that mind state is still there and you're battling, like, damn, I know we got a feast coming up, but I got to see if I could make it. What the, huh? I know we got a union night, but let me check with my husband to see if I can go. There's something wrong there. We talked about this a few Fridays ago. There's something wrong there. Like, if my rib ever came to me talking about, can I go to union night, man, there'd be some problems in that house. There'd be some furniture shuffling. There'd be some furniture shaking. Why? Because the mind should already be set. Don't come to me asking me, can you go? You already know. That's part of the program, right?
Yeah.
The mind should be, hey, I'm letting you know that we're having this feast day this day. Okay, cool. So I'll make sure that things are set up to make sure that y'all can accomplish, but not can we, or even can we have a feast day on this day or a unity day on this day? Don't even ask that. Set it up. Because I'm not going to the brother. I'm not going like, hey, Kazak, can I meet up with the brothers tonight? Yeah. Shalom, Yahawashi, Yashar, Brakathum, Zion, and Kazakia. Can I get together with the brothers next weekend? Hell nah. I'm looking around like, oh, we need to get together. We ain't did nothing. Hey, Shalom, meet at the house. Hey, we ain't did nothing. Hey, we're doing this or we're doing that. Like, nobody got to get a yes, please, or get a pass to unify. That should be already known that that's part of what that's part of the Israelite lifestyle. You see that? That's part of our life. That is our life. But if I got to wrestle between my Israelite life and my world life, ooh. I'm sorry, y'all. It's funny to me. It's funny to me. I'm sorry. I'm laughing. I'm not laughing at anybody. I'm just laughing because it's just funny to have to say that. Think about it. Just if you got a separation of Israelite camp life and your house life, there's a problem there. There's a problem. That means you haven't adopted the Bible, the truth, the word as your life.
Yeah.
What else are you living by? And if your mind is set up that way, if your situation is set up that way, that means that your home life can be influenced by negative. Don't y'all get it? That's why I'm laughing. Because I get now why a lot of brothers and sisters go through what they go through. Because there's a middle ground that you meet. Where I'm an Israelite, but I still have a home life. Okay. But shouldn't those things be merged?
It should be merged.
So that your home life and your Israelite life is now, I'm just an Israelite with a lifestyle, and whatever is happening at home is going to mimic either where I go. So if there's a feast day, guess what? Everybody at my home can come. Come on, family. So there is no, well, my rib, she got something to be doing over here, and then, I'm going to see if I can come to the feast. Wait, what? Well, that's the problem. The integration, you've been segregated. You have your lives segregated. We need to be more, this is where we integrate. Right? This is where we integrate and say, no, I got to adopt this as my life. There can't be a home life, Israelite camp life. When I'm with the camp, because then what'll happen is when I'm with the camp, I'm this way. When I'm at home, I'm this way. What principles are you living off of at home? If there's a separation, ask yourself. That's why I'm laughing. Because I'm like, damn, how can you be sifted? You're being sifted. You get that, right? Remember he said he'll separate you to evil? Well, if I'm separated in this way over here, then I'm joined over here, what am I giving myself to here? If I can literally sit back and contemplate why I can't be around in this life because of this life, then there's a problem. What my mama said, my aunt, my uncle, my this, my that. Wait a minute. How can they influence your life? That influence should have been gone. The Bible, the wisdom should be influencing your life. Y'all get it? So I'm not laughing at nobody. I'm laughing because it was funny for me to have to say that. It was just funny, like, home life, Israelite life. When they all should be one and the same. I mean, David didn't have 2 lives. Abraham didn't have two ways of doing two different lifestyles. He was who he was, you know. So y'all gotta start thinking about these things and saying, man, am I falling into this category? Right?
That's why it's not. It's if it is like that, then that's why it's not easy. That's why it's so hard.
Yeah.
It's
It's like
it's not just
listen.
You know, I'm just moving, just living.
Like, I'll give y'all the situation. Kazak didn't call me like, hey, Ak, you think we should do the feast day? We should do the summit in Houston? He was like, hey, Shalom, so we're doing the summit in Houston. I was like, oh, okay, cool. Why? Because that's life.
Yeah.
Right? When it was like, hey, we're doing the summit in VA. Can you come? There wasn't no, like, do you think you can make it? You think I get that option?
Yeah.
You think I get that option? Like, hey, we having a summit in VA. You think you can make it out? Hell nah. We having a summit in VA. Okay, this is how we gonna set it up. This is what we gonna do. Okay, I'll get on a plane ticket, or I'll figure out my transportation. Right? There's no option there. Not because I'm not given the option, because I don't give myself the option. Y'all see what I'm saying?
Yep.
It ain't because Kazak or Zion is saying there's no option. It's because I'm not letting myself have options. I'm not giving myself a way out of it. Y'all see that? I'm not creating the excuse for myself first. Now, if something comes up, like, I ain't gonna front. I'll be honest. I probably wasn't even gonna make it to VA. Money. Tickets was too expensive and I wasn't gonna be able to drive. So I probably wasn't even gonna make it. And that would have been understood. But it wasn't because I was like, oh, well, you know, my life and these things and that. No. Sometimes, remember, I was supposed to go to VA. Kazak was supposed to come to Houston for a month. Why didn't we do it? Money. Sometimes you can't do things because you need money. You need money to travel. You need money to be able to make these moves. We didn't have the money.
Yeah.
Wasn't that we didn't have the time, or he couldn't separate from his family, or I couldn't leave my family. We been did that. We've been doing that, right? It was something more. It was money. You need that. Yeah, what?
Let's go to Matthew 22:1. We're gonna read the verse 5. Matthew 22:1. We're gonna read the verse 5.
And I'm not saying this to shame nobody or make y'all feel bad or guilty or anything like that, or you're less than, but I'm trying to spark a mind in you of why does it seem like, because I know y'all be like, well, it's just easy for you. Yeah, you're right. It is easy for me. You're right. It is easy for me. Why? It is easy for him. Shatak, Zion, Arya. Why though? Because we made it easy. We gave in. Tawan, we gave in. We made it easy for ourselves to not have an opposing thought interrupt the thing that's necessary. I made it easy for myself. I adopted the mind frame. This is life. That's it. And the only way to keep that going is to keep everybody around me included. This is life. This is the life we chose.
Yep.
Right? I be walking through my house, man. I be walking through my house. This is the life we, right? This is the life we chose, man. But why am I saying that? Because if you don't have your mind geared towards this is what I chose, then there'll always be a choice.
Good point.
You'll always give yourself an option. I don't like to give myself too many options because I get nervous and I choose the wrong way. When I start getting options, I'm like, oh, snap, so I could not do that? No, there ain't no option. So we do it, I'll be there. I'm there. When have y'all ever seen me opt out of anything? When? That's my point, because I said, you know what, this is my life. This is my life. This is it.
You know, Kawakabe used to say in his thing, whenever he would teach sometimes, I heard him say, like, a lot of people, you know, they get burnt up by the fire.
Yep.
But it's like, you have to learn how to become the fire. So then you don't get burnt up, because the fire is always going to be there. So it's like, you just have to learn how to become the fire. So if you are going to become the fire, then the fire is always going to be there. And if you're fire too, then two fires join together. The fire is just going to be bigger. One fire is not going to affect the next fire. It's only just going to make the other. It's just going to make the fire in general more potent.
Yep.
But if you're not fire, or if you haven't learned to become the fire, then you're just going to get burnt up. You're going, like, the options, the choices, and this is one thing that we have learned here. You know, I could say within myself is, I've learned to just become the fire. So it's like I always tell brothers when I'm working with them, like, I like the things that come up. I like the problems. I like the trials. I like the tribulations that come up and show itself. Like, to me, it's like it just damn near became fun. But when I was younger, it wasn't. That's why I got the name La Karab, to battle. Because I'll battle everything. I would be the person that had the options and the choices. But when I gave in and I became the fire, it was no more. It was just, okay, this is what we're doing. Let's do it. Whatever. Why? Because now it's like, it's just a part of me. Everything is a part of me. Like, I've taken ownership in everything. You see what I'm saying? So now there isn't like this fight. When things arise, it isn't like this hardship. It's just okay, well, it's happening.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. And then guess what? If something bad happens, then it's like, or some type of trial or tribulation happens, and I'm like, okay, well, I can't wait to see how the Most High is going to get us out of this. You know what I'm saying? That mind ended up getting developed in me where it wasn't at first, but that mind could have never been developed if I wasn't just a part of everything. You see what I'm saying? Let's read this real quick.
Real quick, I just want to say this. Y'all ever hear the saying, like water? Y'all ever hear that? Like water.
Yep.
Why like water?
It's Bruce Lee.
Right, it's Bruce Lee. Right? Like water. He would just say it, like water. Or he was telling the man, be like water. What's the one thing significant about water? Well, water is conformable in the three phases: gas, liquid, and a solid. It's the only element that can do that. It can conform. So you're like, damn, how did this water get in? Oh, well, because water can creep. Right? Water will settle, then all it needs is a low point, and it'll creep down. It'll creep under everything, right? Or damn, I didn't know, like, how did this thing freeze up? Where did this, well, because water, when it hits a certain temperature, right? Or damn, it's moist in the air. Why? Because water, it'll go. It's the one element that, if you want to mimic life or mimic something, be like water. It can conform to all the different situations. And you're like, man, how does water get, do you ever actually, like, how does water get here? You ever ask yourself, how does the water get on the outside of the thing when it's cold? You're like, man, how did the water get out the bottle? But it didn't. Water is just magic. Nah, it ain't magic. Obviously, it's some way that it does it, but you know what I'm talking about. When it's cold and you're like, man, all that moisture, how did water seep through and the pool, like.
It's like my fish tank. I'll be like, why does this keep getting low?
Because water is evaporating, right? Why do I
like,
gotta
how
do
does
that?
it get, but they say, like, water got to be at a certain temperature for it to evaporate. My heater in my fish tank don't work, so it's cold as hell in there. So how is it evaporate?
Water will evaporate.
See?
Water, it just does its thing, but you got to be like, what is it saying? Be conformable.
Yeah.
If think about water can damage and bring life. What part do you want to be? Well, be the water, right? Be the water. You can damage and bring life. Y'all see that? Be the water. Be the fire. Be the thing that you running from. Be it. Not the evil part. Not the negative. Not the demon spirits. But what I'm saying is, like, he runs from the battle. Right? He will run from. That's why we named him Lakarab, the battler. But now he's like, okay, I get it. I'm in the battle. He never is out the battle.
It's fun now.
Right? And I make sure that he's always knee deep in the battle, right? Of having to deal with situations. That's what it is. He never liked to deal with things head on. So now it's like, look, we gotta deal with this. We gotta handle this. What we gonna do here? I'm making sure he's knee deep. And everything that comes my way, guess what? You're going to get a little touch. You're going to get a little piece. I want to see how you handle. I want to see what you're going to do to keep him being that and not looking at it and saying, I can't accomplish. Be your faith. Be the faith. Like, don't just have it, be it. Be the faith. How can you be the faith? Well, be the faith for others. Be the belief. Be the long suffering. Y'all get that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Where you about to go?
Let's go to Matthew 22 and verse 1.
The book of Matthew, chapter 22 and verse 1.
Uh-huh.
And Jesus answered and spake unto them again by parables, and said, The kingdom of heaven is like unto a certain king, which made a marriage for his son.
So this parable on how the kingdom of heaven is going to be, right? You got a certain king that made a marriage for his son. That king is the Most High. The son, of course, is Yahawashi. So the Most High made a marriage for his son, Yahawashi. Read on.
And sent forth his servants.
Who's the Most High servants? The Israelites.
Right, we are.
Us right now. So we were sent forth. Go ahead.
To call them that were bidden to the wedding.
And that's what you see we're doing now. We're calling brothers and sisters to be bidden to the wedding. Whether you see us street speaking, whether you see us passing out flyers, right? But some of us in here is still being called. We ain't all the way there at the wedding, because remember, you got the other one, you got the other parable to this where it talks about how you was called, but you didn't show up with a garment. You see what I'm saying? So just because we're here, we're still waiting, we're still working on making sure that we show up to the wedding the right way and show up appropriately. You see what I'm saying? Go ahead.
And they would not come.
But guess what? Some of us, we ain't coming to the wedding. We don't care to come. But check this out, verse 4.
Again, he sent forth other servants, saying, Tell them which are bidden, Behold, I have prepared my dinner.
These are the prophets going out, warning brothers and sisters, letting them know what's going on, what they need to do. So guess what? The dinner is prepared for the wedding. Who don't want to eat? Who don't like who shows up to a wedding really? Like, come on, man. When you show up to the wedding, you showing up to eat. You showing up for liquor,
Fish or chicken?
you showing up for the party. You know, think about it. If I throw a wedding right now, all I'm doing is just throwing away money. Because y'all, I'm throwing away money for everybody here to eat and drink.
Yep. That's it.
You know what I'm saying? That expensive wedding cake that I'm paying for, y'all all eating it.
Open bar.
Paying for the DJ. I'm paying for all y'all. I'm the one supplying everything for y'all to come to my wedding.
Open bar, top shelf.
You know what I'm saying?
Liquor.
Especially if you're the man, you paying for that dress,
No McCormick's. All Grey Goose.
right? So it's like, well, so that's all you want? Damn, my pockets, right? But the Most High, He prepared all this for the wedding.
He just saying, come eat.
It's like, man, just show up, look presentable, be ready to walk in. It's a certain color for the wedding. So guess what? Everybody get that color.
Like, who don't want to crash a wedding? You ever see the movie Wedding Crashers?
Haven't seen it.
Bro, they get dressed, they walk in, they eat, they act like they're part of the family.
Oh,
Just to
man.
go meet little women's and drink and eat. Like, who don't want to crash a wedding?
Damn, I didn't know that. I didn't know that's what it meant. I never knew what it meant.
Yes.
It's hilarious.
So it's like, bro, it's a wedding. It's dope, right? It's dope. So everything is prepared. Go ahead.
My oxen and my fatlings are killed, and all things are ready. Come unto the marriage.
Remember, we got mansions prepared for us. Everything is ready for us to come into this marriage, right? But read verse 5. This is the point right here.
But they made light of it.
They made what?
They made light of it.
Y'all know what making light of something means? That means it ain't important.
Blow it off.
You blew it off. That means that it ain't. It's like I'll give you a good example. This cracker just died, right? We all made light of that.
Which one? Queen Elizabeth?
Yeah, Elizabeth. We all made light of that. Anybody watch her little whole? Nobody. I'm pretty sure nobody online or in class watched her service of her laying and felt like, see, thank you.
I watched it though. Not all 9 hours, but I watched it. But I didn't feel bad.
9 hours?
Yeah, her whole the Monday one was 9 hours.
Damn.
You go on YouTube and watch it. I just skipped through it, but yeah.
But y'all said, but that even in that, that's still making light of it in a way. You just skipping through it.
I just want to see white people pull another white person's carriage
Oh,
by
nice.
foot. They like literally strapped them in and had them pulling the carriage. I'm like, what the hell's going on?
Damn.
Yeah. I just wanted to see. There were certain things I wanted to see.
Yeah.
I wanted to see the crown, the scepter. They lower her thing into the floor. I just wanted to see
Burn.
how much money they spent and burnt of our hard-earned dollars. How much slavery was put into that funeral. Yeah, but I didn't care. Like what you're saying is like I didn't sit there and shed a tear for the queen. Hell no. I'm waiting for Charles to pass out. I'm waiting for him to collapse real quick. I'm like trying to figure out how's the Most High gonna kill that whole family.
I'm gonna tell y'all something, man. The scripture says you're not supposed to rejoice when your enemy dies, and when your enemy falls. So like the only thing I've been trying to remind myself is don't rejoice. Where be a, you know what I'm saying? Like just keep it easy because it's very easy to just.
Yeah,
You know,
the sad part about that is as soon as she's done, you cut one head off, another head pops up. Another head pops up, another head pops up. So it's hard to even rejoice. Because ain't nothing really being accomplished with her death.
Yeah. So scripture says they made light of it, right? Go ahead.
And went their ways,
Check this out. Went their ways. Go ahead.
one to his farm,
One to his farm,
another to his merchandise.
another to his merchandise. What is your farm? Your food. So one went back to their comforts, their food. What's the merchandise?
Or
All your vanity,
Or just his own work.
his own work. You see that?
I'd rather work than come to the wedding. Like think about who wants to rather work than go to a party.
Who would rather go to a
A
farm?
fully catered party.
Yeah.
If I said right now, hey, we all about to go party or we about to go hit this farm and plow some field. Who's going to go party? We got a feast or we got to go work? What y'all doing? Come on, man.
Y'all want to know what's crazy? I don't know if y'all see like just how much this right here is one. It was one of the biggest reasons why we're still here, because it says when you go to the farm or go to the merchandise, right? So when we get the battling and the truth about being around or do I need to be here or yada yada yada, you step back out into the world and guess what? Now the necessary work that's needed to be done for your people to come out of it, now that process is slowed down. It's slowed down instead of it being sped up. You see what I'm saying? Like if everybody, the harvest is plenteous, but the laborers are few. Guess what? The harvest is still gonna get picked up. But if you got a little bit of laborers, then it's gonna take time for it to get picked up. But imagine if like everybody was like, okay, let's just go get this harvest real quick. Then it wouldn't even take that long. But because it's a few, then it takes a while.
Working double.
It takes a while. You working double, you working overtime, but guess what? It's always been like that. It's always been like that. It's always been a remnant. Many are called, few are chosen. It's always been like that. So what we have to see is the Most High is calling all of us to be a part of that few. You don't want to make light of it. You don't want to make light of it. Why? Because it just goes back to the reading. It says, thou and thy children and with all thine heart and with all thy soul. There's only a few that's really going to do it with all their heart and all their soul. But he wanted us all to do it with all our heart and all our soul, and then we'll be delivered. You see what I'm saying? Like you can look in the time of Egypt. When it said we cried out to the Father and he heard us and he respected us, it's because we was all doing it with all our hearts and all our souls. But it said that we started doing it because the way they were doing it, the way they were coming at us was so hard, was so forceful, that it was like finally our people was like, man, I can't take it. But the only thing we could do is call on the Most High. That's when he heard. But you can look at it in these times. When things get real serious, I said it, when did I say it? Yesterday in class? I said, let Russia drop the first bomb in here. Anywhere. This class will be standing room only. You know what I'm saying? Like all Israelites, not just ours. All Israelites everywhere. everywhere. It don't matter what camp, their schools all of a sudden would not be big enough.
Attendances would just
All of a sudden,
just like when Y2K happened, the year 2000, church.
But it was 9/11.
9/11?
When 9/11 happened, that was the greatest day ever for all religions. Because their churches, everybody was in church. Nobody cared about football at that time. Everybody was just in church. Why? Because they thought that everything that they see happening around the world, they thought that was about to come here. So now they can't be comfortable. So everybody was going to church and looking for saving. But right now, ain't nothing happening here because it's still the virgin daughter that hasn't been touched. When you look at Russia right now, bro, you got people are trying. Putin made it where if you're between the ages of 18 and 65 and you're a man, you cannot buy a plane ticket to leave that country.
Yeah,
so everybody's trying to drive to leave Russia. But guess what?
Borders is backed up 6 miles.
It got real quick over there. When he made that announcement, it got real, as y'all can see.
Yeah.
But the problem here is that it ain't real yet. But when it gets real, that's when the same thing is going to happen here. But guess what? Others is going to be more prepared. Then some is going to be more prepared than others for when it really goes down. Because just because
You're going to still be trying to get your socks on and everybody else is fully dressed.
yeah, man. Yeah. So I just wanted to touch on that, man. Like the scripture, Yahawashi already told us that we was going to make light of it. A lot of us is going to make light of it, and you don't want to make light of it. Because just think about it. I always say this. Just think about right now, like you turn your back from the truth. You say screw it all, and you turn your back. You know why a lot of y'all will turn y'all's backs and say screw it all? It's because y'all ain't watching the news to see what's going on. You're on your social media. You're looking at other people's lives. You're listening to the trash music. You're paying attention to this. You're paying attention to that. But you don't see that your salvation is closer. You're not paying attention and just seeing how America is crumbling. Yes, your life is hard. But when you watch the world, you see everybody's life is just crumbling. People are panicking.
It's true.
So, yeah. But let's get back to this reading. Deuteronomy 30.
Deuteronomy chapter 30
Uh-huh.
and verse 3. From the top.
Mm-hmm.
4?
Yeah, verse 4.
Verse 4. If any of thine be driven out unto the outmost parts of heaven, from thence will the Lord thy God gather thee, and from thence will he fetch thee. And the Lord thy God will bring thee into the land which thy fathers possessed, and thou shalt possess it, and he will do thee good, and multiply thee above thy fathers. And the Lord thy God will circumcise thine heart, and the hearts of thy seed, to love the Lord thy God with all thine heart, and with all thy soul, that thou mayest live. That's it.
All right. Next person.
$14 billion.
Who's that?
Hamite.
Elijah, Shabbatashal, Yashakar, Banyasha Allah, Benabizra, Amadim, Barak,
Yahawashi Miao Shai Brakatha.
Yahabah Shem Yahushai Brakatah.
$14 billion, bro.
That's how much he's worth.
The top 3 richest black men in Africa.
Damn.
$14 billion.
That is wild.
Right.
Deuteronomy chapter 30, verse 7. And the Lord thy God will put all these curses upon thine enemies and on them that hate thee, which persecuted thee.
So y'all see, man, like the curses was going to be on somebody, either us or them. We chose for it to be on us. Go ahead.
Verse 8, and thou shalt return and obey the voice of the Lord, and do all his commandments which I command thee this day. And the Lord thy God will make thee plenteous in every work of thine hand, in the fruit of thy body, and in the fruit of thy cattle, and in the fruit of thy land, for good. For the Lord will again rejoice over thee for good, as he rejoiced over thy fathers. If thou shalt hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to keep his commandments and his statutes, which are written in this book of the law, and if thou turn unto the Lord thy God with all thine heart and with all thy soul, for this commandment which I command thee this day, it is not hidden from thee, neither is it far off. It is not in heaven, that thou shouldest say, who shall go up for us to heaven, and bring it unto us, that we may hear it and do it.
So as y'all see, it's very simple. These commandments that he's given us, very simple. It's not a far off where you got to go all the way to go get it. It's not up in heaven somewhere where you got to go and try to find it. It's right there. It's right in our hands. It's not hard. Go ahead.
Verse 13, neither is it beyond the sea, that thou shouldest say, who shall go over the sea for us, and bring it unto us, that we may hear it and do it. But the word is very nigh unto thee, in thy mouth and in thy heart, that thou mayest do it. See, I have set before thee this day life and good, and death and evil.
So very simple, man. The commandments, very easy, very simple. It's not hard to figure out. Don't let nobody come and try to beguile you into thinking something that, perfect example, chickens are lawful. Don't let nobody come and try to trick you and tell you that chickens ain't lawful, when you can't like go into the Bible and make it plain as day. This is a perfect scripture. It's showing you that the things that the Most High laid out for us is very plain, very easy. I don't gotta go get a jet to go up there to go find out something, or go across the sea like the scripture says. It's right here. It's very easy. It's about life and death and good and evil. He's not going. If it's about life and death and good and evil, he ain't gonna make it hard. You see what I'm saying? He's gonna make it very, very simple and easy for you to understand it. Why? Because it pertains to your life, and it pertains to good, and it pertains to evil. So why would he make that hard for you to understand? You see what I'm saying? Read on.
Verse 16. And that I command thee this day, to love the Lord thy God, to walk in his ways, and to keep his commandments, and his statutes, and his judgments, that thou mayest live and multiply. And the Lord thy God shall bless thee in the land whither thou goest to possess it. But if thine heart turn away, so that thou wilt not hear, but shall be drawn away, and worship other gods, and serve them, I denounce unto you this day, that ye shall surely perish, and that ye shall not prolong your days upon the land whither thou passest over Jordan to go to possess it. I call heaven and earth to record this day against you, that I have set before you life and death, blessing and cursing. Therefore, choose life, that both thou and thy seed may live.
Y'all see that? Very simple. Very simple. Life and death, blessing and cursing. Which one are you going to choose? This is your choice. This is your decision. Whatever comes your way, the Most High gives a man according to his works. So the things that we've gotten throughout our life and to come is all because of our very own works, our very own choices. Can't blame nobody. Can't blame the environment. Not everybody that came from a ghetto environment had to turn into a gangster and had to turn into this and had to turn into that. We chose these things. We chose to be the way that we were. Yes, a lot of us was raised a certain type of way, but when you became 12, or when you got to even before 12, you understood certain things. You knew right from wrong. We all had a conscience, and we all made our choices. So up until this time in the truth, can't blame nobody for where you're at or where you think you should be or where you want to be. Like, this is all on you. It's all you. What are you gonna choose? Life and death. You can't blame no woman. Can't blame no child. You can't blame nothing. The Most High gave us what we put in according to our works. You see what I'm saying? That's what the Most High has given us. So Moses is simply telling us, choose life. Choose life. Choose the blessings that you may live, that you and your seed may live. You see what I'm saying? Read on.
Verse 20.
Okay, go ahead.
Verse 20.
Uh-huh.
That thou mayest love the Lord thy God, and that thou mayest obey his voice, and that thou mayest cleave unto him,
Mm-hmm.
for he is thy life, and the length of thy days, that thou mayest dwell in the land which the Lord sware unto thy fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to give them.
Is that it for you? All right, let's get this, brother. Short read. We go to Isaiah now, right? Yeah.
Where do you read to?
The end of 30.
Isaiah 61. Shemaya Allah, Shabbat Tashal, Yahawada, Banyashra Allah, Benavizra, Amadim, Barak.
Yahweh Hashem Hashai Barakatham.
Yahweh Hashem Hashai Barakatham. We're going to go to Isaiah chapter 61, starting at verse 10.
Isaiah chapter 61, verse 10. I will greatly rejoice in the Lord. My soul shall be joyful in my God, for he had clothed me with the garments of salvation. He had covered me with the robe of righteousness, as a bridegroom decketh himself with ornaments, as a bride adorneth herself with her jewels. Verse 11. For as the earth bringeth forth her bud, and as the garland causeth the things that are sown in it to spring forth, so the Lord God will cause righteousness and praise to spring forth between all the nations. Isaiah chapter 62, verse 1. For Zion's sake, I not behold my peace, and for Jerusalem's sake, I not rest, until the righteousness thereof go forth as brightness, and the salvation thereof as a lamp that burneth. And the Gentiles shall see thy righteousness, all kings thy glory, and thou shalt be called by a new name, which the mouth of the Lord shall name. Thou shalt also be a crown of glory in the hand of the Most High, and a royal diadem in the hand of thy God. Thou shalt no more be termed forsaken, neither shall thy land any more be termed desolate. Thou shalt be called Hephzibah, and thy land Beulah, for the Lord delighted in thee, and thy land shall be married. For as a young man married a virgin, so shall thy sons marry thee. And as the bridegroom rejoiceth over the bride, so shall thy God rejoice over thee. Verse 6. I have set watchmen upon thy walls, O Jerusalem, which shall never hold their peace day nor night. Ye that make mention of the Lord, keep not silence, and give him no rest, till he establish, and till he make Jerusalem a praise in the earth. The Lord has sworn by his right hand and by the arm of his strength, surely I will no more give thy corn to be meat for thine enemies, and the sons of the stranger shall not drink thy wine, nor stranger shall not drink thy wine for the which thou hast labored. Verse 9. But they that have gathered it shall eat it and praise the Most High, and they that have brought it together shall drink it in the courts of my holiness. Go through the gates, prepare ye the way of the people. Cast up the highway, gather out the stones, lift up a standard for the people. Behold, the Most High hath proclaimed unto the end of the world, say ye to the daughter of Zion, behold, thy salvation cometh. Behold, his reward is with him, and his work before him.
That was it. All right. Next person. We're going to war. Shabbat Shal, Yahuda, Bon Yasha'Allah, Ben Abizra, Amayim, Barak.
Yahawashi, Yahawashi, Brakatam.
Yahawashi, Yahawashi, Brakatam.
Isaiah chapter 62, verse 12. And they shall call them the holy people, the redeemed of the Most High. And thou shalt be called, sought out, a city not forsaken. Isaiah chapter 63, verse 1.
Y'all know this is my chapter. Y'all know this is my chapter. I got this chapter on a t-shirt. Go ahead, read.
Isaiah chapter 63, verse 1. Who is this that cometh from Edom with dyed garments from Basra?
Yep, read.
This that is glorious in his apparel, traveling in the greatness of his strength. I that speak in righteousness, mighty to save. Wherefore art thou red in thine apparel?
He said that Yahawashi was what?
Red in thine apparel.
Remember, Yahawashi was coming with white garments. But he said he was,
Red in thine apparel.
Read.
And thy garments like him that treadeth in the wine fat.
Read on.
I have trodden the winepress alone.
You know when you squash them grapes and that grape juice like plops up, like the whole bottom is red, but the juice residue speckles the garment? Read on.
And of the people there was none with me. For I will tread them in my anger.
In his what?
Anger.
What's he angry about? Hold that real quick. Go to 2nd Esdras. Go to the 2nd Esdras 11 and verse 41. And I might go through this breakdown one of these days. It's a good breakdown. Go to 2nd Esdras 11 and verse 41. Read.
2nd Esdras chapter 11, verse 41.
What is Yahawashi angry about? What is he coming to avenge? Read.
For the earth hast thou not judged with truth.
Yeah, he's going and talking about, when you read in this chapter, it's talking about the Edomite Roman, the Roman Empire, which is where we know the Greco-Romans, the Edomites spring from. He said they did what?
For the earth hast thou not judged with truth.
Right, they haven't judged the earth with truth. Why is this significant? Well, because they got the Bible. They got the word. Romans 11 tells us, through our stumble, they picked up the riches, which is the word. Read.
For thou hast afflicted the meek.
What does the Edomite nation do? Read it again.
For thou hast afflicted the meek.
See, their job, they like to afflict the meek. Go ahead.
Thou hast heard the peaceable.
Thou
hast heard the peaceable.
Yeah, it says a sinful man disquieted friends and cause chaos amongst friends, them that are at peace. You see that? But that's what Esau's on. They'll throw all these things out in the media. They'll do things. Listen, their influence is global. So they'll do things in the earth to cause chaos and to disrupt peace. Even the animals ain't at peace when Esau's in rule.
That's right.
Niggas, you got fish trying to jump out the damn ocean.
Yeah.
You got birds falling out the sky, fish jumping out the ocean, and animals trying to come live in your house. Trying to run away from Esau's madness. This is why Yahawashi got to come and stomp them out. Because no matter what we think, we don't have the technology. We don't have the unification. We don't have the brotherhood. We don't have the sister. Listen, Esau got more unity than we do.
Hell yeah.
Esau got more communication than a typical Israelite. They invented communication. Everything is about comms.
You know,
Go ahead.
You know, don't even think about your basic Esau. I want y'all to think about the Edomites.
Think about your militia Esau in
That's
Montana.
what I was gonna say. Don't. I don't really want to use the word militia because I don't want people to think Israelites are militias. But if you look at militia Edomites, do you see the way that they roll compared to how we roll? And I know we're not a militia, of course. No Israelite is a militia. But when you just look at that in itself, it's like, whoa. It's like, whoa, like we couldn't even go to war against them. You see what I'm saying? But yeah.
Go ahead, read on. Okay, he just got a bill.
Thou hast loved liars.
Thou hast what?
Loved liars.
He said Esau what?
Loved liars.
Yeah, Esau loves liars. They love the deceivers. But that's why they get deceived. Go ahead.
And destroyed the dwelling of them that brought forth fruit.
I mean, come on, man.
Hey,
Have they not destroyed the earth? He said the earth is defiled by the inhabitants. This is what the white man does. Like, we ain't even got to talk about it. All we got to do is read the Bible. Why is Yahawashi angry? Why is the Most High mad? Why is the world? Ask yourself this. Ask yourself this. When Russia and them and those Middle Eastern nations team up, which they're already teamed up if you didn't know that. They already got a treaty. It's called, no, not BRICS. This is one that came before BRICS. It's S.O.W. It's called the no, not Siberian. It's called the, I just looked this up. Yeah, I just looked this up last night. Man, it's called like the S.O.W. Treaty. Let me see. S.O.W. No, that's not it. That's SCO. But they already teamed up, man. But when this thing really pops off, if y'all don't see what's going on with Putin, he's already threatening a nuclear war. He's making threats. Right. SCO organization, Shanghai Corporation Organization. If you look that up and see who's a part of that.
oh, we know.
And Russia is that head boy, that bear. That boy ready. That boy ready. But it says Shanghai. Where is Shanghai?
Oh, China.
Right. So when that bear and that snake team up, what you gonna do? But think about this. Think about this. Think about the fact that when all these nations are fighting each other, then they all turn on America. Why? Well, it said the nations are mad. They're mad as hell, bro, because look at what America is doing to the economy. Y'all, like we talked about it the other day. Y'all see gas prices dropping, right? Y'all see that, right? But you know what they tapped into? They tapped into that reserve. And you know what they said when they tapped into that reserve? That they'll never be able to replenish it. Think about that. They tapped into that reserve so they can get your vote. If you ain't mad about that. Because as soon as that election's over, as soon as that midterm, we got 70-something days to the midterms. As soon as it's over,
Again, the gas going back up.
gas is going, listen, they said that your heating bill, that's about to go up 17%. Because they ripped through all the natural gas. So what you gonna do? Not heat your house? Or go broke? You better wear some layers. My pops taught me early. You better put on some layers in that winter. You better have on double socks and a hoodie. Right? This might be a cold winter.
Go invest in Academy right now.
Right? But the point is, look at what Esau is doing. Don't get it twisted. The Russians are Edomites and American white people are Edomites. But look at what they're doing look at what they're doing to the people. The atrocities of the world that's happening to the people. Everyone's affected because of their nonsense, man. Because of their fake treaties and fake teaming up and fake war. The little fake proxy war. If you're going to fight Russia, go fight them. But don't involve everybody else in it. And then you got blacks and Hispanics. Oh, we want to go defend Ukraine. Like, what the hell? Nigga, for what? For what? You can't even defend your block. O-block. They about to take O-block and turn it into a damn parking lot. Y'all know what O-block is, look it up. That's one of them hoods in Chicago that niggas is over there fighting over. They about to flatten that and turn it into a parking lot. A Whole Foods. They about to turn your apartment into a Whole Foods. What y'all gonna do? You can't even defend that. But Esau ain't guiltless. What? What's that?
This man, this blow me away when I saw this.
Yep.
This says, Illinois non-determinable offenses starting the 1st of January.
Wait, say that one more time. You went too fast.
Illinois non-determinable offenses.
Oh.
You talking about the purge law?
January 1st, 2020.
Is that the purge law?
Yeah, that's purge law.
That's what they call it? They call it the purge law. Go ahead.
Aggravated battery, aggravated DUI, aggravated fleeing, arson, burglary, drug induced homicide.
So I don't know about this. So if you do these things, what happens?
It's catch and
That's
release.
Yeah.
That's all.
They gonna just
Murder
let you out.
somebody, you even have no bail.
Hold on, I got a few more. I got
Catch
the
and
folks. I got 4 more to
Wait,
show you.
wait. Before you keep going, let me just
Right.
make sure I'm understanding. So you can do these things.
Right,
They lock you up.
right. And you don't need a bail.
Yeah, you don't need no bail. You just, they just let you out.
That started January.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
You heard me.
$0 to get you out.
That's
Oh,
what's
damn.
happening. That's what's about to happen.
That's
They
dope.
can kill folks and they don't have no big bail.
That's dope as
Bail
hell.
them out.
Right?
And this is
I'm
in
ready.
Chicago.
I'm ready. We're in the home of the Draco. Go ahead. Home of the Glizzy, right?
Don't care for it.
Go ahead. What else?
Intimidation,
Right?
kidnapping,
Read.
robbery.
Now, who are all these things affecting at a high scale?
Cold.
Our people, man. We the ones being affected by these things. We getting kidnapped the most, and we kidnapping the most.
He go to
We
bed.
robbing the most and getting robbed the most.
That's right.
Because it's happening to each other.
That's right. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Boy, he go to bed too.
That's why he said, "For the earth hast thou not judged with truth."
Yep.
You don't let a murderer off. You hold his ass in ward and have a trial.
Absolutely.
But you don't hold a man for. But this is another problem. You don't hold a man for years and years before you have a trial. Go look at Rikers Island. If y'all know anything about Rikers Island, you be in Rikers Island for 5 years before you get a trial and not be guilty.
Damn.
Think about it.
Come out of gangster.
That's why they had to shut that prison down, because it was unlawful. Y'all heard about the brother that killed himself in there?
Wow.
He committed suicide because he wasn't. He was waiting his trial and waiting, and I mean, he was not guilty anyway. But that's a holding facility, and the things that happen in that place is insane. It's insane. They call it Iraq Island.
Damn.
When you in New York, they call it Iraq Island, because you know about like Iraq and it's a war zone.
Yeah.
Think about it. You got I could walk in Rikers Island dressed like this, and this is how I'll be in there for the next 3 years unless people bring me clothes. There's no uniform in Rikers Island, so guess what? If a nigga like my girdle, guess what he's coming for?
Yep.
The girdle, my glasses, my shoes, my arm, whatever. There's no law, drugs, weed, alcohol, sex. It's all in there. We watched a documentary. It was like this documentary on being locked up, like homosexuals locked up in Rikers Island. And bro, this was in the 80s. Cats was running through there dressing as women, and it was wild. Like, yeah, we know we ain't supposed to shack up, but that's what they are. We get away with things up in here, and I'm just like, damn. Imagine you walk into a spot and it's just beds and little small lockers, and everybody's just open and exposed. That's Rikers. Parts of it.
Bound by honor.
It's rough. But the problem is, that's not a lawful way to deal with people. You don't lock a bunch of men up for years and then expect them not to go at each other in many ways than one. Right? Y'all ever heard about the dude that they made fun of him on the Boondocks, and it was this thing, they call him the Booty Warrior. Right? This Judite man that was from like Alabama, he got locked up, and they interviewed him. And he was like, yeah, like booty was more important than drinking water, right? That's what he was on. Like, he was like, listen, if you come in here sagging, I'm gonna rape you. I guess he got locked. I was watching something and they were talking about him. This was like 2 days ago. They're like, he got let out of jail in 2015. So this interview was done maybe 10 years ago, 2007, 2008. But he got let out in 2015. They said that from that time until then, they say he raped 150 men. Think about that.
Oh, when he was in jail? Or
While he was in jail, yeah. In those 10 years, he raped 150 men. Because his thing was, if I want it, I'm taking it. And you look at him like, you ain't got no teeth. How you gonna fight me? Right? But when you set men up in that situation, they're gonna get violated. Men are gonna be aggressive towards men, women towards women. Because that's not a lawful way to do things. The way it's not a moral way to deal with people. Right? Think about the man, they have him locked up almost 30 years. He stole $9 back in the 80s. I remember because it was in 82. He been locked up 40 years for $9. Think about that. 40 years for they gave him life because he stole $9. I mean, bruh, $9? You can't even buy a turkey sandwich from Shalasky's with $9.
Can't do anything without that.
The large cost $20. So you mean to tell me $9 got this man life? But that's Esau. They don't judge with righteousness. Y'all we look at these big things, but look at the small atrocities. You got men that had to steal to eat. Right? They had to steal out of necessity. And you would think America would set things up for these people, but they don't. They don't. They set it up for us to fail. Go ahead. What else you got?
You just two left. And these the ones blow my mind. 2nd-degree murder and threatening a public official.
So you could threaten a cop or an FBI agent or a judge, a public official. Is that the same as a government official? Public would be more like what, a park worker? Maybe somebody that's giving you a ticket?
Yeah, it's
Or is that
it's basically like law enforcement too.
Damn.
They can threaten them too.
Bruh.
Yes.
So you know what's gonna happen in Texas.
Oh, you know it's gonna scroll.
They're gonna have the no arrest law.
Thank you.
Because Texas always got to one up everybody. So there's
That's right.
oh, you killed somebody? Oh, just don't worry about it.
Yeah,
go
that's
on home.
Let me call the judge. Let him loose.
Yeah, you're gonna have the judge do a voice, do a Zoom call. You know, Abbott, he's a moron. So he got to one up. He gonna have to one up Chicago and make this the real wild west.
Right.
Yeah, just wait for it. I mean, come on. They got open carry law. They got all these laws here. They got concealed carry. You can go. I could go online right now.
It's right. It's right. Everything's right for the everything.
Yeah, I can go online right now and get me a concealed carry weapon and license in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Without even seeing a person. I mean, come on. Or I could just carry. I could just carry.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I could just have my gun tucked or just open carry, whatever I want. It's Texas.
Back to the Western days.
Yeah, we getting back to those days of lawlessness, but the point is, and that's why we know we don't stand a chance. Because think about it. With all the technologies, with all the guns and all the weapons, he said it the other day in class. Who in here knows how to shoot a bazooka? You went to the military. They teach you how to shoot bazookas.
Nah.
Thank you. Even in the military. Why? Because you weren't in that branch of military where you have to pop off a bazooka. Did you shoot any guns besides maybe a handgun?
The shotgun.
Shotgun. Right? But you wasn't on the ship busting off the 50 cal. Right? Or hitting the button for the missiles. Or lining up mortars. Right? You wasn't doing that. Right? But Esau, who in here knows longitude and latitude and longitude? Who in here can read a map? When I say read a map, I don't mean like Google mapping something or I'm talking about, listen, if I took your phone right now and said, you're going to get from here to New York, could you do it? If you read a map.
Come.
Yeah, well, I know that I can do it because I had to do it. I was taking road trips without a phone. 15, 16, 17. When I could drive, I was on that road learning. But I remember things off of sight. So I can tell you what highway I'm on just by looking at, I can remember the outlets in each city. That's how my mind works when it comes to travel. I told you about that.
Yeah.
I'm like, no, I can see something and know, I'm in Kansas. Oh, I'm in Iowa. Oh, I'm in Colorado. Oh, I'm in Pittsburgh, Philadelphia. Like, that's how my mind works when it comes to just getting around. I don't rely on this.
It's a train thing.
I'm trained. Yeah, my mind's been trained in that.
Right.
But how many people? But see, he still got a GPS to get from here to the old school.
Yeah.
That's terrible.
Yeah.
That's terrible. That's not good.
That's not.
But Esau, man, listen. They know how to. They train their children. They train themselves to be able to get around tactically. He asked it, who can clear a room?
Yeah.
Who knows how to clear a room tactically? It's these little things that we ain't got to know how to do those things, but the point is this: are we aware enough to know how?
Yeah.
Are we even looking into those things? Those are the things that Esau is looking into. Why? Because he knows his time is coming up, and who is he going to take his last little bit of vengeance out on? You can't fight Christ. But he got his Space Force. They even got a theme song. Did y'all see that on the news?
No.
They got the Space Force got like a whole theme song, like we're defenders of the universe.
Oh, no.
I'm like, what the hell? These niggas got a song, right? They got a whole song. But who are they gonna take their last little bit of anger and vengeance out on? Yeah, they're already doing it. They're already doing it. They're already doing it when they got their damn police gang out there beating us up and fighting and roughing our people up. They're doing it. When they use their laws and their government officials to bully us and to box us in a corner, they're doing it. This is why Yahawashi got to come.
Yes.
What is he stomping? The people physically,
That's what he's doing.
but he also got to wipe them out spiritually, their influence. Read on.
And destroyed the dwelling of them that brought forth fruit,
Read on.
and had cast down the walls of such as did they no harm.
See that? This is what Esau be on, man. I'm going to go break down your walls even though you didn't do me no harm. I'm going to go into your villages, into your cities, into your dwellings, look you up and down, find your weakness, steal your identity, push you into the corner, be you for a little bit, and then tell you, you know what? Now you can come be with me.
Right.
I'm going to tell you where your place is at with me.
Oh,
Come on, bruh.
pay me taxes.
Right, I'm going to tax you to live in your land. I'm going to tell you who you are now. If that ain't the damn devil, and if that's not devilish, that's why we can't wipe out the devil. Not this one. That's why Christ got to come. Because just think about it, man. Even if we all banded together, it's going to be some I don't want to use Uncle Tom because he was a good guy.
Yeah,
That's
coon.
good.
I used to-
It's going to be some coon,
Right.
watermelon, spear chucking, chicken eating nigga
Licking.
talking about what about the white man?
They're not all bad.
They're not all bad. They're not all bad.
They're not all
What
bad.
about Master?
No, massa.
What about Massa? Some spear chucking, watermelon seed spitting, chicken bone sucking,
Let's go.
niggard. What's that?
Literally went back and forth with a teacher like this.
A teacher, a black teacher?
Yeah, yesterday.
Spear chucking, watermelon seed spitting, chicken bone licking, shitterlin eating niggard. People hating his own people, man. Come on.
Yep.
Come on, bro, because no matter what, we could all band together and there's going to be somebody amongst us
Yep.
that's going to try to get a white man a pass. That's going to let the white man in through the back door,
Yeah, let them in. Come on.
right?
Yeah.
We always going to have the Jesse Jacksons amongst the damn Martin Luther Kings. And he wasn't that much better, but we know Jesse Jackson's role
Right.
in Martin Luther King, right?
My little
Set him up.
At least regretted it afterwards.
He set him up, right? We always gonna have the what's the one dude with Fred Hammond? The dude that dude that gave him up?
Yeah.
We always gonna have the Judas with Christ.
Right.
We're always gonna have that. That's why it can't be us to save ourselves, because when 10 want to do it, that one little sinner destroy much good.
Yep.
One man can topple over
Man.
the efforts of many.
Yeah.
Don't y'all get it?
Come.
Why you think it's never happened through history? Why you think it's never happened through history, through all our fight, all our struggle, all our black power movement, brown pride movements? Guess what always messed us up?
Our own people.
One coon.
Yeah. Yep, our own selves. One coon and one wetback.
Yep.
One sellout. That's all it takes. Yahawashi ain't selling out. He ain't gonna approach like, oh, you know what? What about Pop? What about the white man? You think Yahawashi gonna pull up and look at the little baby Edomite and oh my God, her deep ocean blue eyes.
Bring her to
Bid the children not to come to me. Let me save her. He gonna be like, get that baby and dash it against the stones, man. He ain't gonna have no sympathy.
Rude.
He ain't gonna have no sympathy on Esau and these other nations. Our problem is we're too sympathetic, even to our own detriment.
Yeah.
We're too loving and too caring, man. You get smacked in the face 100 times and be like, 101. Come on. 102. 103. Enough is enough. Somebody got to get pissed.
Right.
Somebody got to be angry. Well, Yahawashi is going to be that for us. Because we're not seeing things plainly sometimes, I feel, as a people. We don't look deep enough into certain things. Bro, let's go look into, y'all think that y'all look at Great Britain, the UK, and you look at all the territories they got, and you're like, God damn, they got the world in slavery.
Yep.
Bro, do you know that at one time the UK had China, they had India, they had half of Africa, the whole top, plus the US, 13 colonies. Don't get it twisted. That was all Britain ruled. Think about that influence. Think about what they were on. It was all about slavery and oppression and resource and gold. They killed people, millions of people, trillions maybe, billions for resource. All for diamonds and gold. Europe is known as the bottomless pit. Why? The lack of minerals and resource. You need minerals to grow things. You need resources to build things. Well, we ain't got it, so guess what? Let's go oppress the next man and get it. Let's go oppress the next man and get it. I don't feel bad for no Europeans and no queens. That whole European state is built off of slavery.
Yes, it is.
And not just recent. You go back to the 1800s. Go back to when Esau finally decided to come about them damn caves. And your Borgias and all them start coming into power. What do you think they was doing to get in power? They lied to you. They gave you white Jesus. They gave you white Jesus and Roman Catholicism. And said if you don't follow this, you die. Then they robbed our lands of everything. So I don't feel bad. I ain't going to feel bad when Christ come and do his dirt on them.
Whatsoever.
At all.
That's right.
I get the anger. Every time I go into history, I get pissed off, bro. I get mad because history is not getting better. They're not making a better history for themselves. It's just getting worse. They just keep adding on to the atrocities. Everything that happens in these countries, what is it uncovering? The negatives, the hate, the envy, the evils. All these droughts that is happening, what is it uncovering? The death, the destruction. The queen died. What did that uncover? Well, it just brought to remembrance what people already knew.
Yeah.
All the damn crown jewels was stolen.
Yeah.
How can you have no resource but then have all the diamonds? There's no diamonds in Europe. But how do you have them all? But most importantly, where'd you get them? And how? See, they won't talk about that. Oh no, these were all gotten lawfully. These were all gotten justly. Nah, man, somebody had to die for that big rock.
Yep.
The damn rock the size of this in the middle of her crown.
Yep.
That you can't even put a worth on. You know how much that crown is worth? That imperial crown they buried her with?
Trillions.
They said that crown is worth $2.3 billion. Now I just went through a list of black millionaires and only 5 of them got $1 billion. 6 of them got $1 billion. Think about that. The one crown alone, 2.3. That's not even talking about the scepter and the little obelisk thing that she carried. One crown, and they make a crown for her like every year. You know that, right? They make crowns for them all the time. All they're going to do is take that crown, measure it, change it, and then Charles is going to wear that crown. But there's crowns that they make for them from precious jewels and diamonds that have been stolen. They lie to you about diamonds. Tell you, oh, diamonds are scarce. No, they're not. It's a natural resource. The earth is constantly producing diamonds. But they lie to you to make diamonds go up in value and in worth. Now you got niggas killing for diamonds. Diamond on my watch, diamond on my desk, I'm flooded, I'm icy, I'm dripping.
Bust down.
Yeah, bust down rollies. Now you got every rapper tucking his chain and covering up his watch when he go to Cali.
Yep.
All for what? Something that's abundantly on earth that the white man is lying to you about. This is why Christ is mad. It's a lot of these lies and atrocities, man. It ain't just one thing or the other. Just look at the world. Listen, the Iranis, a woman dies in Iranian care, and the whole world is in uproar, right? The whole world, all of Iran is protesting. But the same day she died in jail, the U.S. killed an Iranian woman. Y'all hear about that?
Yeah.
You see my point? You see my point? The white man will go kill the same type of woman. They'll kill her in cold blood. And you won't hear a beep about it. You won't hear a pin drop about it. They'll brush it under the rug because old Whitey got privilege. We can't talk about what old Whitey is doing. He gonna come for us. He gonna shut us down. He gonna cut our internet. he gonna delete our connection. But let a woman die in the care of her own people, and it's an all-out riot. Does that make sense? These niggas is burning ambulances. Why would you burn an ambulance? If you're rioting because somebody got sick and died, don't you need the ambulance at some point?
Right.
But where they learning that from? They learning that from good old the US of A. When we get pissed off, we riot and we burn things and we break things. These niggas gonna be mad later when there ain't no ambulance coming. When grandma needs that ambulance, oh well, y'all burned it. Go ahead, read on.
Verse 43.
Right?
Therefore, is thy wrongful dealing come up unto the highest?
Where is it gonna go?
Unto the highest?
It's above our pay grade, man. It's above our pay grade. The wrongful doing, we see them. But it's already went to the Most High. He said it. He said, woe to the sinful kingdom. Yeah. He said the cry has gone up. The cry of Jerusalem has gone up. He said he looks down at the sinful city. And he's watching. All that blood, he said it cries. All them brothers and sisters that died. Transatlantic slave trade. All them little kids that died in the care of them Canadians. I hope the Most High sends that damn hurricane through Canada and kills all them Edomites. I hope he destroys Halifax and all them places. I hope they get flooded terribly. Yes, I'm saying it.
Gone.
I hope he uncovers all them dead bodies of them natives that was up there getting killed by them white people. So when he sends a hurricane through and floods that place, 2 months worth of rain in a day, Barakatah Yahawashi, Yahawashi.
Praises.
You might have a point there, because at first the storm was moving about 8 miles an hour. Now it's headed that way at 35.
And guess what? He needs to make it 100 miles an hour.
Speed that up.
He needs to speed that up and dump all the rain on that damn country. Or them 2 little cities. I don't care. But look at what's been done to us. When you go into them schools that they had those natives Indians in, I got a class on it, but they pulling them kids away from their families and raping them and killing them. Ain't nobody talking about that.
No, they not.
But you want to pray for Halifax? And what's the other little city that's up there? Nova Scotia? I don't give a damn about that. I hope them places fall into the ocean, man. Why? Why? Well, because of what they've done to us. Because of what they've done to us, and the Most High is going to make it happen. If he don't make it happen now, Christ's going to come make it happen. So, hey, I just want a little peace. I just want to be able to just get a little view. You know what I'm saying? A little, oh, damn, that's what the Most High did? Ooh,
That's crazy.
World star, right? I'll get my world star. Right? You still there. Right? He said the dealings have come up. Look at the world getting punished. 7-point-something earthquake in Mexico.
Yep.
While the whole Caribbean is getting slaughtered right now. Y'all know that, right? Jamaica is getting hit right now. Puerto Rico just got blasted. Right? They just got blasted. They haven't even recovered from the last hurricane where Trump was playing basketball with rolls of toilet paper.
Yeah.
Remember that? He's like, oh, I got y'all. He's just throwing rolls of damn tissue.
Damn.
Like that was supposed to help somebody.
Damn.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, they got to pay.
That's a slap in the face.
That's a slap in the face. But who's going to slap harder? Trump or God?
Man.
Trump or the Most High? So when he's sending all these hurricanes, there's 5 storms in the Atlantic. Get ready.
Sure is.
5. at once.
Yeah, I seen
I just want the Most High to just team them all up into one just storm that covers America.
Yeah.
And just does his thing, man.
Never before seen. Just all five.
Bruh, Florida about to get hit. Get ready.
Yeah.
Florida's about to get hit. And these other ones that they don't know where they're going, they're going to go somewhere.
Oh, they'll find
Texas
their
is
way.
due, man.
Oh, they're going to find their way in.
Texas is due. Texas has been getting away
Yeah.
with murder.
Okay.
This place is terrible.
It is.
But the Most High sees it. He just waiting.
Yeah.
You thought Harvey was it? Ooh. It's been so hot out here, man.
Yeah.
It's been so hot out here. I'm just like, yo, when the Most High sends one through, it might cover Louisiana and Texas
Same time.
and Mississippi.
I might need to move. I stay right on there.
Well, this is the thing. He said he gonna watch out for his people. Because when Harvey hit, bro, I was standing outside just watching rain just sweep down the street,
Yes.
and not even a piece of water touched my feet. Hold on, Tahawam's house. I remember Tahawam has a bayou in his backyard. I remember that thing got to the cusp. He sent me a video. I was like, oh, wow. And it got all the way to the lip. You know, the lip, right at the lip of the damn. And that thing was violent. I'm talking about water was going and it was raining and this. And he sent the video. He's like, man, we might have to abandon ship. And I looked and I was like, Dad, you might have to. That looks crazy. And guess what? That water didn't even touch his house. All the brothers in the camp and sisters, nobody got affected. The ones that listened and that adhered, they weren't affected. The ones that unified and said, look, this is how we gonna make these moves, we weren't affected.
Right. Hey, go over that way out there on Bracewood.
Yeah, on Bracewood. Oh my God. There's a bayou there. The school didn't even get touched.
That's my point.
And that bayou is, what is that?
Long, yeah.
What is that? What, 30 yards, 40 yards wide?
I'm cracking up at them every time I go down Bracewood because some of them Edomites done set their houses up.
On stilts?
I said, what you finna do? You gonna make the Most High drown the rest of them now. Because if he gonna cover that, he'll send it up there for you, drown out.
Hell yeah, he will.
So that's how you doing now.
Yeah, when he want to make it happen, he gonna make it happen. They can't run from it. And that's the point. Why? Because look at what's been going on.
Yeah.
You can't deny what's happening in the world and how these nations, these so-called superpowers, America, Russia, and Europe, the UK, Britain, look at them three. They control the world, if y'all didn't know that.
Yeah, they do.
Those three Edomite nations control the globe, the world. Nothing happens without them. If they say nuclear war, guess what? Nuclear war. Everyone is their ally. They ain't nobody's ally. The U.S. ain't answering to no countries other than Britain and Russia. You think any country can make the U.S. pause? And, let's rethink this because Iran said so. Because Korea said so. Because some little whack country in Africa said so. Hell nah. The only one is Britain and Russia. America will pause for them too. The only country Britain, the UK is pausing for is America and Russia. The only country that Russia will even consider is the US and Britain. Everybody else is, man, what the hell y'all talking about? Nukes. What Putin say? Said, nigga, I got nukes bleeding out of my skin. I got more nukes than you can handle. Y'all forgot about the Cold War, what that was about? What two nations had the whole world in fear? Wasn't Africa. Wasn't Israel. Right? It was Russia and the U.S. And Britain had a little bit of piece of that, if you didn't know. Little bitty piece. When you go into World War, what was it, World War I? Or was that World War II? Well, who? It was the British, huh?
It was after two. Are you talking about the Cold War?
Yeah, that was definitely in the 80s. But even these world wars, man, who are the main players?
America, Russia,
and Britain. Those are the only ones that matter. But those are the ones the scriptures talk about.
Yeah.
Those are the Edomites that the Bible talks about.
Right.
All these other little throwaway countries, they're going to be your slaves. The Kazakhstans and the Bekistans and the Lithuanians, bro, nobody care about them. The Syrians, nobody cares about that. They ain't got the power. They ain't got the power to influence. Look at the atrocities of the UK. Go into your history. Look at the atrocities of America. And look at the atrocities of Russia.
A lot of people don't like history.
Go into the history, you'll understand.
You know?
Read on.
And thy pride unto the mighty.
And thy what?
Pride unto the mighty.
So he sees the death and destruction, but he's also taking into account, I call it Pharaoh's pride. That, oh yeah, you know what, we'll change if you ease up off us. Then the Most High ease up. There is no more coronavirus. We beat the pandemic. You said it. What next?
What's next?
What's next?
That's right.
You beat the pandemic, huh? Okay. All right, huh? Okay. You came up with your shot. You got your little pill, right? You got your little remedies, your little quarantine. Okay. Most times, like, okay, I got you. Let that pride puff back up. We the best. We gods. Let you clone your people. Let you, you know what I'm saying? Let you kill more folks and put more people in slavery. Okay. Cool. Most times, just sitting back like, watch. But what do we get to do? Sit back, just like the Most High, and say, watch. But we still got to study. We still got to unify. We still got to be brotherly. We still got to do our part to not get touched. He said, do no harm and no evil shall come upon me. We still got to do our part to show the Most High we don't want to be judged with the world, with these nations. Right? Go ahead. Where you at?
Verse 44.
Right?
The highest also had looked upon the proud time.
Yeah, let's make America great again. Most High's like, bro, oh, when y'all had slaves? Oh, I'm looking at, Most High say he's looking at the proud times. Who can literally say in this world they got pride or proud times? Yeah. Only the white man. Why? Because he done took everybody else's time.
Yep.
And land and resource and made it his own. Most High said he's taking these things into account. Read on.
And behold, they are ended.
They are what?
Ended.
Well, we know they haven't ended yet. But they will. They will. And truthfully, they are. America's done.
Oh, yes.
This country is finished.
Yes, they are.
Britain is finished.
Yes.
Russia, you see what's going on in Russia.
Yes.
They're absolutely done. They're absolutely done. They don't have no faith in Putin. Niggas is trying to run to Ukraine. What did Vladimir Zelensky say? He said, listen, go ahead and sign up, and when you get here, just surrender. We'll take you in. We won't kill you. We won't try you. Just come and surrender. And he spoke to them in the good old mother language. Spoke to them in Russian. Just come on over and surrender. We got y'all.
You're gonna make a man's grave out of him.
Esau with his trickery, man, with his deception on himself. Words smoother than butter. Let them Russians pull up. They bombing them and shooting them, man. Stop. They killing them, bruh.
Yes.
Words is smoother than butter, but in his heart was what? War, deceit, death, destruction. This is why they gotta go. They can't be in the kingdom with you. All they gonna do is lie you out of the kingdom and trick you out of your seat. Why would you want them there?
Man.
All they gonna do is make it not the kingdom. They gonna turn it into a damn barn. They gonna turn it into the world. They gonna say, oh, we got animals, let's sleep with them. Men, let's do man on man, woman on. They gonna turn it into what they turned America, Britain, Germany, the world into. Abominable. Listen, all you gotta do if you wanna know, just go watch the movie Caligula. Go watch that movie. You know what that movie was about? The Romans in the time of Caligula, one of their empire, one of their kings, one of the 12 kings that the Bible said was going to come from this beast. Just go look it up and you'll see what they was on. And that's what you want in heaven with you? Oh, hell no. Look at how they're doing their heaven. Is this what you want? Look at this is their heaven.
Con.
And look how they deal with it. They could barely manage.
Con.
They could barely breathe and eat. And well, what about the white man in the heaven? How come he can't go? Well, because he can't go because he's already in his. And look at how he's doing it.
Con.
How you have a defiled heaven? Look at his kingdom. It can barely stand. It's about to implode. America, listen, America been around what? How many years? 420 something years.
Some change.
America barely been around, and it's already about to fall. Think about that. Just think about that. The Roman Empire been around way longer. The Greeks, all these other nations, man. But look at America. It got so filthy so fast. And you want to include them?
Yeah.
Not saying y'all, we know better, right? But the typical black, I'll never forget, we was out there street teaching, and damn Negro coon, super coon, pulls up with his pasty white woman in the damn seat.
Oh yeah, I remember
cigarette, talking about, you should be ashamed of yourself. Right. What about my pasty milk of magnesia queen? Like, what the hell? What you mean? What about her?
Yeah, like
What about she should be in the back of the pickup. She shouldn't be riding in the seat with you. She should be in the back of the bed, chained down like a puppy. You talking about what about her?
Yeah.
We should be ashamed of ourselves,
right.
speaking about the white man like that.
Right, that's not very
I
Christ-like.
said, man, you should be ashamed of yourself.
God.
You should be ashamed of yourself with this old hag in your front seat. You should be chaining her ass up to the truck and have her pull you around, pull you down Braeswood. Talking about what about my queen?
Oh, Lord.
That was funny, y'all. Wow.
Looking pasty. It's sad. It's sad to see.
It is.
It's sad to see, but that's part of the white man's deception to make you want to include him after all that he's done to you. To make you wonder about him, like how come he can't come? Like he gonna make it better?
They wanted that too.
Is he gonna make it better?
Lie.
Why? Because he gave us government assistance. We don't need that in the kingdom.
Nope.
Con.
We don't need government assistance we don't need credit in the kingdom. We don't need credit scores. We don't need those things. We don't need food banks. We don't need Monsanto. We don't need water purification. We don't need air purification.
Nope.
We don't need those things in the kingdom. So why he gotta come for it?
Duh.
Why he gotta be there?
To come clean my toilet with a toothbrush.
Right? His toothbrush. You too nice. That's my point. You too nice. You too nice, bruh.
Okay.
You got a tongue for a reason. You too nice. See, that's my point. That's my point, brother. No, I'm joking. Right? You got hair for a reason. She got hair.
Go ahead and make that work.
Hell yeah. That thing suds up like
You got a mustache?
that thing suds up just like a rag. You throw some soap. Get that toilet clean. With your fingernails. Right?
I feel you, boy.
You got 5 minutes.
I feel you.
You know what the sad part is? Since we ain't never been there, we could never imagine what they had us doing in them slavery times.
So true.
You could never imagine, but just think about the fact that you can rape a man in front of his family, and you did that openly.
Yeah.
Think about how detestable, diabolical, how filthy that is. They did that openly as a game,
Yeah.
right? So just imagine the things that they were just doing, just regular dealings. So when I say things like they're gonna be cleaning toilets without a damn cloth, that's nothing.
Right.
That's nothing compared to what they did. The scriptures, I don't care what y'all fathom, the Bible says double to them what the cup that they gave for us to drink. Double the hardship, double the slavery, double the anguish, all in righteousness.
Think of ideas.
Some of it you can't even think of yet. Christ's gonna have to put it in your head.
Yep.
Wow.
I get all that,
what you're saying,
Mhm.
you know, and I came up in the 60s and the end of the 50s and I saw a lot of stuff, but when the scriptures say to pray for your enemies,
Right.
how are you supposed to be praying for them? I mean,
Well, when it says that, that's not talking about the nations. That's talking about ourselves.
All people. Yeah.
When Christ said, "Pray for your enemies," He said, "Bless them that curse you, pray for them that despitefully use you. When your enemy thirsts, give them drink." That ain't talking about the white man.
No, it's not.
okay, I didn't know.
Yeah, that's talking about our own people, right? He was talking about our own people. Remember, He said, "Never trust your enemy." What was He talking about? That was going into the nations. Because when you look at what He's saying, as iron rusted, so is his wickedness. You got to think about it. Who is predisposed to that wickedness, no matter how good they appear? Well, yes, you got some of our people that's like that, but the majority of these nations, that's what they're on.
Right.
Where when they do good, they still do evil. Right? Oh, we'll give you 60s. We'll give you food stamps, but guess what? The dad got to leave the house. So, wait, what's better, the food stamps or the dad?
Yep.
So you're going to replace dad with a check? You're going to replace structure, discipline, protection with your belly? You see, they make it look good, but at the end of the day, they're still, just think about it, they're still our enemy. You know, the one thing I always say about the nations, they can never be, the one thing about the nations and the one thing about an Israelite is what? The law can compel our conscience. Yahawashi can compel our conscience. Bro, their conscience ain't towards the Lord. Their conscience ain't towards the law. So I'll just use this as my parameters. If I got a nation woman and I got an Israelite woman, 100% of the time I'm gonna deal with my Israelite women. You know why? Because this woman ain't gonna conform to the laws. At some point, her conscience ain't gonna deal with that. There's good in her, and she'll do good things, right? She'll probably provide some finances, a ride here and there. She'll be able to be used for the things that she has more in abundance because they got it. But when it comes to spiritual things, am I going to keep this woman's mind in check? Is her conscience towards the Lord? No, only our conscience is towards the Lord. Only the Israelite conscience is towards the Lord. So I'll use this aspect. If I go to war with this man, oh, you know what? Let's use real history. Is Benjamin still at war with? Did Benjamin stay at war with Israel his whole inception? No, he got his ass whooped, right? And then he got back in line.
Yeah.
But at one point he was like, "Listen, I'm running through the whole nation," right?
Yeah.
All because they wanted to go off. But Benjamin was stiff, and he was like, "I'm going to war with everybody." But didn't he come back to his senses? What brought him back to his senses?
Down to 600 men.
Well, that'll get it to you too. But, I mean, let's be real. The conscience towards the Lord, the wisdom brought him back to his sense. Brought the people back to their sense. The white man, because if it was about conscience and bringing him back to his senses, wouldn't he already be there? He would have got his damn senses back when the coronavirus hit and it was all getting wiped out. When the whole damn country of Italy, when they all died, that whole country is almost dead.
That's true.
Wouldn't they come back to their senses like, damn, God is dealing with us? But then what'd they say? This is not God. It's just a disease. Who said that? Which white man said that? It was one of them. One of these governors, Cuomo. It was Cuomo, right?
I'm not sure.
Yes, it was Governor Cuomo. He said it, that this ain't got nothing to do with God. Because their conscience ain't towards the Most High.
Yep.
But when it says your enemy, when Yahawashi was bringing that, he was talking about our people, of our own people, because you will have enemies of your own people.
Yeah.
But the one thing that can take you from an enemy back to a friend is the wisdom, is the Most High, is the conscience towards your brother. That's why the tender and delicate man, the tender and delicate woman, what was being now destroyed? The conscience towards one another through the law. You see that? So, yeah, I'm going to pray for Esau to be destroyed.
Thank you.
I'm gonna pray for what we know is gonna happen at some point. That Yahawashi comes and does his thing. I'm gonna pray for that. I'm gonna pray to keep myself in line while Esau does his filth.
Yep.
And ask the Most High to keep me out of his way. You see that? I'm gonna pray for that. Listen, when it said Abraham prayed for the Sodomites, he wasn't like, Yahweh, please save Sodom and Gomorrah, they're filthy. He was saying, look, if there's one righteous, save him.
Yeah.
If there's one righteous among them, save them. If there be 10, if there be 20. But he wasn't praying for Sodom. He wasn't praying, oh, you know what? They're filthy and disgusting because of what they're doing. Preserve them. He prayed for the righteous among them. So even if I say, man, send a hurricane through Canada and destroy that place, well, save the righteous. Save the righteous of Halifax and these different places in Canada. We got a lot of our people in Canada. Preserve them.
I like that, because I just pulled that up.
What you got?
Right
What?
here it says, the definition of them, it says, go ye to them that sell and buy for yourselves, then shall the king say to them on his right hand, come ye, ye blessed of my father. What I'm saying that is this. When you go to the book of Obadiah,
Right?
and you hear what the Lord say they shall call them the abode of wickedness. He's talking
Right.
about all of them.
Yeah.
He's talking about all of them.
He groups
He's not
them
talking
together.
about a couple of them. He's talking about them all.
Yeah.
That's about Malachi 1, indignation of the people. He's calling them the whole people.
Yeah, because that's how we're all going to be judged as a nation.
Right.
We're going to be judged individually for our works, but then the nation is going to be judged as a nation. The Most High wants to hear us as a nation come back to him. If it was about individuals, you'd probably already be back. Because there are some faithful individuals, but as a nation, you see that? So, yeah, I don't pray for the white man. I have no care for him.
Con.
I pray that he don't come near me. Right? I pray that the Most High protects us against the white man and the devil and these nations. It ain't just the white man. What's that, Angela?
I have a question. So, when the scripture says that my children will hear my voice,
Right.
and your spirit bear witness,
Yep.
that's just to us. So, is that why, he says that, what you just said?
Yeah.
They're not gonna, the other nations are not gonna even be able to comprehend what the Most High said
Because he didn't give them the comprehension. Go to Psalms 147, 19 and 20. Go to Amos. What is it, 5? Amos 3 and 1. Right, go there real quick. He didn't give them the ability to comprehend. He just didn't. He didn't give them the ability to comprehend. So, no, my sheep, that's why he said, my sheep hear my voice. But then he also came back and said, I'm going to separate the sheep from the goats. You see that? My sheep hear my voice. Right? So not even all the sheep is going to hear Yahawashi. Because some sheep ain't going to want to hear the voice. Some sheep are rebellious. The 2/3 that get cut off, they're the sheep. But they're going to be acting like wild, rebellious goats. So there's levels to it where the nations, they're not included whatsoever. Does the Most High use the nations on our behalf? Oh, hell yeah. He'll put it on their heart to build something, to donate something, to say some kind words. Of course.
Thank you.
Because everyone got some level of goodness in them. But what happens when that goodness runs out? What happens when their true colors come out? And guess what? It's the same thing with our people. But again, the one thing that is going to compel our people is the conscience towards the Most High, because he put that in us through his wisdom, through his word. He made us in his image. Think about it. If he made us in his image, he made us to have a conscience towards the law. He made us have a conscience towards his wisdom, towards his voice. So think about it. Even our people, man, they be going through struggles. They gonna be high as hell, cracked out, weeded out, drugged out, and like, man, I'm messing up, man. And they still trying to talk about the Most High. These damn white people, they'll blow a whole building up. They'll walk in a school and kill people. And won't mention God not once. Why'd you do it? The devil told me to. Like, God damn. Do you feel bad for what you did? No, they all deserve to die. You think Jeffrey Dahmer had a conscience? And all these damn murderers? Nah. But even our people, man, they'll go on a murdering spree. They'll sit in jail. They'll think of them. They'll be like, man, you know what? I apologize.
You're right.
I messed up. I did wrong.
Yeah.
Because the Most High built that in us. He didn't put that in these nations to have a conscience towards him. Watch, read it.
Book of Psalms, chapter 147 and verse 19.
Mm-hmm.
He showeth his word unto Jacob.
Right?
His statutes and his judgments.
His what?
His statutes and his judgments.
See that? That's the key right there. His statutes and the judgments according to the statutes. He gave that to us. He gave us a heart towards that. A mind. Right? That's why he said if you hearken diligently. Esau hears it. He got the Bible. He got the Bible, right? Don't they got the Bible?
Yeah.
They listen, if you didn't watch the Queen, she went from church to church. Her house was literally a mile down from the church. But how come she was so damn evil and kept up these atrocities and didn't speak up against them? Because it ain't in them. They said that they restored a pledge. They ain't restoring no pledge. They don't have that conscience towards the Most High. But
This is the reason why they say the law's done away with.
that's one of the reasons why they teach that. That's why they give you a white Jesus.
Yep.
Because they ain't got no conscience towards the wisdom.
No.
Read on.
He hath not dealt so with any nation.
Right?
And as far as for his judgments.
So when the Bible says that 2 manner of people are in thy womb, whoo,
Yep.
it gets deep.
Yes.
When it says the wicked are estranged from the womb, but it tells you that the righteous are built in the righteousness is from the womb. Whew. It gets deep. It gets deep. Go ahead.
They have not known them.
Read on.
Praise ye the Lord.
Go to Amos. Read it.
Amos chapter 3 and verse 1.
Read.
Hear this word that the Lord has spoken against you.
Why can the Most High only speak against us and deal with us on a certain level? Well, because he gave us the conscience to understand what we're dealing with. Go ahead.
O children of Israel, against the whole family, which I brought up from the land of Egypt.
Go ahead.
Saying, you only have I known of all the families of the earth.
And how do we know? Just look at the way Pharaoh dealt. Where was his conscience? He had none.
Right.
He didn't even have a conscience towards his people. What an idiot. He didn't even have a conscience towards the destruction of his own people. And he let them get destroyed in 10 ways. But he said, only you have I known. Go ahead.
Therefore, I will punish you for all your iniquities.
Yeah, bro. Esau ain't getting punished. Don't y'all get that? They're not going through punishments. They're going to live life. They're going to be joyful. They're going to be fruitful. Then they're going to be destroyed. And that's it. And the ones that's left is going to be put in slavery. And they ain't still probably going to be trying to be prideful. And guess what? It is going to get killed. Straight up. I mean, just think about it. Think about it. You mean to tell me that after all this 2,000 years of just killing the whole world, your conscience hasn't awoken yet to say, damn, if we just do this thing a better way and step the hell down, things will be better? Things were a lot better when we weren't in power. When we were in the caves in Russia, the world was bustling. When black folks were in power for those 1,000 years, about 500 BC to 1500, when black people ran the earth, man, everything was just cozy. Everything, it wasn't peachy, but it was great. The world was great again, right? When Adam was in his power, the world was great. But as soon as we get on the scene, down, the earth is famishing, death, destruction, pestilence, at an all-time rate, this, that. When we come with our democracy, this is happening, that's happening. Everywhere we go, and we administer our way of doing things, that society somehow, no, it falls.
Yeah.
It somehow falls.
Kind.
You think democracy is making the earth flourish? Democracy is making every nation that has been brought to crumble. They're trying to get, they're trying to get the UK into a democracy and trying to tell them to abolish the monarchy. But ain't that how we lived? We had monarchs. We had kings.
Yep.
Right? Yahawashi is the king. That's a monarchy.
Con.
But they're trying to abolish that and give you a choice. And all you're doing is voting for the lesser of two evils.
Yep.
And people that's going to point the finger and talk bad. What's that, Angela? You had your hand?
Oh, I did. So I'm just thinking as going, as I go through the scriptures, that what you're saying, I like exactly what you're saying, because you said that with us, he chastises us because he loves us. But all the other nations, when you read, it's kind of like when I read, it's talking about he'll chastise those who love. He loves his people, but all the other ones he just utterly destroys.
Wisdom of Solomon. Go to 2 Maccabees. This is what he does. This is what he does. It's 2 Maccabees. I think I just went here the other day. Didn't he say he makes the nations get to the height? He said he lets them get to the height of their filth. It's
6 and 13.
What is it? 2 Maccabees 6. Yeah.
13.
2 Maccabees chapter 6, verse 13. For it is a token of his great goodness.
12.
Verse 12. Now I beseech those that read this book,
right,
that they be not discouraged for these calamities.
Right, because you look at the calamities that Israel has been through and you're like, damn, they're constantly getting punished. We're constantly being put in slavery. First of all, don't you understand that slavery was one of the things that preserved us? Yeah. As harsh as it was, what did slavery do? It banded us together. Because now you gotta go back to the drawing board. Right? When we was in Egypt and we started to get too big for our britches, and the Egyptians was like, nah, we gotta suppress them. Who did we turn to?
Most High.
Most High. Every captivity, who did we turn to?
Most High.
Right now, who we trying to turn back to?
Most High.
Right. So slavery is actually the preservation. Even though we dying and getting wiped out, it's kind of this thing where you got to look at it, the silver lining is what I'm trying to say. The silver lining is that we always got back to the Most High. In every captivity, major or minor. And then let's try it again. Oh, you messed up? Even with the wicked kings and the good kings. Oh, let's try it again. Good king. 40 years with Solomon. Oh, messed up at the end. Oh, well, here goes Rehoboam and Jeroboam. Oh, both whack as hell. Here goes this next king. Here goes Josiah. Here goes this king. Here goes Ahab. Here goes this person. Here goes that person. And he gave us tries every time. Oh, well, you ain't getting it. Here comes the Babylonians. They're going to get you. Oh, Yahweh, let's set up the altar and right? Nope, too late. They got to come. Right? Oh, here comes the Assyrians. Here comes the Egyptians. Like, why? It's called correction. So when you're constantly, like, we got to switch the way we look at things. Why does the Most High constantly correct us so we don't get too far out the way?
It's true.
So he's saying in Maccabees, don't look at all the constant corrections as a bad thing. That's actually a good thing. Because you didn't get so far out the way that you couldn't be brought back in. You didn't go all the way into them deep-ass waters where you drowned. But who does he let drown? Who does he give all the rope? Here goes all the rope. Hop off the boat, here goes all the rope. Right? Here goes all the rope. Watch, read on.
But that they judge those punishments not to be for destruction.
See, they're not for destruction. A little nudge back into the center. Here, a little nudge over here. A little nudge here. To keep you in line. Because no captivity has destroyed us. To the brink of reducing us to zero. Not one. Not one. Even when the Egyptians tried it, he said, damn, they doubled in population.
Yeah,
Like, what the hell? Like, what's going on here?
Yeah.
But look at it. Even in America, through slavery, through Jim Crow, through segregation, through integration, through all these things, what did we always have? a black community. Even as shambled and fragile and fractured as it is now, there's still a black community in every city in America.
That's true.
Every state you go to, oh, that's the hood. Ah! Right? That's the hood over there. That's the barrio. That's the black and brown community. I don't care where you go. You go to the damn most Republican state in America. And there's a spot where niggas is at. There's a spot where the essays is at. Oh, don't go down there, man, because the essays, they don't mess with black people. And if you're an essay, you ain't going where the Mayates is at, right? Don't go to that's where the Mayates, right? But the point what I'm trying to make is that there's a black and brown community everywhere.
Yes.
In America, even in our captivity. The captivity ain't wiping us out. It's for our correction, for us to sit back and think, damn, we're doing things wrong. He said it. The curses are for a sign and for a wonder. I wonder why we're in the hood. I wonder why I can't eat today. I wonder why I keep getting fired. I wonder why everybody's killing each other. I wonder why my mama's on drugs. Wonder why my daddy's on drugs. Why did they leave me? Why did I don't have a dad? How come my mom gave birth to me and I was a crack baby? Like, you're supposed to be wondering all these things.
Yep.
That's the whole point. Read on.
But for a chastening.
But for a what?
A chastening.
Go ahead.
Of our nation.
Read on.
For it is a token of his great goodness.
Yeah, man. Did we end?
No.
Read on.
When wicked doers.
It's. Go ahead, read. We're about to be done. Go ahead.
When wicked doers are not suffered any long time.
You see that? It's a token when the wickedness is not suffered for a long time. Ask yourself this. How long has Esau been raining his filth on earth?
Oh.
Since the day he was born.
That's right.
Yes, sir.
Since the day he was born.
Absolutely.
Damn.
Esau has been raining his filth on earth. He had his little 1,000 years that he got shut up. Right? The dark ages.
Right.
When you read Revelation 17 and 20 and all that, 17, 20, 16, when it says the devil got 1,000-year lockup, that's it. He got his little 1,000 years punishment. That nigga's back.
Yep.
He been back.
Vengeance.
Just think about America 500 years. And just think about the filth. We're still trying to fight to be people. Just think about it. Michael Vick fought dogs. Y'all know Mike Vick?
Right.
Mike Vick fought dogs. They gave that nigga a 1-year suspension, stripped him butt naked, ran him through the streets. Shame, 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 shame. If he pulls up anywhere right now, they still protesting. How long ago did that happen?
Well, like at least 8 years now, at least.
No, it's
Longer than that.
It's
Like 12, 13
probably, I
years.
said at least.
Yeah, no, but the point is, it's still fresh
On them.
on their mind.
Yeah.
If he pulls up right now to an NFL stadium, they're protesting Mike Vick, Peter, and all them.
Right.
But you had old pasty, crusty, white Brett Favre,
Yep.
right? Brett Favre, you don't know who he is? He's a white boy that played for the Green Bay Packers from Mississippi.
Yeah.
Stole $5 million of welfare money to build a volleyball stadium for his daughter.
Yeah.
What? I didn't hear about that.
Took $2 million in money to give speeches that he never gave.
Yeah.
And you didn't even hear about it.
No, I didn't.
You didn't even hear about it. Think about that. $5 million in welfare money from the poorest state.
Damn.
The poorest state in the United States is Mississippi, if you didn't know that. They ain't got no damn water out there. They barely got water. And he stole $5 million in welfare to build a volleyball stadium?
For the daughter.
He's a millionaire. He could have wrote that off in his taxes.
Yeah.
He could have donated that to his alma mater and said, look, that was me. He took $5 million and you didn't even hear about it. Mike Vick fought 2 damn dogs and you hear about it till this day.
It's true.
You hear about it till this day. Oh, I'll give you another one. So a black man has consensual sex with another woman. And they suspend him for however long, the Boston Celtics coach.
Heard about that.
right? He had consensual relationship with a woman. Consensual. With a woman. Right? They put it out there. Now remember, this is a personal issue. This ain't got nothing to do with the team. This ain't got nothing to do with that. They bring out the story. They put it on ESPN.
Yep.
They run it through the news. It's still going, right?
Yep.
But the same white man, Brett Favre. The same white man, Brett Favre. Guess what he did? He sent inappropriate texts. When he was playing for the Vikings and the Jets, he was sending texts. He was doing the massage thing, trying to touch on the little girls and sending penis pics and all that stuff, right?
Damn.
Where's his suspension? Where's his fine?
Bill Clinton?
Bill Clinton
Right.
getting fellatio in the Oval Office. Lied. I did not have any sexual relations with that woman. Then came back and said, I had sexual relations with that woman. I nigga, which is it? But Bill Clinton could go campaign for Obama, give speeches for Hillary. Let this nigga pull up right now. How many people will be on his job? Oh, Bill Clinton. He's the first black president.
Yeah.
Because he can play the saxophone and all that crap.
Yeah.
Right? Look at Deshaun Watson. Not guilty.
Right.
Oh, no. Suspended 11 games. Fined $5 million.
Yeah.
Wait, where's Brett Favre's fine? He did the same thing.
Absolutely.
He did the same thing. But see, that's the problem. We sitting here trying to fight for them and they ain't fighting for us.
Nope. That's true.
They'll suspend us in a heartbeat.
Yep.
You know why they suspended that coach? He was due for a raise. He was about to triple his contract.
Wow.
He was a rookie coach that took a team in his rookie season to the championship.
Yep.
So now, wait a minute. Oh, other teams is looking. Damn, we need him. He can triple his salary. Well, we're going to suspend you. Why didn't you just fire him?
Exactly.
Suspend him. Hold him up. Can't make no moves. Can't progress. Suspend him for a year, and then they'll fire him at the end of the year.
Yes, exactly.
Wow.
But it's time for contract.
Exactly. That's what they
Come
do.
on, man. You got to see, bro.
That's exactly what
Esau's
they do.
the master manipulator.
Right.
King Charles.
Donald Trump. This nigga is over there stealing real estate in New York.
Yep.
This nigga done stole government records.
Yep.
And the whole country is still trying to vote for him.
Yep.
Marion Barry snorting some coke in a hotel room. Remember Mayor Marion Barry?
Yes, I do.
And they had him on camera with the hooker and they fucking blasted his name. I know who Marion Barry is. Because of that. Come on, man.
Yep.
It's not fair is the point.
Con.
We don't live by the same rules. Don't y'all get it? We still fighting to be people in America.
That's right.
For what? For what? We still fighting to live by the same rules. I don't want the white man's rules, man. I don't want his rules. Because his rules are slavery and homosexuality. When it all boils down. You're going to be my slave, sex slave, and worker slave. And then,
Well, what's going on with the king now?
which one?
King Charles.
What isn't going on with Charles?
He committed adultery while he was with Diana, and they had her killed.
Yeah, they definitely had her killed.
Definitely.
Damn.
Come on, man. And he committed adultery.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
But he's still the king.
But he the king. And his sons is the princes. And their wives are the princesses. And his granddaughters are the princesses in training. But that whole situation is garbo.
Yep.
Just look at this.
Right.
You just go into the history of the royal family. That's a whole nother set of problems.
Say this right quick. We move on.
Oh, hold on real quick. We didn't even talk about Andrew, Charles's brother,
Right.
Mr. Jeffrey Epstein Island. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Anybody, we don't talk about Trump. Photos on the plane with Epstein with little random white redheaded girls all hugged up. We don't talk about that. We talk about Trump making America great again. But we don't talk about him chilling with Epstein. What the hell you doing on Epstein Island?
That's right.
Everybody knows what happened on that island.
That's right.
On the campaign trail, he was talking about putting his hand on women's dresses.
Yeah, grab him in the crotch.
Yeah.
I mean, bruh, let a black man say that. The baby said, listen, if you ain't got HIV, raise your hands. The nigga couldn't even sell tickets at a stadium for his show.
Yeah.
A year later, he can't even make money in music because he said if you HIV negative, raise your hands. And they blackballed him. But Trump could talk about grabbing women in the crotch. He could remember when the Prospect Park the brothers from the Prospect Park killing back in the 90s when they arrested a bunch of black men like the Prospect Park 8. He said they're all guilty. It's like, nigga, how do you know? You're not a prosecutor. You're a real estate mogul that borrowed money from your daddy and didn't pay it back. They're all guilty. Then guess what they got found? Not guilty. But he deemed them all guilty based off of what? Demographic, skin color, racism. But guess what? Trump is going to be on the ballot 2024.
Yep.
He's going to be the Republican vote. I don't care how much he's losing the grip of the party. He going to win too.
Yep.
He's going to be right back in power talking about grabbing him in the crotch and all that crazy stuff. But let a black man talk like that. He's banned.
Yeah.
He's canceled. He's blackballed because it's not the same rules. It's not the same rules. You tell them that Jesus is black and they look at you like, what the hell are you talking about?
Right.
You tripping and you're in a cult and you're a crackhead and you're on drugs and he needs to be psychologically evaluated and he needs medication.
Right.
Soon as you talk about they crispy white Jesus, as soon as you mention that Jesus say, read the Bible, huh? The Bible? We don't do that. You're crazy if you read the Bible. You're under, you're being controlled.
You're under distress.
That's why they didn't want us.
You're imprisoned. But they can read all the scriptures, John 3:16.
Yep.
Yes.
All they got to do is, and we supposed to just fall in line.
Right.
Finish it where you at, man.
But for with punishment.
That got me going off up in here. But what?
For with punishment.
Go ahead.
For not as with the other nations.
Right.
With whom the Lord patiently forbeareth to punish, till they become to the fullness of their sins.
Go ahead.
So dealeth he with us.
Read on.
Lest that, forgive me, being come to the height of sin, afterwards he should take vengeance of us.
Yeah. So all the Most High is doing is what? With these nations. He's taking vengeance. That's it. That's it. You do some sin, vengeance. Bam. Ain't no grace period. Ain't no grace for them. Because they don't believe in grace. They can't see the grace. They have no conscience towards grace. He said grace appeareth to all men. But these nations don't care about that. They don't care. They're not looking at how to be saved. They look at how to live on earth as abundantly as possible. Get it in while you can, then die. That's it.
Yes,
We're the ones that's, wait a minute, like, hold up. There got to be something more here. We're the ones sitting back like, wait a minute, life after death. Ooh. Wait a minute, punishment after death? Hold on, I gotta get right. I might be able to escape now, but what happens when that spirit got to get touched?
Yes.
That's us, bro. White man don't believe in that. That's why he'll tell you you'll reincarnate into a butterfly, a car, or you just go into a smoke. Yeah, that's why they'll tell you that. That's why they'll tell you that, because they don't believe. Let's jump back.
I'm gonna say this right quick.
Yeah, what's that? I'm sorry.
No, we good. We move on. I just want to say that right quick. James Winston
stole damn $30
$30
worth of crab.
And it was all over during media, all over the place.
A college kid trying to eat some crab.
And Brett Favre,
$5 million.
swept it under the rug.
You heard about Jameis Winston? Didn't they disqualify him for the Heisman and all that? Because of that?
Yep.
Come on, man. You got college kids trying to eat. And you got this grown white man that been in movies that played for the Packers for years. He made millions.
Reggie Bush's
Heisman.
Because they was giving his mother a house.
Because he got money. Now they giving all these college players money. And they still won't give him his Heisman. Think about it. Think about it.
Yep.
Go when you get a chance. Look up the draconian laws. Draconian laws. But just go when you go into it. Think about this. Think about all the men and women that are locked up for marijuana distribution. A gram here, a little bit of ounce here.
True that.
But guess what? The white man got an industry where he's making so much money he don't even know where to put the tax money.
Yep.
The first year of weed sales in Colorado, they had so much money they didn't even know where to put it. They done build up their schools, build up their roads. They didn't know where to allocate the money. It was so much.
Damn.
Think about that. Off of weed, ganja, grass, Reggie, right? The same stuff that your granddaddy and uncle and them got locked up 20 years for. The white man is out here parading his companies. Parading his weed companies. Like, yeah, you could be a cannabis grower too. Just get you a medical card, get you this, get you your grower's license, and all of a sudden open you up a warehouse. You got CEOs quitting jobs to be the CEO of a cannabis company.
Yeah.
Making triple what they made with Fortune 500 companies. But niggas are still locked up for weed. Black folks are still locked up 10 years, 12 years, 15 years for weed sales. Is that fair?
Wow.
See, it's things like that. It's things like that. How you gonna fight that? What law? What law you got? What appeals you got? We ain't got none. Only appeal we have is Christ.
That's it.
Only thing the Most High want to hear is us asking Him to get us out the situation. Jump back. Let's get up out of here. Y'all turned this to an 8-hour class. We should have been done already. Y'all turn this to something that is not. Come on.
Isaiah chapter 63, verse 3. I have trodden the winepress alone, and of the people there was none with me. For I will tread them in my anger, and trample them in my fury.
Keep on.
And their blood shall be sprinkled upon my garments, and I will stain all my raiment. For the day of vengeance is in my heart.
It's 79 degrees in here. Y'all didn't feel that?
Been chilling.
That was good.
I'm chilling.
That's surprising. All right. For the day of vengeance is in my heart, and the year of my redeemed is come. And I looked, and there was none to help. And I wondered that there was none to uphold. Therefore my own arm brought salvation unto me, and my fury it upheld me. And I will tread down the people of my anger, and make them drunk in my fury. And I will bring down their strength to the earth. I will mention the loving kindness of the Most High, and the praises of the Most High, according to all that the Most High hath bestowed on us. And the great goodness towards the house of Yasharallah, which He hath bestowed on them according to His mercies, and according to the multitude of His loving kindness. For He said, surely they are my people, children that will not lie. So He was their Savior. And all their affliction He was afflicted, and the angel of His presence saved them. In His love and in His pity He redeemed them, and He bare them and carried them all the days of old. Now we're going to go to John chapter 12, verse 41.
Gone.
John chapter 12, verse 41. These things said Isaiah when he saw his glory.
Let's say Isaiah.
These things said Isaiah when he saw his glory, and spake of him. Nevertheless, among the chief rulers also, many believed on him. But because of the Pharisees, they did not confess him, lest they should be put out of the synagogue. Lest they should be put out of the synagogue. For they loved the praise of men more than the praise of God.
All right. Verse 44, John 12:44. Yahawashi cried and said, He that believeth on me, believeth not on me, but on him that sent me. And he that seeth me, seeth him that sent me. I am come a light into the world, that whosoever believeth on me should not abide in darkness. And if any man hear my words and believe not, I judge him not. For I came not to judge the world, but to save the world. He that rejecteth me and receiveth not my words hath one that judgeth him. The word that I have spoken, the same shall judge him in the last day. For I have not spoken of myself, but the Father which sent me. He gave me a commandment what I should say, and what I should speak. And I know that his commandment is life everlasting. Whatsoever I speak, therefore, even as the Father saith unto me, so I speak. Ecclesiasticus 2. 6. All right, Ecclesiasticus chapter 2, verse 1. Ecclesiasticus chapter 2, verse 1. All right. Ecclesiasticus chapter 2, verse 1. My son, if thou come to serve the Lord, prepare thy soul for temptation. Set thy heart aright and constantly endure. And make not haste in time of trouble. Cleave unto him and depart not away, that thou mayest be increased at thy last end. Whatsoever is brought upon thee, take cheerfully, and be patient when thou art changed to a low estate. For gold is tried in the fire, and acceptable men in the furnace of adversity. Believe in him, and he will help thee. Order thy way aright, and trust in him. You take over.
Oh, really?
Verse 7.
Ecclesiasticus 2 and 7. Ye that fear the Lord, wait for his mercy, and go not aside, lest ye fall. Lest ye fall. Ye that fear the Lord, believe him, and your reward shall not fail. Ye that fear the Lord, hope for good, and for everlasting joy and mercy. Look at the generations of old and see, did ever any trust in the Lord and was confounded? Or did any abide in his fear and was forsaken? Or whom did he ever despise that called upon him? For the Lord is full of compassion and mercy, long-suffering and very, very pitiful, and forgiveth sins and saveth in the time of affliction. Woe be to the fearful hearts and the faint hands. So what is this going back into? Everything we were talking about earlier about the faith. What should never be faint or fearful? Your faith. Your faith should always be strong. The righteous are bold as a lion, but the wicked flee when no man pursueth. Stop doing that with the book. 13. Woe unto him that is faint-hearted, for he believeth not. Therefore shall he not be defended. And a lot of the times, all of the times, that's what happens. You're not defended because of your lack of faith. It's not the other way around. It's not the other way around. It's what it is. Most High is there to defend you, but it don't come to fruition because you don't believe in it. You know, it's like, I'm going to say this. The Most High is only as real as you believe he is. Don't y'all get that? He's only as real as you make him. Like, why do we say don't mess around with, like, Ouija board? Why don't you mess around with Ouija boards and stuff like that? A Ouija board is just a piece of wood and some letters, right? Like, I could create a Ouija board right now.
Stuff is real.
But why is it real? What?
You allow it to be real?
Yeah, because you give yourself to it. That's why it's real. Or else, Like, why aren't you affected by Ouija boards?
I don't mess with it.
That's my point. You don't mess with it, right? You don't touch it. You don't entertain it. But once you entertain something, it becomes as real as you make it. Why don't the Most High be real to us sometimes? We don't entertain him. We don't touch it.
Wow.
We don't touch it. We don't handle it. He said, taste and see that the Lord is good.
Right.
But he said, touch not, taste not, handle not. Why? Because when I start to touch and taste and handle, I feel the realness in it. Right? But he said, try the Spirit by the Spirit. He said, know what's good for yourself and give yourself unto it. Right? Try your spirit. I'm quoting a few scriptures here. But he's telling us to do what? Give it a shot and you'll see the realness. Right? But he said, leave off your sins and meddle no more. Right? Leave off that mind. Right? Why? Because the more I give into it, the more I feed into the weakness, the more weak I'll be. The more I feed into the strength, the stronger I'll become. Right? It's something as simple as my feet hurt. If I'm standing all day, street speaking all day, my feet hurt. But as soon as I take my mind off of it, do my feet hurt? As soon as I become distracted with something else, do my feet hurt? How many of us been sick and then you get distracted with something and you don't even remember that you were sick? But then the more you thought about being sick, the faster you got sick. That happens in real life. People, they'll go through life and they'll have cancer for 3 years and not even know it. And as soon as they go get that checkup and it's like, oh, you got cancer, they die in 2 months.
Yeah.
Why? Because they gave thought to it. Right? It's all about as a man thinketh. So you said it, y'all said it. We don't feed into the Most High enough. That's why he ain't real. That's why he don't appear in those times of distress. Because you didn't feed in enough. Right? But why does that evil appear in the time of evil? Because you fed into the evil. If we did more of the opposite, it'd be a lot better for us. Did you have your hand up? No? Okay. What's that? Who had their hand up? Ivy.
I was just saying, I was gonna ask, for instance, with witches and witchcraft, that's the mindset we should be in too. Like, if they try to cast a spell on you or whatever, it might be because they could try, right? And as long as you just don't give your mind to that or think that it's gonna work, will it?
No weapon formed against me shall prosper.
Yeah.
Right? The scriptures say we do what? We fight wickedness in high places. Right? So, yeah, that stuff is real to the user. But why is it not real to me? Because I'm fighting it. I'm already setting up the parameters and the defense to block it out. But as soon as I say, you know what, let me inquire. Why you think the Most High said don't even name the gods? Yep. He said don't inquire how they serve their God. Why? Because as soon as I inquire and look, the bewitching of naughtiness. All of a sudden now I'm like, oh snap, that's her. What? Cool.
Oh, that's easy.
We're gonna burn this incense, we're gonna shave this camel, we're gonna flip this, flip that, turn that.
That's it?
Smoke that. Boom. Right? But it's the same thing with the Most High. Once I see that's how I serve the Most High, what do? You start serving him and you start doing the things that he wants and then he's there. But it's only as real as you make it. That's the thing. The Most High can only be as real as you make him to you. Remember the scripture? What if some should not believe? Does that make their non-belief? Does that make the Most High void? God forbid. So the Most High is still real, but how is he real to each individual? The devil is real, but he ain't real to me. He's a lie. The devil is a lie. Why? Because he'll show himself, and what do we got to do? We got to dispel him right then and there. We got to resist him quick. Boom, boom. And it makes it not as real. We know it's a possibility that the devil might show up, but I know how to rebuke him quick. How do I keep the Most High? I got to keep him in the reverence and the clinging on to and the believing in and the faith. You see that? So I want y'all to be understanding of what I'm saying. I'm not saying that the Most High ain't real because you're not thinking about him. He's real. But so is the devil. So is Satan. But guess what? I'm not feeding into Satan, so he's real, but not to the level where now, why'd you do it? Satan made me do it. Really? Damn.
Yeah.
Well, why are you doing this? Well, because the Most High is commanding me to do it. See that? But even when I wasn't doing the work, was the Most High still real?
Yes.
And wasn't Satan real?
Yes.
Why'd you do it? Well, I don't know why I'm doing it. Well, that's devil works. Oh, damn, I didn't know that. They're still real. They're still there no matter what you believe. But I'm just trying to show us, just in the context of this Ecclesiasticus 2, right? I'm going to read it again. He said it. Woe be to the fearful hearts and the faint hands. Well, what happens? You start to lose your belief in him. In your mind, your faint hands start to stop doing what? My hands are faint. I can't do the works. My mind, my heart is faint. I can't think on the works. Commit thy mind to the Lord. Commit thy thoughts to the Lord, and commit your works to the Lord, and your thoughts will be established. It's Proverbs 16:3. Right? Woe unto them that is faint-hearted, for he believeth not. Therefore he shall not be defended. The whole point is to conjure up these thoughts towards the Most High and the works, faith and works, to be defended. You see that? But why am I not defended in these times? Well, because my faith don't match my works, or vice versa. Woe unto you that have lost patience. What goes along with patience? Faith. Right? And patience possess your souls. Add to your faith patience. To your patience, and then it goes on and so forth, right? But you got to have faith to be patient. And what will you do when the Lord shall visit you? Well, what will you do? You know what that's showing you? That even though you lost faith and patience in him, he could still come upon you. He could still appear upon you. But in what way? In what way, and have you prepared? See, and that's usually how it happens, right? Well, then I lost faith, I lost patience, but the Most High is still going to deal with you. He's going to check you. See, Most High just only checks me. Okay, well, start doing some opposite things so he can just bless you too. Right? They that fear the Lord will not disobey his word, and they that love him will keep his ways. They that fear the Lord will seek that which is well pleasing unto him. Fear goes hand in hand with love and respect. Think about it. You love your woman, you're going to find out what she likes. Or if you love a woman, what you trying to do? You wish you could open up her diary and get her innermost thoughts to please her. Right? You love your man, you trying to open up his mind. He only gives me one word answers. I wish he would give me more so I can know how to better serve. Right? But the Most High is giving us all to be able to serve him. And they that love him shall be filled with the law. See that? It's all about the law. It goes back to the law. They that fear the Lord will prepare their hearts and humble their souls in his sight, saying, we will fall into the hands of the Lord and not into the hands of men. David, right? I'll take the Lord over men because man ain't got no mercy.
Right.
But then think about it. It says it's a fearful thing to fall into the hands of the living power. So he's a consuming fire. But it's only fearful if you don't believe. It's a joyous thing when you do believe because you know the hand of the Lord, right? What does a hand do? A hand can do good and bad. A hand can feed you, but a hand can smack the hell out of you.
That's right.
A hand can beat you and it can feed you all in one fell swoop. Right? The Most High's hand will smack the black off you. The black, brown, chocolate, light brown, right? It'll knock it off you. But it'll also nourish and feed you and upholding you, right? So that's the difference in understanding. Wait a minute. It's about what I'm doing.
Your actions.
It's my actions first. The Most High reacts to my action. He sets the stage. Do this. Choose ye this day. We read it. Life and death. They're saying, we will fall into the hands of the Lord and not into the hands of men. For as his majesty is, so is his mercy. That's what David was going off of when he numbered the people. Choose your punishment. Most High, pestilence, or the sword. I'm going to choose the punishment of the Lord because he got mercy. That's what David's answer was. And he got... Most High said, damn angel, rip the city apart. So everybody get that? Right, there was a question on here, right? What does it say?
It says,
Go ahead.
is it wrong to pray with your door closed? I was told that we don't have to, and I referred to Matthew 6:6, and I was told that that verse didn't mean that. So could I get an understanding on that verse?
Go there real quick, Matthew 6. We went over this the other day in class. No, you don't have to. You don't have to pray with your door closed. Who is this, Samara? Remember, you're in a house of believing people, sis, little sis. You're in a house of believers, right? Your mom, your dad, your brothers, your sisters, y'all all partake in the truth. So you guys all believe in the same thing. Now, when he was saying about going into your closet, watch, read it.
Matthew chapter 6, verse 6. But thou, when thou prayest,
right,
enter into thy closet.
Now remember, what was he showing the people? Who was he showing the people not to be like? What?
The Pharisees.
The Pharisees, because what was the whole thing about Pharisees? What did they do things for? Get the scripture. Just read up.
Yeah.
Read up. It tells you why.
Verse 2.
Read it.
Matthew chapter 6, verse 2.
Read.
Therefore, when thou doest thine alms,
right,
do not sound a trumpet before thee,
right,
as the hypocrites do.
As the who?
As the hypocrites do.
Yeah, because they'll hypocritically do things for the appearance in the open, but then behind closed doors they off as hell. They're doing evils behind closed doors where people can't see. They're murmuring and backbiting and setting people up and those type of things. Go ahead.
In the synagogues and in the streets,
right,
that they may have glory of men,
right.
Verily, I say unto you,
right,
they have their reward.
Right. So he said, don't be hypocritical. Don't be one way in one instant and then another in another instant. So what he was warning the people, the Pharisees, they pray in the open. They pray on the corners of every street, right?
Verse 5.
Read that.
Matthew chapter 6, verse 5.
Right.
And when thou prayest, thou shalt not be as the hypocrites are, for they love to pray, standing in the synagogues.
Right, because who's all in the synagogues? The people. So what are they doing? Setting up some high, powerful scriptures in their mind, and they're wanting people to say, damn, that brother can pray. He's a powerful prayer. The fervent prayer of a righteous man availeth much. So what do they want? They want to be seen praying fervently so that men can come and have them in admiration. They want to be called Father. They want to be called Abba. They want to be called Master. They want to be called Reverend, Preacher, Bishop, Chief Priest, the Elder. They want all those titles. He tells you that. He tells you that all through Matthew 6 and in a few other chapters in the Gospels. He's telling us why not to do things in the open. What is your intention? Now think about it. When we all pray together, what are we all facing? The east, right? Right. Are we looking at like when you setting up prayers, are y'all stopping your prayer to look at me pray? No, right? Like, are we stopping our prayers? Like, let me see how this brother prays because, I got to pick up his prayer style. Got to see how fervent he is. Nah, we all pray together, but we all praying to the Most High. We're not worried about how the next man prays. Right. If I turn around and look, I'm like, okay, because I'm looking for the kids to make sure that they're doing the things and not running around while we praying. I'm not looking at brothers like, oh, let me critique his prayer stance. Is his hands far enough up in the air, right? Or is his knees bent enough? We're not doing that. We shouldn't be doing that. We all know that our conscience should be towards the Most High. Colossians 3:23, right? But the hypocrites, they weren't on that. This guy's praying, and he's like, oh, I'm better than him because my prayers are stronger. My voice is deeper. When you read Isaiah, I believe it was Isaiah 60, when he said, holier than thou. Remember, it said the Pharisee went to pray with the man that was a sinner.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And he said, listen, the Most High is going to hear my prayer because I'm more holier than thou. That's hypocritical. We don't think, I'm not thinking like that, like, oh, the Most High is going to hear my prayer over the brothers and sisters because I study more or because of this or because I'm up here. I'm like, man, hear all our prayers, please. Right? Hear our prayers, hear our cries. But the hypocrite is like, no, Most High is only hearing me because I'm loud, because my garment is more spectacular, because my phylacteries. Right? That's where their mind is. So he said, don't be like them. He said, if anything, listen, go pray in your secret, by yourself, so you don't appear to look like these men. That your intention is not being like their intentions. Go ahead.
And in the corners of the streets,
right,
that they may be seen.
Wait, on the where?
Of the streets.
On the street corner. Why? You know what's sad? It's gotten to the point where Israelites got a video camera every damn thing they do, and to me, I'm like, bro, it's so whack.
It's true.
It's so whack. Like, why do you gotta video yourself passing out food to the homeless? Why do you gotta video yourself dealing with brothers and sisters in their low estate and showing that you're doing something to the community? Why? Oh, we're not doing it for the praise. We're doing it because we love our nation. Okay? So, then that should be your life. That should be everything that you do is about the nation. You don't have time for Facebook. You don't have time for video cameras. Like, bro, to me, I'm just like, man, I get it. You know why I get why you got to do it in some instances? Because Israel is so whack and so trash in the mind that they'll try to downplay your works over their works. And even then, I don't never fall for it. You'll never see me out here. The only time you'll see me on camera is street speaking in class. You'll never see me on camera handing a person a bottle of water. And here's the bottle of water, brother. I know you're hungry.
Right.
Cameraman, get this. Make sure you get that bottle of water. So I got him the spring water, right?
Yeah.
I spent a little extra money on the spring water.
Right. Yeah.
Right? Here you go, brother. Here you go.
That's not
right?
gotta be.
Bro,
That's exactly
you'll never, I'm sorry, but you'll never see me do that. I'll never put that on camera. Me doing good works to an individual. You'll see me on camera in class, 'cause that's what we do, but let the internet fail. I will not bat an eye. Let the computer break. I'm not going to go out my way to broadcast what we do. For what? Y'all can't reward me.
That's right.
Y'all can't, all y'all can do is benefit off the fact that we teach online. That's it. But if it's for reward or for, oh, congratulations, you that was deep and you said that great and eloquent, I don't care about that. I don't care about none of that. I'd rather not be online, to be honest. Because Zion knows it. They know I hate the camera. I hate being online. I hate it. I didn't grow up in that era. I'm sorry. I didn't grow up in YouTube. I grew up with, you got to be here. That's the era I grew up in. You got to come to class. You got to show the hell up. You got to sit in a hot building. You got to stand there and read. You got to hold all 5 scriptures. Prayers for damn 30, 40 minutes. Think about it. If it was about that, we'd be sitting here doing, man, listen, back in the days, you talking about we'd go through Psalms after Sabbath class? Bro, we'd be sitting there for a whole other hour reading Psalms as the prayers. We don't do that. Right? We don't even do that. But if it was about man and oh, we pray in the hardest, bro, we just read the whole book of Psalms after class.
Right.
Talking about prayer warriors. Right? But does that mean that we love the Most High less? No. It don't mean that either. Because you pray harder doesn't mean you love the Most High more. Hell no. You probably got more demons to work out. I don't know. Right? But the whole point was to not appear with the wrong intention, because that's what men were doing. Wrong intentions. Right. Read on.
That they may be seen of men.
Mm-hmm.
Verily, I say unto you,
Mm-hmm.
they have their reward.
That was deep. That's their reward. Mm-hmm. That was deep. Damn, you killed that. That was a dope, man, the way you link those verses. That's their reward. I don't want none of that. I want the Most High to keep unfolding rewards for me. And giving me wisdom and understanding and giving me a balanced mind. I want those rewards. I don't need the kudos, the congrats, the pat on the ass. I don't need none of that. The attaboy, I don't need that. At all. Go ahead.
But thou, when thou prayest, enter into thy closet.
Right. Because what is he saying? Listen, man, if you're going to do good works, keep it to yourself. Or do it in the comfort of your congregation. Right? Why don't we, okay, class over, everybody go to the corner and pray. Why don't we do that? Do they even care? No, they don't. They don't care. So we do it amongst each other. We set up prayers for the Most High to hear us all. So that's what that was saying. You know, if you're praying, listen, remember, you can pray in any situation, anywhere you want. If you feel more comfortable with your door closed, that's fine. It's not wrong. If you feel comfortable with your door open, that's not wrong either. It's not wrong. What is your intention for your prayer? That's what the Most High is looking at. He's not looking at how you're dressed. He's not looking at how loud your voice is. When he says, when you come to serve the Lord, prepare your soul. When he said you step into the house of the Lord, watch your foot. Meaning what? When he said, when you pray, prep your mind. He didn't say get dressed. He didn't say, oh, make sure your room door is open so they can hear you. Make sure it's closed so they don't. He said, get your mind, your thoughts together. Don't come haphazardly. Don't come half-stepping. Because he's not going to hear that. So, I mean, hopefully, we've talked about this in a few other classes. We talk about his uncle that goes into the closet and prays and sits there all Sabbath.
Yeah, right now.
How is he helping anybody? You're not helping nobody. It's better for him to be amongst the brethrens, the sistren, right? It's better for him to be around and be the open example to his family of what he's doing. But he's in the closet, literally in the closet. They're looking at him like, yo, you weird.
Yep.
You weird as hell. This Bible got you weirded out. You see that? So it was about intention. A bunch of horror stories. Right. Then the guy you're referring to is Khalif Browder. Right, Khalif Browder. He's the one that killed himself. Donna, bootlegging con. Is it wrong to pray? Oh, okay, we went over that. Shalom, I can feel the passion through the teaching. Shalom. As I've been studying the periods that the Hebrew people went through, what caused us to come to the Americas? Also, were we rebelling against the Most High when we became, but we became Native Americans. Yeah. Remember, what caused us to come to the Americas was the prophecy that we would be spread through the four corners. What caused us to come to America was disobedience. So when the natives came here, when you read in 2 Esdras 13, what were they coming to do? What were they trying to gas themselves up for? First of all, it was a gas up. Like they capping.
They said they wasn't even serving the Lord in their land.
Right. So read that real quick. 2 Esdras 13 and what? 40? What is it? 40, yeah. 40.
2nd Esdras.
40? 40. Yeah, 40, right. Go ahead. So 2nd Esdras, chapter 13 and verse 40. Read this real quick.
Those are the 10 tribes,
right,
which were carried away prisoners out of their own land in the time of Hosea, the king.
Right, so remember, this is right after the Assyrian captivity. So you ask, well, what caused us to come to the Americas? Well, captivity after captivity. And our people, especially this 9.5 tribes, or 10 tribes it calls them, they were ignorantly foolish to think that they were going to come to the Americas and that the situation was going to change. Remember, go to Deuteronomy real quick. It tells you that the curses, you ain't got to go there. We read it last week and I'll quote it. It said the curses will pursue us and overtake us. So they're thinking, oh, we get to run from the curses. Wrong. Go ahead.
Whom Salamansar, the king of Assyria,
right,
led away captive.
Read.
And he carried them over the waters.
Right. He is the Most High. Shalamansar didn't carry us over the water. The Most High carried us over the water. Go ahead.
And so
Right, please.
came they into another land.
Right, go ahead.
But they took this counsel among themselves.
Go ahead.
That they would leave the multitude of the heathen.
Right, so, oh, you know what? These Assyrians, man, they wicked. Let's go into this land where nobody's at. Wait a minute, but why did you get into captivity in the first place? Wasn't it because of our wickedness and disobedience that the Assyrian captivity happened? Yeah. Wasn't it because of the splitting of the kingdom? Yeah. Go ahead.
And go forth into a further country where never mankind dwelt, that they might there keep their statutes, which they never kept.
Which what?
Which they never kept.
Go ahead.
In their own land.
Yeah, like, oh, we're going to go where mankind ain't to keep our laws. But you didn't even do it in your own land. So how did we get to the Americas? Through ignorance. Through ignorance, man. Through straight ignorance. And disregard of the Most High. Disregard of the curses will pursue you and overtake you. When you read this, it's almost like we blaming it on other people. We got to go where nobody's at so we can't be interrupted in keeping the law. Does that make sense?
No.
No. Because the law wasn't contingent on the next person or the next nation. The law was contingent on you and what you were going to do. Go ahead.
And they entered into the Euphrates.
Right. So then it's going to give us how they got there. Right. But how did we get to America? Through the ignorance of the 9.5. And then we know the 2.5 through slavery. Through slavery, they got brought through the west coast of Africa to fulfill those prophecies that said that the scripture said would happen. The Deuteronomy 28:68, Deuteronomy 28:54, 45, 58, 57, 56, right? The tender and delicate woman, all those different prophecies that the scriptures, Jeremiah 17:4, heritage being stripped, Baruch, right? All those prophecies that the Most High said was going to befall us because of disobedience. Everything we just read in Deuteronomy 32, right? That after I give you this law, and then I'm going to have to recover you from the four corners. That was cold as hell to me, man. He said, yeah, so basically, after I tell you all this, and then I gotta deliver you from the four corners of the earth, and when you finally decide to pray to me and do all these things, bro, that was a telltale sign that the Most High knew what we was going to do. He knew what was in our hearts. So, and also, were we rebelling against the Most High when we became Native Americans? Yeah. Think about that. Did we call ourselves Native Americans, or did our slave oppressors call us Native Americans? Our slave masters called us Native Americans. That was the byword and proverb that was going to be put on you. See, part of the condition, part of the effect of our rebellion was to have our name stripped, the Most High's name stripped off of us. He said, when I bring you back, then you'll call yourself Israel. Then you'll surname yourself Israel, the child of the Most High, right? Remember we read that in Isaiah? Well, that was last week, right? He said, when I restore you, then you're going to be picking up the surname. But until then, you a nigga. You a Native American. What is an American? Right? Or you're a Brazilian. Or you're a this or a that. A Mexican or can't. A Puerto Rican or a Puerto Rican. A Dominican or a Dominicant. Right? Which one you want to be? Or you could be an Israelite. Or you could be a Benjamite. Right? You could be the things that I wanted you to be. So yes, we definitely were rebelling against the Most High. Come on, man. Just go look at the whole transaction of look at how the natives lost Manhattan, the island of Manhattan. Go look that up. You think that's a damn fallacy. They traded it for a bottle of wine and some blankets. The whole island of Manhattan, which is Esau's like financial hub. Let that island sink into the water and Esau is finished. That is the Edomite hub of financial freedom. We gave that up for some natty daddies
Fire water.
Some natty daddies and some steel reserve. And a box of wine. And a blanket filled with fleas. That's what we traded that for, some mirrors. Some shiny things. Oh, wow, a mirror to see my face. Come on, man. The Most High definitely wasn't with us. He definitely wasn't with us. So, yeah. You know, and it's good that you're studying these periods, and we're going to start going through these captivities. Man, my brain, so many different topics.
Shows how ignorant we are without the Most High.
Yeah. No power, no strength, no fortitude, no balance. Any other questions? Short reading, you know, I have fun. Y'all get me turned with that Isaiah 63, baby. That's on me, baby. Any questions in class? Yeah. Well, hopefully, y'all got y'all questions answered online. I don't know. I'm not seeing. Is it my tablet?
There's a question. Were we worshiping the Most High or other gods as so-called Native Americans?
Well, if you know about the natives, they adopted the Egyptian custom of having the wind god. Why would they do rain dances? They're trying to dance to the god of rain. So the natives adopted the custom of having multiple gods. So no, we weren't worshiping the Most High. We weren't worshiping the Most High. Remember, that was part of the curse. What was the curse? Let's go there real quick. Deuteronomy 28 real quick. It said that we would worship what? Wood and stone, right? Now we always say, oh, Christianity and Islam. Con. But go look into totem poles. You know about totem poles? The natives would construct these totem poles and they would have these different faces, these different gods, and they would worship them. Right. They would plop them in the field. They had one for the corn. They had one for water. They had one for the land. They had one for the air. They had all these different gods that they worshiped, right? So, and all they did that was the Egyptian way of doing things. The Egyptians had all the different 1,500 gods, but so did the natives. They probably didn't have as many, but they definitely had a lot of gods that they were worshiping. Smoke gods and the god of the eagle and this animal and that animal. I mean, come on, you watch what the natives were doing. If you watch like any movie with the natives and the cowboys and Indians, how did they make a peace pact? What would they show you in the movies? They'd go get a deer. What?
I was going to say the peace pipe.
The peace pipe, they'd smoke the tobacco. But how would they make a blood pact? Or a pact with you? They would go get the deer. They then rip it. They make you eat that raw heart.
Oh, yeah, the heart.
Yeah, you eat the blood. Remember, eating blood is wrong. That's against the Bible. They put it in movies because that's how they encountered the natives. Yeah, did they know their language? Come on. Were they on the Yahweh Alahayanawa Yahweh Echad? Of course. Yep. They were definitely on that. They kept the language, but they kept the dress code. But did they keep? They invented different customs. The smoking of the peace pipe, right? The long pipe and smoke signals and all that stuff. That was the natives. That was unlawful to smoke. Right? It was unlawful to smoke. There was a whole reason why the Most High allowed them to be overtaken the way they were, because they weren't keeping the law. It said it. And they were going to try to keep the law in the land, and they never kept the law in their own land. So just think about it. I always say it. If you're one way somewhere, you're going to be the same way somewhere else. You're not going to switch up. So if you were rebellious in your own land, what was going to make you not rebel when you had freedom? Right. Now you're free, and you didn't learn how to be diligent or disciplined. What was going to make you be disciplined or diligent when you didn't have nobody correct, like on you? When you didn't have your brothers and sisters there to correct you and chastise, and the slave master, when you can just live, you're going to do whatever the hell you wanted. But where did I want to go? Oh, Deuteronomy 28 what? Read it.
Deuteronomy 28 verse 36. The Lord shall bring thee and thy king which thou shalt set over thee.
Right.
Unto a nation which neither thou nor thy fathers have known.
Right.
And there shalt thou serve other gods.
Yeah, see, we were in this land serving other gods. We weren't serving the Most High. The natives weren't serving the Most High. Not to the full capacity. Did we have customs? Yeah. When you read Lost Tribes in the Promised Land, when you read about, who was it, Joseph Adair? I believe he's the one that lived with the natives for a while and observed. He said, listen, they keep a lot of the Jewish customs, a lot of the Hebrew customs. They keeping these Hebrew feast days, but they're doing these things too. You got to read about Joseph Adair. He's the one that he came up on the natives and he lived with them for a while and observed. And he was able to make the connections. He was one of the men that was able to make the connection between the 9.5 and the Hebrews and them being part of that prophecy, that being us. But he observed them in their customs, in their dress code. But why was there still debate? Because he observed customs that weren't of the Hebrews and things that they did that the Hebrews weren't known to do. So what did it show? That, yeah, certain instances we kept customs, certain instances we invented our own. Y'all see that? Go ahead.
Wood and stone.
Right.
Verse 37.
Yeah, wood and stone. Them totem poles was wood, stone temples. Come on, you go into like Peru, and you go into certain parts of Mexico, and you go to these different places and look at the temples that we erected to go worship in. Some of those same Egyptian temples.
Brazil.
You go to Brazil, some of those same structures are in Brazil and in Peru and in Mexico. Same exact setup. Lined up with the stars and all that different stuff. What were they for?
Yep.
Well, the Most High didn't tell us to go worship, to go build up some stone temple like that to worship him and line it up with the North Star and have it aligned with the sun and do all that. Where? He said, what temple can you build me with earthen hands? The temple is us. Right? But we went off and built these temples to worship these other gods. So yes, we were definitely worshiping other gods in the Americas. I mean, just look at the natives now. What's their god? Liquor. The same thing that got them to trade Manhattan is what they, I mean, you go to any reservation. The damn liquor store is open from 8 a.m. to 1 a.m. Just think about it. That's like a plague on the reservations. The alcohol. Gabby, drunk, faded. Because that's their God now. So, yeah, we got to do a little bit more. We got to do maybe a class on. Trying to do these classes, man, just like some of these classes on the Native Indians, these captivities, get them out there to y'all so y'all can get a little bit more perspective. Just bear with me, bear with us. Anything else? James Adair, right? Did I say James Adair? Did I say Joseph Adair?
You said James. You said.
Oh, James Adair, right? Okay. No, I thought one was thrown in there. I guess my question is, how did they forget Yahawashi? Just like we did in the wilderness 2 seconds after being delivered.
Yeah.
Remember, we forgot Yahawashi and he was standing right there. He was literally right there, and we were like, what about Egypt? What about the leeks and the onions? What about the flesh pots and the fish? We literally forgot Yahawashi a second after he killed 250,000 people. Or 250 people. What was it, 250,000? With Korah and Dathan?
Oh, it was 23,000.
Was it?
23,000, yeah.
Okay, well then, okay, so 23,000 people died, and the next day, 14,000 people died because they murmured.
Dang, yeah.
The next day, because we're forgetful hearers. That's why. Because we praise the Most High with our mouth, and our heart is far from Him. So, yeah, Did we forget Yahawashi? Oh yeah, come on. After that Red Sea party, that we danced through the Red Sea, and we was dancing, and they said we was hopping like horses and leaping for joy. We get to the bank, and then we're like, wait a minute, we're thirsty.
Right.
All that jumping got us thirsty. See, you brought us out here to kill us. Wait, what? But I just literally closed the sea and killed them. 5 minutes ago, y'all just got delivered more. Right?
That's great.
5 minutes ago, y'all got delivered. And now y'all murmuring. 5 minutes later, not even a whole day. So, yeah, we did forget Yahawashi through ignorance, man. Through not holding ourselves diligent in the fear of the Most High. Watch. Where's it at? Diligent. There's one scripture. Hold on. Right, Deuteronomy 4:9. Go there real quick.
I was just.
Were you about to go there?
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah. Wow. Spit went down the wrong throat. Go ahead, read that.
Deuteronomy 4 verse 9.
Right.
Only take heed to thyself and keep thy soul diligently.
See, this is what we didn't do. We didn't keep our soul diligently. Go ahead.
Lest thou forget the things which thine eyes have seen.
Like, how do you forget seeing a whole sea part? How do you forget the pillar by day and night? How do you forget that? How do you forget that Yahawashi is right above you? How do you forget Sinai? How do you forget the manna? How do you forget 10 plagues? How do you forget the darkness? How do you forget all the Egyptians' firstborn dying? How do you forget those cries? Well, we didn't keep our soul diligent on the things we saw. We kept our soul on the things we wanted. Go ahead.
And lest they depart from thy heart all the days of thy life.
See that, and that's what happened. The things that we saw, we became forgetful seers, forgetful hearers, forgetful thinkers. The things that we saw, we let those things depart. And the things that we wanted to see is what we filled ourselves with. Well, you know what? I see this manna. Think about it. To the point where we got manna. Remember, he said, we read it. He said, you did not eat bread. You did not drink wine. So you could know that the Lord fed you. The Most High fed you. Right? So what did he make sure he did every day? Manna, manna, manna. Don't forget manna. Don't forget the manna. Don't forget the manna. Don't forget the manna. Don't forget the manna. Every day. And what do we do? I'm tired of manna. I'm tired of this, man. That's all we got is this manna. I want the leeks, the onions. All we have is this manna. I can just imagine, like, bruh, the best thing was when they were in the Matrix. And they poured out the amino acids. He's like, this is a healthy balance of amino acids. It was like slopped into the bowl. And they were just like, what this crap? Right? But the thing about the manna was, he said it made it taste like whatever you wanted. It tastes like honey with wafers. It said it agreed to everyone's taste. And you still didn't want it. Just think about the mind state we had to have been in. Just think about it. So did we forget Christ? Yeah. Did we forget the Most High? Yeah. Just think about it. As soon as Moses went up to Sinai, we built a calf. Not a week later. Not a month later. What? 2 days? 3 days? And Moses went up, but we don't know what happened to Moses, man. Aaron, we need a God. Huh? Wait, what? Wait. So, but Yahawashi, he's literally right up in that chariot right there. The chariot is literally right there. But Aaron, but
Moses is gone.
Moses left, so Yahweh.
We need something.
We need something. Yeah, build us something.
Yeah.
I got these earrings.
Yeah.
I got all this stuff.
Yeah.
Build us something. Like Yahawashi is literally, I can hear y'all. Like, nigga, I can hear you. Ain't that what he said? He said, I hear the murmurings. Like, wait a minute, hold up. I can hear the murmurings from the tent. They're like, cat walk up to the next cat's tent. Yeah, man, so this nigga got us out here starving, bro.
That's what I'm saying.
Kids is crying and hungry and all that. Yahawashi's like, hold on, but I can hear y'all. Y'all don't remember that I'm right above y'all?
Yeah.
Right in the chariot, right there. We forgot. We forgot that quick, instantly, instantaneously forgot. Not a month, not a week. It's a day. 23,000 people died today. You forgot that night and murmured, and then 14,000 more people died. And guess what you did after that? Same thing. Same thing. Same thing. So the Most High gives constant reminders, and we constantly forget. But he said, hold your heart, your soul diligently, lest you do forget. So I got to be looking at the things that the Most High is showing me, and I got to be staying in that book. Constantly refreshing and reminding myself. Talked about it earlier about the refreshing of your faith. The things you go through is not to just be mad about, it's to keep fortifying your spirit for the next thing. To keep giving you the ammo that you went through something and that you're unscathed. Did you finish that? God, that's what I wanted to know, because scholars are learning that a lot of Native Americans prayed to Yahawashi. Yeah, they probably did. I'm not doubting that. I'm I'm pretty sure we held, remember, I mean, you go to the museum right now and you'll see the natives, they got them in the garment with the border of blue. Right? When it talks about the diet of when they talk about the diet of the natives, what did they talk about them eating? What was the main source?
Buffalo.
Is that lawful or not?
It's all lawful.
It is lawful, but let's be real. Were they eating pigs? Probably. Was it an abundant animal? Probably not, but come on. But ain't nobody here to hold you accountable. What is a child gonna do? It said they didn't keep the laws in their own land and they went to a whole other land where there's no restriction. So if we didn't keep it here, you was eating swine and doing all this stuff and abominable stuff here, all of a sudden the land is gonna make you do something different. Remember, we kept some of the law. We kept some of the stuff. Yeah, we prayed to Yahawashi. Yeah, remember, James Adair, we talked about it. He saw us and observed us keeping feast days in the name of Christ, the name of Jesus. But there's also smoking peace pipes in the name of the devil. So, just like now, right? Our people, they'll do what? I'm going to be a good old Christian. I'm going to do things in the name of Jesus. I'm going to be a good, law-abiding person, right? Because Jesus compels me. But I'm going to eat pork because I don't understand that the Bible says not to. I'm going to be like this, or I'm going to do this, or I'm going to do that because I don't get it yet. Or I don't have to. Because Christ ain't down here to hold me accountable. So it's really no different, you know. It's just that there was nobody there to say, hey, that's wrong. That's wrong. Hey, check this person, or this, or that. They were just left to their own counsel, like the scriptures say. But yeah, did they pray to Yahawashi? Come. I believe it, but I believe they also pray to other gods. When they rain dance, go see why they call it the rain dance. Why would they do a rain dance? What were they raining? What were they dancing? They were trying to call rain. You know what's funny? The first thing I learned about the natives before I even got into the truth, the first thing they teach you in school is that the natives had 300 different gods. I remember learning that as a child, that they would pray to different gods. Now, is that the white man sabotaging the natives? Somewhat. But are they telling the truth too? Yeah. Oh yeah. Because they did have more than one God. Coming over here, if we just think about it. If you break the law, who are you serving?
Satan.
Basically, right? You're serving the God of self. When you break the law, you're serving yourself, that God, ego, Satan. So they definitely served other gods. Even if they had 2, it's still wrong. And it said they broke the law in their land. That means they went and broke the law in another land. So, you can pray to Christ, but it's not just about praying to Christ. It's about praying, if you love me, keep my commandments. I hear your prayers if you keep my commandments. That's what the scriptures say. So, like I said, we could go into it more. We haven't really dived into the native Indian, the native Gadite, Reuben talk in a while. So we can definitely, get some things together on that. But I got some good little classes coming. I got a good one coming that I got to finish up, just about the natives and this whole school system thing. So, yeah. Anything else? Am I caught up, or is my thing behind because it's an Android?
No, it's good. Nothing else.
Right. Gotta try to clown on you. You got Androids. 3 Androids equal 1 iPhone. All right. All right, Mike, you want to point out down? Rise and face the east. Locker Rob does it again. Takes y'all all the way. 5 p.m. Oh, baby. Good class. I was turned. I enjoyed it. It's always good to talk about the white man's demise. All right?
It does something for your spirit.
It definitely does. He said it does something for your spirit. It's a boost. But remember, it ain't about the white man's demise. It's about our salvation and redemption. Be not curious how the wicked be punished, but how the righteous will be saved.
All right. Yahawashi Yahawashi.
Yahawashi Yahawashi.
Baruch Shai.
Baruch Shai.
Shemai.
Shemai.
Lanawa.
Lanawa.
Shalach Ma'ak Allah.
Shalach Ma'ak Allah.
Wa Ha'alahayim.
Wa Ha'alahayim.
La Shemar Al.
La Shemar Al.
Barak.
Barak.
Rapa.
Rapa.
Magan.
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 Wa Aisha.
Wa Aisha.
Chazak.
Chazak.
Ha'ayin.
Ha'ayin.
Yashar Allah.
Yashar Allah.
Gum Shalach.
Gum Shalach.
Lanawa.
Lanawa.
Rab.
Rab.
Chachama.
Chachama.
Rab.
Rab.
Da'ai.
Da'ai.
Rab.
Rab.
Bayana.
Bayana.
Rab.
Rab.
Sabalan.
Sabalan.
Rab.
Rab.
Amawan.
Amawan.
Rab.
Rab.
Achadwat.
Achadwat.
Slakia. Oh yeah, that is it's Slakia. Achadwat.
Achadwat.
Wa.
Wa.
Rab.
Rab.
Ahab.
Ahab.
Racha.
Racha.
Alahayim.
Alahayim.
Wasalach Nawa.
Wasalach Nawa.
Chatayamyan.
Katayamyan.
Mahayar.
Mahayar.
Kaya.
Kaya.
Ba'ata.
Ba'ata.
Yechol Nawa.
Yechol Nawa.
Tamyad.
Tamyad.
Wa.
Wa.
Ba'ai Walanyam.
Ba'ai
Haman.
Haman.
Yahweh, in the name Yahawashi, please listen to us now, right now. Send Michael and the righteous angels to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the people of Yasharallah. Also send unto us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, and much love, spiritual power, and forgive all of our sins. Yahawashi, come quickly, for in thee is our hope, always and forever. Amen.
Bahashem Yahawashi.
Bahashem Yahawashi.
Ahawa'ab.
Ahawa'ab.
Atalanawa.
Atalanawa.
Hatawara.
Hatawara. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahawashi, that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahawashi.
Bahashem Yahawashi.
Ahawa'ab.
Ahawa'ab.
Atalanawa.
Atalanawa.
Award.
Award.
Lara'ah.
Lara'ah. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahawashi, that gives to us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahawashi.
Bahashem Yahawashi.
Ahawa'ab.
Ahawa'ab.
Atalanawa.
Atalanawa.
Ha'ayo.
Ha'ayo.
Korah.
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 Ha'ayin.
Ha'ayin. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahawashi, that gives to us ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahawashi.
Bahashem Yahawashi.
Bahawa'ah.
Bahawa'ah.
Batalanawa. Shaman.
Shaman.
Zayah.
Zayah.
Lamashad.
Lamashad.
Yashar Allah.
Yashar Allah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name Yahawashi, that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
And of course, we'll know it at the end. This is Psalms 92. It is a good thing.
It is a good thing.
To give thanks unto Yahweh.
To give thanks unto Yahweh.
And sing praise unto thy name.
And sing praise unto thy name.
O Most High.
O Most High.
Show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
Show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon a psaltery.
And upon a psaltery.
Upon the harp with a solemn sound.
Upon the harp with a solemn sound.
But thou, Yahweh.
But thou, Yahweh.
Hast made me glad through thy works.
Hast made me glad through thy works.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh,
Yahweh,
how great are thy works,
how great are thy works.
Thy faith and thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth a fool understand this.
Neither doth a fool understand this.
When the wicked spring as the grass.
When the wicked spring as the grass.
When all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
When all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
It is that day.
It is that day.
Shall be destroyed forevermore.
Shall be destroyed forevermore.
But thou, Yahweh.
But thou, Yahweh.
Our Most High forevermore.
Our Most High forevermore.
Will thy enemies, O Yahweh.
Will thy enemies, O Yahweh.
Thine enemies shall perish.
Thine enemies shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity.
All the workers of iniquity
Shall be scattered.
shall be scattered.
With my horn.
With my horn
Shalt thou exalt.
shalt thou exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
And I also shall see.
My eye also shall see.
My desire of my enemies.
My desire of my enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
My desire of the wicked.
My desire of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those who be planted in the house of Yahawashi.
Those who be planted in the house of Yahawashi
shall flourish in the courts of Yahweh.
shall flourish in the courts of Yahweh.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that Yahweh is upright.
To show that Yahweh is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
Bahashem Yahawashi.
Bahashem Yahawashi.
This is Psalms chapter 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Hamalawat.
Hamalawat.
Nadawat.
Nadawat.
Hana.
Hana.
Matawab.
Matawab.
Wama.
Wama.
Na'ayam.
Na'ayam.
Shabbat.
Shabbat.
Akim.
Akim.
Gum.
Gum.
Yechad.
Yechad.
Hashaman.
Hashaman.
Matawab.
Matawab.
Ayil.
Ayil.
Haraash.
Haraash.
Yerad.
Yerad.
Ayil.
Ayil.
Zakwan.
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 Aharon.
Aharon.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Alpayah.
Alpayah.
Malawathiwa.
Malawathiwa.
Katol.
Katol.
Kamaran.
Kamaran.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Ayil.
Ayil.
Oriyah.
Oriyah.
Tizayawan.
Tizayawan.
Hayah.
Hayah.
Shum.
Shum.
Tazawah.
Tazawah.
Yahawah.
Yahawah.
Habaraka.
Habaraka.
Kayayam.
Kayayam.
Ay.
Ay.
Ha'aywalam.
Ha'aywalam.
Aman.
Amen.
This is Psalm chapter 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard. They went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Most High commanded a blessing, even life forevermore.
Bahashem Yahawashi.
Bahashem Yahawashi.
The water.
The water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aman.
Amen.
All right, brothers, to circle up. Let's just please have a seat. Men of Israel, Ahmad, Barak.
Yahawashi,
Yahawashi, Barak. Let's turn to face the sisters. Wipe Shabbat.
Call it.
Salute not the daughters of Zion, men of Israel, Ahmad, Barak.
Yahawashi, Yahawashi, Yahawashi. You got the matah? Hands down. Say shalom, everybody online.
Shalom.
Reminder, there's no class Monday. We'll see y'all back here Wednesday. Party!
Chilling up in the kingdom. sisters, cooling out, having fun, drinking yayan with Yahawashi.